On the deck of the 9 snakes, Hancock sat on the giant snake Salome, his delicate white jade legs crossed with Haki's legs, looking at the marine fleet as if nothing happened. The members of the 9 snakes pirates raised their weapons and faced the aggressive marine without fear. On the first marine warship, a messenger on the deck shouted to the 9 snake pirates, "We are on a marine secret mission? Shishibukai Hancock, get out of the way immediately." Hancock frowned, pointed his smooth chin at Marine, and said disdainfully, "Marine, are you giving me orders?" The Empress had no intention of listening to their answers and slowly straightened her body. Under the bright sunshine, a charming beauty walked to the bow of the 9 snakes. Even the Vice Admiral, who had gone through countless trials, was a little shaken, with hearts popping up in his eyes. It didn't take long for the Marines and officers to look at the beautiful figure with red eyes and shouted at the same time, "What a nice view." Watching the Marines gradually falling into madness, the calm substitute Admiral Momuzagi, with a pair of white long legs with a black evil spider tattoo, is eye-catching. Momuzagi looked at the Empress, who was the center of everyone's attention, and shouted with a stern face, "Everyone wake up! Be careful of her abilities." But although Momuzagi is beautiful, she is far inferior to Hancock in terms of charm, and her calling alone will not work. Shaitan Cake, who had confessed to Momuzagi nearly 100 times, had already forgotten about the goddess and instead began to frantically shout the Empress's name. Looking at the Marine's embarrassing appearance, Momuzagi gritted his teeth and whispered to himself, "What the hell?" Kizaru scratched his ears and said casually, "Empress Hancock, what a terrifying charm." Zephyr rested his chin on one hand and said calmly, "Combined with her fruit ability, it is indeed a tricky ability." Oh. Momuzagi looked at Kizaru and Zephyr with admiration. They were indeed the pillars of the Marine and were not affected by the Empress. Even she had to be careful not to look at her. "Admiral Kizaru, Chief Instructor Zephyr, how did you manage not to be affected?" After hearing Momuzagi's straightforward question, the two of them fell silent at the same time, and then a strange look appeared on the old man's face. "It's mainly about endurance." Momuzagi fell headfirst. Hancock looked at the men with disdain, with undisguised disgust on his face. "Stupid men, they are all single-celled organisms? With so many Marines here, could there be new news about the pirates who hijacked the celestial dragons? Then I came at the right time. I must find out the truth of this matter." Momuzagi stepped out from the crowd of enthusiastic Marine generals, pointed at Hancock and said, "Boa Hancock, you are Shishibukai. Why are you hindering the Marine from handling the case?" Hancock tucked her soft black hair behind her ears, looked up at her condescendingly, and said, "I am too lazy to hinder you. It is you who blocked my boat without permission." Momuzagi gritted her teeth and said nothing. "Damn pirates, even the Shishibukai are like this?" Zephyr stood up and said solemnly, "Don't waste time here, the demons are about to run away." Hancock's eyes moved. "Is Devilman the title of that person?" Zephyr picked up the huge iron arm crusher and without hesitation, he swung his fist towards his students, and his fist directly lifted up a group of people. The officers who were beaten up by the punch came to their senses. The flying squirrel covered his head and asked, "What's going on? Why are you hitting us?" Zephyr said calmly, "Pain can distract you, don't let her charm you." Seeing the Marines using pain to stimulate themselves to regain consciousness, Hancock sneered, "They are just using their clever tricks. It's useless." Momuzagi, who was full of justice, looked at Hancock, who was blocking the Marine, and said coldly, "Boa Hancock, don't you want to be the Shishibukai? Get out of the way." Hancock's expression also turned cold. If Marine was here to embarrass that person, then she needed to buy time. Just as Hancock took a step forward and was about to call out to the Marine, a huge cloud of black fog suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the sea between the two sides. In the strange black fog, a ship slowly sailed out, revealing a luxurious golden ship. Ark Maxim sailed out from the Yellow Spring River. Neuer stood at the bow, admiring the sea view boredly. But the next second Neuer became excited and asked himself why there were so many Marines. "The shore of Sabayati is almost full, where are you guys making dumplings?" Robin patted Neuer's shoulder and pointed to the other side and said, "Neuer, look." Neuer looked in the direction he pointed and saw 2 giant snakes pulling a large ship in the sea. The flag on the ship had 9 brightly colored snake skulls. This pirate's flag should belong to the Empress. Why is she here? Neuer was wondering. Hawkeye, who had been staying in the terror ship, came out, wearing a plaid shirt and shorts, like a buddy on vacation. This guy stayed on the ship for a long time and insisted that Neuer take him to New World. In response, Neuer said that Eagle has changed. He is no longer the aloof swordsman. How come he has become as fond of freeloading as Ace? Neuer didn't understand why Hancock was here, and asked Hawkeye, "Do you Shishibukai have a mission?" Mihawk shook his head, holding a glass of juice, and said, "No, Hancock should have come by himself. What is she doing here?" Neuer's feelings toward Hancock are simpler. Although the Empress is extremely beautiful and has a very good personality towards the people she likes, Neuer still prefers Robin. As for the reason why Hancock came here, it is most likely that he wanted to investigate the matter of him killing celestial dragons. Neuer is not an ordinary man. Will Hancock fall in love with him just because he killed the celestial dragons? Since coming to this world, Neuer no longer regards the people in the original work as fictional characters, but instead interacts with them seriously. She is a flesh and blood person, and the Empress is not a cabbage that can be given as a gift by killing a celestial dragon. In the original work, the character...
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Was attracted to Luffy due to the influence of many circumstances. However, the most beautiful woman in the world. Of course he is tempted, but Neuer really doesn't have time to think about these things right now. When the two parties saw Neuer suddenly appear, they each let out different exclamations. Kizaru's eyes were slightly speechless, because every time he met this guy, it was very tiring, and he couldn't even touch the fish. Zephyr looked at the recently famous pirates with a serious expression, and Momuzagi nervously placed his hand on the sword. Kimpira, Shitun and other generals, as well as all the marine soldiers, were staring at Neuer in full readiness. On the other side, Empress Hancock had a look of surprise on her pretty face when she saw Neuer and his ship appear out of thin air. At the side, her sister Sandersonia took out a bounty order and said to Hancock, "Sister, look. This person who suddenly appeared is the demon man Neuer." Hancock took the yellowed bounty warrant and looked at the confused Neuer and his gang not far away, wondering what they were thinking. Amazon Lily is located in the Calm Belt, and many news cannot be transmitted, so she learned about Neuer's affairs very late and her knowledge was very limited. Not long ago, Hancock received a secret message that someone had kidnapped more than 30 celestial dragons and executed one in a public broadcast at the Sabayati archipelago. Hancock was shocked when he got the news and sent people to investigate, but found nothing. At that time, the government began to completely block the news. So what Hancock knew was that there was a wolf me who was in direct confrontation with the celestial dragons, a fight to the death. Hancock was captured and made a slave when he was young, so of course he hates celestial dragons. But that was a hatred from her childhood. When she grew up and became a king, she had to accept the title of Shishibukai in order to protect her subjects, and use the privileges granted by the government to shelter everyone. Hancock has no place to release the hatred in his heart, and he must not release it, so now that someone has taken action against the celestial dragons, Hancock must secretly help him. Just as Hancock made up his mind, Neuer took out the mirror from his pocket. The powerful marine came here specifically, they definitely didn't come here for a stroll, so you have to be fully prepared. The mirror can connect the underworld and the real world, so Neuer can use the mirror to summon everything in the thriller bark. Of course, this includes people. Neuer raised the yellow spring mirror, and a large amount of light was scattered out, revealing the appearance of a human under the light. Countless muscular brothers showed off their agile bodies. After being stuck on the terrifying ship for several days, they were finally called out by the captain. The pirates shouted excitedly, and the sea area instantly became lively. Marine looked at the ships and pirates that appeared out of nowhere, and once again began to doubt his life. What kind of hiding ability does Devilman have? How did he manage to hide and bring so many people with him? Zephyr's face darkened as he watched more and more Marines come into view, the suppressed anger welling up inside him. The Marine, who once refused to kill any pirates, had his family brutally murdered by the pirates. One can imagine the regret he felt. Pirates? Die. Zephyr leaped up from the warship and rushed towards the Hades pirates with great momentum. The huge crusher swung a huge fist wind and smashed towards the proverbs with destructive force. Neuer was startled and quickly flew up to block the proverbs. Ice-cold air came out of his mouth, and a thick ice wall rose from the sea. The terrifying fist hit the ice wall, and the hard ice was like paper, breaking into countless ice crystal powders at the touch of a button. Neuer pulled out the ghost Moro and stood together with the Zephyr who was still coming at him. The terrifying Haki collided and exploded, knocking over many marines nearby. The elderly in the pirates' world are becoming more and more intelligent as they grow older. Every one of them is an invincible old man or woman who can get a pentakill late at night. Before, Vice Admiral Tsuru was so smart that he almost saw through his disguise. Sengoku's deployment always caused him trouble, and that old man Garp almost beat him to death with his fists. And this Zephyr in front of me, do you dare to let Laozi help me? Neuer launched a frantic attack with a knife, but the nimble old man always dodged and blocked his attacks, and then hit him on the head. When fighting an old guy like this, you can either crush him and kill him instantly, or save up enough energy to wear him down to death bit by bit. Such a physically demanding battle is not very advantageous to Neuer. While Zephyr was quickly retreating, Neuer slapped the ground with his palm, which happened to hit Zephyr's shadow, causing Zephyr's retreating figure to suddenly stop. Even if I can't hold down Zephyr's body, can't I just hold down his shadow? Neuer turned the blade of the demonic sword in his hand and quickly cut towards Zephyr's shadow. Before Zephyr's fist could move, a lightsaber stretched out from the side and accurately blocked Gamo Luo, and then a golden flash floated over again. Neuer reacted in time, raising his left arm to block the lightspeed kick, and his body was knocked back several steps by the force. Kizaru put his legs down expressionlessly, and Zephyr snorted and stood up. Regarding the action just now, the two people still did not have any communication. Neuer looked at the familiar face with gritted teeth, almost going crazy. Why is Kizaru everywhere? When they first arrived at Sabayati, Kizaru stopped his and Ace's team. In the Battle of Marijois, Kizaru and Aokiji teamed up to chase and almost killed Neuer. Now, this guy teamed up with Zephyr to catch me. Sengoku, can't you just find someone else? If Kizaru had listened to Neuer's inner thoughts, he would probably have let out a similar roar of grief. Akainu and Aokiji, the two old silver coins, are on sick leave, and I've been busy these days. It's all tears if I say too much. Noir greeted him with a bitter face. "Ah, Uncle Huang, we meet again." Kizaru didn't want to say hello to this troublemaker, so he tilted his eyes and said helplessly, "Can't you just be quiet?" Zephyr was confused and stuck in the middle, listening to the two people greeting each other like old friends. How do they get so familiar with each other? Moreover, I feel like I am an outsider for some reason. Ignored, Zephyr attacked again without a word, and Noir quickly raised his knife and continued to wrestle with him. Kizaru was very discouraged and assisted Zephyr with the sword of aim no Kyum. Before long, Noir had several deep wounds on his body. With blood still flowing from his forehead, Noir frowned as he dodged the combined attack of the two men, while also having to deal with the marine officers who rushed up from time to time. Back then, Aokiji and Kizaru worked together to beat Noir so hard that he had to run away. If Kizaru hadn't given Aokiji the chance to duel with him, Noir would have been turned to ashes long ago. But the current situation seems to be even worse than before. The gap between two admiral-level fighters, plus their powerful subordinates, is too big. There were too many vice-admirals, and they directly blocked the Hades officers. The flying squirrel went to Lucci alone, hoping to subdue the man who betrayed the government. Ghost Spider and Vice Admiral are both hawks in the Marines and believe in Akainu's style. Now that Akainu is injured, the two have come to find the Hades pirates, determined to settle the score. Enel and Weber started fighting with two Vice Admirals who were crazy about killing and couldn't get away for a while. Even Robin and Khalifa, who are women, are targeted by Anne, a student of Momuzagi and Zephyr. There were two beautiful marine swordsmen suppressing them, and the underworld pirates were not at an advantage in terms of numbers and weapons, so the battle was instantly crushed by the Marines. Sandersonia, who had been pushed into the distant 9 snake pirates, asked anxiously, "Sister, what should we do?" The slim-fitting Cheongsam outlined her fiery figure. Hancock, whose toes could not be seen at a glance, raised his head and said lightly, "Find a reason to intervene in the battle and rescue Noir. I need to talk to him." The Hades pirates were suppressed by the Marines and had no momentum to fight back. This cannot be blamed on Hades being too weak. Any single pirates group would suffer a loss if they tried to fight against the full-scale Marines, let alone the newly born Hades pirates group. The lightsaber and crusher hit the demon, and Noir gritted his teeth and tried hard to withstand the pressure from the two. But this resistance is in vain. Even if Zephyr and Kizaru have conflicts, if they join forces, no normal person can handle it. The protagonist's halo ran away from home? Two admirals can't defeat him. Noir muttered to himself with a self-deprecating tone. Seeing Noir being forced into trouble, the pirates were extremely anxious, and Enel was anxious to escape from the encirclement. But Vice Admiral Ghost Spider was no pushover either. He used his long hair, which was controlled by the life return function, to entangle Enel and threw him back. Weber quickly caught Enel and shouted angrily, "Use your speed. Don't be reckless." Enel couldn't hold back his face and said with a dark face, "You don't need to teach me." Weber transformed into a dragon man, and his huge wings vibrated, stirring up a gust of wind that blew towards the two Vice Admirals. Enel took the opportunity to rush out, blue arcs jumping in the air and leaving trails, and appeared in front of Noir the next second. Kizaru looked at the Thunder Man in amazement, then smiled and said, "Enel, are you here to help your captain?" Without saying a word, Enel took out his trident and stabbed it straight into Kizaru's face. Kizaru still did not dodge or evade. A strong man could clearly sense whether there was armament haki in the attack. Sure enough, the golden trident pierced Kizaru's face, but did not hurt him at all. Kizaru raised his foot, flashing lasers condensed on his calf, and kicked out without hesitation. Enel was kicked and flew out, crashing through the deck of the marine warship. Although Enel followed Noir's instructions and began to practice haki, it was still not enough to release it freely. Zephyr looked at Enel, who was defeated in one move, stared at Noir and said mockingly, "Your men are nothing but this." Noir watched Enel being knocked away, but his face remained expressionless. He raised the corner of his mouth, raised his knife, and said firmly, "Don't underestimate the courage of my brothers." Zephyr raised his eyebrows in disdain and swung black arm at Noir again. Kizaru quickly drew out the Kusanagi sword and supported him. The light in Noir's eyes lit up, his smile became more and more confident, and he stood there as steady as a rock. If someone familiar with Noir saw this expression, they would definitely understand that this was a sign that he had come up with a solution. Noir ignored Kizaru, who was slashing at him with a sword. The demon slashed against the ground, then slashed towards Zephyr, and a large number of shadow thorns were brought out. Kizaru's expression darkened. He ignored himself. Why was Noir so arrogant? Just when Kizaru's lightsaber was about to strike Noir, the blue electric light lit up again, blocking Noir once again. Enel spat out a mouthful of blood heavily. Another wound appeared on his body, which had just recovered from a serious injury, and the chest was also stabbed and bleeding profusely. Kizaru looked at Enel, who was desperately blocking the attack, and said in surprise, "A man like you would actually help others block the knife." Pooh. Enel spat out blood and saliva, and said stubbornly, "Don't talk nonsense, you are my opponent, you don't have to attack others." Even if he doesn't know haki, Enel is confident that he can still do it if he delays for a while. Kizaru, this man, has become Enel's second lingering demon. The first one is the cruel captain. Therefore, even at the risk of his life, Enel must defeat him. Kizaru looked at Enel with a headache and said, "Young people are full of energy. Forget it. Fighting you is better than fighting the teacher and Noir." Suddenly, Enel, who was very courageous, dueled with Kizaru alone. Neuer looked at the battlefield over there and smiled with satisfaction. Zephyr sneered and said, "Aren't you worried? Even though Kizaru is abominable, it's still easy to deal with that piece of trash under your command." The force on Gamoluo suddenly increased, and Zephyr's huge body trembled. Neuer, who usually smiles at his people, is now terribly cold and speaks word by word. "Shut your mouth." Before he finished speaking, Neuer rushed out again with a knife in his hand, and a terrifying blood-red Haki rushed out. His momentum was even more terrifying than when he fought with Garp. Zephyr armament Haki covered his strong wrists, and the Sea Stone Crusher made a sound of breaking through the air. Neuer's fruit ability was not affected by Sea Stone at all, and the one-on-one duel instantly became a stalemate. Zephyr is slightly weaker than Garp, but he is also a very scary enemy and you must not be careless. The fight between the two became the most dangerous fight in this naval battle, and no marine soldier dared to approach easily. But in other places, Enel was almost hung up and beaten by Kizaru, and Weber had to block 2 vice admirals alone, which was also very uncomfortable. At this time, someone who was watching the battle on the Golden Ship Proverbs finally couldn't sit still anymore. Mihawk the Hawkeye changed into proper clothes, holding the black knife in his hand, and got on his black crossbow again. Mihawk stared at Neuer, his usually sharp eyes now holding some depth. Mihawk has been sparring with Neuer these days, and has gained a deeper understanding and judgment of his swordsmanship. With Neuer's talent in swordsmanship, he will definitely be the one most likely to surpass himself in the future. I finally found a good opponent. How could he be destroyed by Marine here? The Marine soldiers noticed Mihawk slowly approaching the center of the battlefield, and their expressions changed, but in different ways. Shishibukai and Marine are, on paper, good allies that benefit both sides, but in reality, Shishabukai's identity as pirates cannot be erased. Marines hate pirates, especially Marines like Zephyr, and it is difficult for them to work with Shishibukai. To put it bluntly, Shishibukai is just a group to balance the 4 emperors and naval headquarters, and they are just temporary tools. When one of the Marines and the pirates become stronger and the balance is upset, Shishibukai will be the first to be affected and in danger of being shaken. The Marines looked at the uninvited guest warily, confused as to Mihawk's intentions. Mihawk raised his black knife at some point, the dark green blade light carried the power to tear the sky apart, and several sword energies slashed towards their respective targets. On the vast battlefield, countless targets were attacked one after another. Weber was struggling to get rid of the 2 ghost spiders when the ground beneath their feet was blasted apart by the sword light that was flying towards them. Enel stood up with his dying breath, and just as Kizaru was about to swing his sword, a gust of sword wind swept Enel directly into the sea. Heideoya changed the situation on several battlefields in a blink of an eye. After a few moves, the people from Hades and Marine suffered varying degrees of injuries. Only Neuer understood his thoughts to some extent and couldn't help but complain about it. The old drama Eagle is online. Although the government tacitly allows Shishibukai like Mihawk to interact with pirates, they have to behave impartially on the battlefield, at least in front of the Marine. Mihawk didn't care about the title of Shishibukai, but it did save him a lot of trouble. So Mihawk had to help out in a subtle way so that no one would say anything. Poor Enel, the brothers from the pirates group nearby had a hard time pulling him out. Anne, who was about to catch Robin, gnashed his teeth and looked at Hawkeye, shouting, "Hawkeye my hawk, what are you doing?" Mihawk just acted out a scene, his face not even blushing. He calmly said, "Help Marine." Ian was almost laughing out of anger, and pointed at his injured colleague on the battlefield and said, "You call this helping?" After hearing this, everyone in the Hades pirates couldn't help but shudder. The sword energy just now didn't distinguish between friend and foe, and it was impossible to tell which side it was on. Mihawk was about to speak when his face suddenly darkened. He lowered his head and turned sideways silently. A pink bullet flew past his ear. Everyone cast their eyes toward the back. The woman, who was enough to make a man dream about her for the rest of his life at a glance, was standing on the deck, like a proud fairy from out of this world. Hancock pushed her black hair behind her ears, revealing her precious snake earrings. With an undisguised pride on her charming face, she said, "Your attack hit my boat." Mihawk was stunned at first. "Really? I was in control pretty well." Then Mihawk also reacted, "So, this woman was here to cause trouble? Is this tolerable?" Mihawk held a black knife and responded with the same arrogance, "Even if I hit you, what can you do?" Hancock sneered, stretched out his slender hand, and gently placed his fingertips on his bright red lips. Then a pink bubble heart was rendered in the air. Slave arrow. Hancock pulled the bow and shot countless arrows made of pink energy, which formed a rain of arrows that covered the sky. Mihawk looked at Hancock calmly with his golden eyes, the black figure weaving in and out of the pink rain of arrows without even touching him. But the Marines nearby were not so agile. They were hit hard and their limbs instantly turned into lifeless stones. The petrified Marines fled with grimaces, but no matter where they ran, the rain of arrows behind them would always inexplicably fall around them. Mihawk blinked. Why did this approach feel so familiar? Mihawk was too lazy to think about it and just took the opportunity to help Neuer by fighting with Hancock. Hancock was secretly delighted when he saw that the usually aloof Mihawk seemed to be irritated by him. "I am a genius for helping Neuer by fighting Mihawk?" Afterwards, the two Shishibukai, who had the same goal, inexplicably started a fake fight. Sword energy and charming energy were flying all over the sea, and they could hit anywhere except the opposite side. Regardless of whether it is Marine pirates, Vice Admiral, or Weber, there is a possibility of being accidentally injured. Even Neuer was nearly hit by arrows several times, and Hawkeye's flying slash also made him run away in panic. Are these two people helping or hindering? Zephyr panted slightly, looking angrily at the two Shishibukai fighting fiercely. But they can't control Shishabukai's actions, because they don't directly oppose you. Besides, many people from the Hades pirates were also injured. The originally clearly defined battlefield was suddenly turned into a mess by these two troublemakers. The battle situation between Neuer and Zephyr has begun to become clear. Zephyr took advantage of the Seastone arm and gradually crushed Neuer's space for movement. Neuer stepped back, holding the Ghost Moro in his fist with all his strength, a strange smile on his face. The huge force finally broke through Neuer's defense. The huge steel arm grabbed Neuer's neck. Zephyr lifted him high and pressed him to the ground. Neuer was waiting for this opportunity. Zephyr thought that the Seastone restrained him, so he did not cover it with Haki. And without the isolation of armament Haki, Neuer's Amaterasu can burn everything? A demonic black flame suddenly erupted from Neuer's body, and the Seastone Crusher was immediately burned. Amaterasu continued to spread, and Zephyr's expression became solemn as he felt the abnormally high temperature. He quickly threw Neuer away and immersed his arm in the water. But what was strange was that the black fire showed no signs of extinguishing in the cold water, and even evaporated a large area of sea water. The Amaterasu black fire burned more and more fiercely, covering Zephyr's entire arm, and the entire Seastone Crusher was scrapped and could not move. Zephyr's heart sank. He covered his left hand with armament Haki, grabbed the iron arm in his right hand and pulled it down. Looking at Zephyr, who had turned back into one-armed, Neuer sneered, "How do you feel, Admiral Zephyr?" Zephyr looked at Neuer coldly. Even though he only had one arm left, he still rushed towards Neuer regardless of everything. Anne, who was fighting with Robin, saw that her teacher was at a disadvantage, so she quickly abandoned her opponent and ran over to stop Zephyr. Zephyr looked at his students and said coldly, "Get out of the way." Ian raised her head and said anxiously, "The teacher's right arm is broken. It will do you no good to fight again. Let Kizaru Admiral take care of the rest." Kizaru, who had just run away to who knows where, immediately flashed back and looked at the embarrassed Zephyr, remaining silent for a long time. Zephyr snorted and turned his head away. Neuer didn't want to delay any longer, so he smiled and said to the two of them, "You two, I'd better take my leave now." Kizaru narrowed his eyes and said in a tone that deserved a beating, "Do you think you can leave?" Neuer chuckled, raised his hand and released a large cloud of black fog towards the sea ahead, then shouted to the members of the Hades pirates, "Brothers, enter the underworld." When everyone got the news, they all abandoned their opponents and boarded all the ships to head into the black fog, completely ignoring the artillery fire behind them. Neuer activated the speed of Flash, quickly moved around the battlefield, and picked up Robin and others. Weber transformed into a giant wind god pterosaur and flew towards the black fog. Neuer stood on him and challenged Zephyr and the others. "With this ability, you can't catch up with me." If Neuer had used the Yellow Spring River at the beginning, a seasoned warrior like Zephyr would definitely not have been fooled, but now, Zephyr and all the Marines were furious with the pirates, and their knowledge of the Yellow Spring River was probably limited to the portal, and they would never have thought that there would be a space inside. Therefore, the Marine will definitely not let Neuer escape easily. After all, the deadline given by the government is approaching. As expected, after hearing Neuer's taunting, the Marines knew that he was going to use the group escape ability again, and they all became restless. "Chase them, don't let them escape." Neuer looked at the large group of Marines following behind him and couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile. "Once you enter the underworld, that is your territory." Looking at the Marines rushing towards the black fog, Kizaru suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. Kizaru quickly yelled, "Don't chase. Be careful, it's a scam." As he spoke, Kizaru turned into a flash of light and flew out. Neuer, who was observing from the dark, quickly retracted the black mist and isolated Kizaru. Kizaru looked at the sea where the black fog had dissipated, and his uneasiness became more and more obvious. A part of the Marine troops led by Mr. Zephyr were taken away by the black fog. Among Marines, Kizaru and Neuer have fought the most times. Based on his understanding of Neuer, this is definitely a deliberate trap. Huashaishin Vice Admiral did not follow Zephyr and the others. As a moderate who stood on Aokiji's side, he was always calm. Huashaishin looked at Kizaru hesitantly and said, "What should we do, Admiral? I don't know where Neuer took Zephyr instructor and the others." Kizaru scratched his head and said helplessly, "Let's give this information to the Marshal first and let him make the judgment. And what's wrong with those two Shishibukai who are at loggerheads with each other? My hawk may have attacked Neuer because he was a swordsman and wanted to spar with him. Why did the Empress come?" In the outside world, Kizaru sent people to guard the place where the black fog appeared, and at the same time quickly delivered the news to Sengoku at the headquarters. Neuer had just come out of the Yellow Springs River, and before the fight was over, he went back again, and was surrounded. But this time, Huangquan River finally welcomed a real outsider. The Marines that rushed into the black fog came to the underworld. The dark yellow boundless sea, the sky covered with dark clouds, everything was so mysterious. Momozaki followed Zephyr into the underworld, and only then did she feel a little regretful. Unexpectedly, there was a space in the black fog. Marine's previous judgment of the black fog had always been that it was some kind of ability with teleportation function. This would be exactly what Neuer wanted. Momuzagi looked around anxiously, and suddenly found a large shadow in the distance, with a ship slowly sailing out from under the shadow. And on the dark yellow sea in front of the thriller bark, there was actually a person standing. Neuer is there. Momuzagi pointed over there and exclaimed, and all the marines immediately turned their eyes to Neuer. Neuer stood alone on the sea, one hand behind his back and the other pointing at the marine in the distance. In Neuer's world, no one can defeat him? Zephyr looked at Neuer, who was standing alone against the enemy, in surprise. Just as he was about to say something, his feet suddenly began to tremble violently. Under several marine ships, the dead water suddenly began to surge, and the strong impact of the water flow directly swept all the marines into the air. The warship was overturned, and many marine soldiers lost their balance and fell into the abyss with horror on their faces. However, what happened next overturned their imagination. All the people who fell into the sea did not sink but stood steadily on the sea. Yin said in doubt, "What's the situation in the sea area?" Zephyr carefully observed the marines' expressions and immediately shouted, "They don't look right. Don't look at the water for too long." Neuer smiled coldly and said, "It's useless." As he spoke, Neuer raised his hand out of thin air, as if it had turned into a baton, controlling the yellow springs to rush out of the sea. Several water columns rolled up and instantly destroyed the marine warships, and a large number of marines fell into the underworld. Neuer continued to control the yellow spring water, enveloping the marines and turning them into mindless puppets. Zephyr gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, stepped on the sea water, and rushed over with his only remaining arm. Neuer looked at him indifferently, as if he was looking at a clown. Then, the yellow spring under Zephyr's feet lost its buoyancy, and Zephyr, who had been standing on the sea surface, fell into the deep sea. Zephyr sank into the dark sea, and the terrifying water pressure was instantly applied to him, making it impossible for him to swim. When Anne saw her teacher being thrown into the sea, she ran over anxiously to save him. But no matter how hard she tried, the yellow spring water was like a wall and she could not get in no matter what. Neuer watched the scene expressionlessly and said, "It's useless. I set the rules on this sea." Anne raised her head with red eyes, waving a pink light with one hand and drawing a famous sword with the other hand to kill Neuer. Neuer raised a finger, and the sea water under his feet gushed out directly, turning into a water wall to block Anne's slash. At this moment, Neuer felt a chill behind him, and Momuzagi raised a knife and wiped it towards Neuer's neck with a cold face. Neuer sighed and said, "He really has a short memory." Without any movement, Neuer's figure suddenly disappeared, and in his place appeared Anne, who had been replaced. Anne was startled and quickly blocked Momuzagi's attack and stepped aside. Neuer also raised his hands, and the calm yellow spring sea was suddenly hit by a huge tsunami. The terrifying tsunami swallowed up all the struggling marines. At this point, all the pursuing marines were deprived of consciousness by Huang Quan. Seeing that they had lost consciousness, Neuer waved his hands and pulled all the marines up again, and shouted to the terrifying ship behind him, "Tie them up. Tell the marine to pay the ransom." After saying that, Huang Quan Shui transported all the marine officers and moved the prisoners onto the ship. Neuer clenched his fists in comfort. After adapting to the Yellow Spring River these days, he could already freely manipulate the rules of this world. It's a pity that I didn't expect to run into marine this time, and my cards were exposed in advance. Otherwise, with this ability, it would be easy to trap the 4 emperors. Zephyr was able to follow Neuer into the Yellow Springs River because of a mistake in intelligence. If this ability is exposed in the future, it will probably be difficult to lure them into the trap. Neuer returned to the thriller bark, and the unconscious marine captives were thrown into the castle's prison by their Hades companions. It looked like Delo was seriously injured again, and Neuer was quite speechless about this. If Yuxiao hadn't joined, Enel would at least be the second strongest force in the Hades pirates, but after every battle, he would always be the one who suffered the most injuries. Enel, who was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, looked at Neuer aggrievedly. Neuer patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Thank you for your hard work. When you are well again, go to the treasury and pick out some things for yourself. If you say this, then I won't be sleepy anymore." Enel's pupils suddenly flashed with lightning, and he turned into lightning and ran away dragging his broken body. Speak as much as you can." Enel's incoherent words were left in the wind, leaving Neuer alone and disheveled, not knowing what to say. Ignoring Enel's idiot, Neuer considered his next plan. The Yellow Spring River does not have the function of teleportation, so if you go out, you will still appear in the same place, but now the outside is probably surrounded by Kizuru. Is it possible to threaten marine only through Zephyr? Neuer thought about it seriously for a moment and suddenly remembered something. It seems that the celestial dragons for today have not been killed yet. In the sea not far from Sabayati Archipelago, just where the black fog disappeared, it was now surrounded by 3 layers of marine. Kizuru hadn't received any news from Zephyr for a long time, so he couldn't help but wonder what the function of this black fog was. If he was teleported to a certain place, why didn't Marshal Sengoku receive any eyewitness information? Kizuru felt more and more uneasy. The appearance of so many marines in various parts of the world would definitely cause some movement, unless they did not come out of the black fog at all. Kizuru was shocked and was about to return to the headquarters to find Sengoku to report his ideas. But at this moment, the mysterious black smoke emerged from the sea again, and Neuer's figure appeared from it. The Devilman is back? The marines surrounding this place nervously raised their flintlock rifles, and the cannons on the warships were also aimed at Neuer. Neuer looked at the vigilant crowd, and took out a mirror from the boat without paying attention to anyone else. There was a flash of light in the mirror, and an ugly fat man was released. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. It was celestial dragons again. Because celestial dragons is in Neuer's hands, Marine has been cautious and cannot use many of its tactics. Neuer held the knife to celestial dragon's neck. The fat man was frightened by the cold touch and kowtowed for mercy. The celestial dragons were all very arrogant at first, but now they finally see the truth. One by one, his compatriots died in different ways at the feet of this man, but he still had no intention of stopping. Only then did they realize that if they continued like this, they would be the ones to die. The Lord of the Underworld had no taboos at all and would kill anyone he wanted. Kizaru looked at the usually arrogant celestial dragons who were now busy kowtowing and wanted to laugh but had to hold it back. This group of cancerous cells finally met their nemesis. Neuer held the celestial dragons hostage and negotiated with the leader Kizaru. I'll give you a suggestion. Let me go. Kizaru spread his hands and said helplessly, I can't make the decision on this. I also have a suggestion for you. How about releasing Mr. Zephyr and the others first? Neuer laughed dumbly, and threw out a ball of light from the yellow spring mirror in his hand again, and the familiar tall man was thrown out. Kizaru looked at Zephyr, whose eyes were empty and unresponsive, and his face darkened as he asked, What did you do to him? Neuer waved his hand and said, Just make him unconscious. Neuer reached his hand into the yellow spring mirror and pulled out the black knife Chu Shui that he had looted from the terror ship, and placed the blade on Zephyr's neck. 2 knives were placed against the necks of Zephyr and celestial dragons respectively. Neuer smiled like a bad guy and said, How about we play a game? Kizaru had a bad feeling and asked, What do you want to do? Neuer pressed the 2 men's necks and said, Choose one to die. I will return the other to you intact. Kizaru felt cold sweat on his back, pretending to be indifferent, and said, Is there a plan to keep both of them alive? Neuer smiled sinisterly, showing his fangs, and said, There is a plan to kill both of them. Kizaru covered his head, quickly calculating in his mind if he could get the 2 back quickly. It is easy to judge whether the flash is faster or the sword is faster. Even if the opponent is the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye, Kizaru has a chance of retaking the hostage. But if the opponent is also a sparkling fruit user, then it's all over. Neuer saw how conflicted he was and said with a smile, Why don't I help you make the choice? As they spoke, Gameluo and Chu Shui exerted force at the same time, and the blades cut their skin. The celestial dragons was so scared that they let out a miserable cry. Kizaru quickly shouted, Stop. But I need to report to Marshal Zhan. Neuer was stunned. Tell Sengoku? This is good. If he protects Zephyr he will offend the government. If the government protects celestial dragons it will chill Sengoku's heart. Neuer, who was just watching the fun, said with a smile, Go ahead and report. Kizaru had no choice but to report the news directly to Sengoku and let the marshal make the final decision. Soon, Sengoku of Naval Headquarters received the news, and coincidentally, the news soon reached the ears of 5 elders. And so, the 2 sides started arguing again. Save the world's nobles first. The 5 elders made an unquestionable decision, no more celestial dragons can die. Save as many as you can. Sengoku felt a little disappointed for his old comrade and said, Isn't Zephyr's life a life? He also contributed everything he had in the marine. The old man did not back down and said indifferently, Zephyr's arm is broken, and his strength is no longer as strong as before. We don't need to waste resources on him. Does that mean that even if Zephyr dies, it won't be a big loss? Sengoku's suppressed emotions finally burst out, and he yelled, Bullshit. Zephyr shouldn't die. On the Den Mushi side, someone seemed to hold down the old man who was talking, and someone else said, Sengoku, calm down. Sengoku tried his best to calm himself down and whispered, I'm sorry, I was rude, but I have to consider the safety of my old friend. The old man from the 5 elders was a little more gentle, not paying any attention to Sengoku's so-called disrespect, and said, Next, what are you going to do? Sengoku calmed down and once again showed his talent as the resourceful general, analyzing. Fundamentally speaking, the Devilman's words are not credible at all. A pirate cannot guarantee the life of any hostage. Even if he lets them go, he still has the lives of so many celestial dragons in his hands. Who knows if he will continue to threaten us? The 5 elders listened carefully to his analysis and said, Then, what should we do next? Sengoku fell silent, plans running through his mind. We need to save Zephyr and a large number of marines, and more than 30 celestial dragons. If he only protects one side, Sengoku can do it, but if he protects both sides, use our method to recruit Neuer as a Shishibukai. Seeing that Sengoku remained silent, the 5 elders expressed their opinions. Sengoku was shocked and was about to open his mouth to object, but then an idea slowly appeared in his mind. Sengoku's expression was a little complicated, and he said tentatively, I want to save the person first, put forward conditions, and relax Neuer's vigilance. When the old man heard this, he understood what Sengoku meant and said, You want to pretend to recruit Neuer and then take action after rescuing him. Sengoku gritted his teeth and said, Now that we have him, we won't have any scruples. The prerequisite is that Neuer must agree to the conditions and keep his promise to release the person. The old man added calmly, and Sengoku already understood, and responded, After he releases the people, he will definitely be smart enough to do something to those people. We just need to be more careful. This is the last chance, we must hit the target with one strike. The 5 elders were silent for a moment, and then said after a long while, "If we don't handle this properly, we won't be able to rescue Zephyr and the celestial dragons, and there's a risk that Neuer will become our enemy completely. You are only given one chance to come up with this idea. If any risks arise, you will be responsible for it yourself." Behind his black round-framed glasses, Sengoku's usually calm eyes were fierce and full of hostility as he whispered, "Even for Akaina and Aokiji, I can't let the Devilman have it easy." On the shore of Sabayati Archipelago, the atmosphere on the sea was a little weird at this time. Neuer held the 2 knives like he was practicing martial arts. He did this for almost a whole day and his hands were almost sore, but there was still no movement from the marine side. Marine surrounded himself, and after telling Sengoku the news, the guards not only did not relax, but became stricter. Even the old thief Kizuro was staring at him the whole time, and even when he was taking a nap he kept one eye open and staring at Neuer. Neuer was so angry that he wanted to curse and almost turned into a flash of light and slipped away. The talent system copies the devil fruit, and the opponent's fruit development process is also copied, so Neuer's shining ability is actually similar to Kizuro's, except for its application. The difference is that although Kizuro has developed the ability of shining to ultimate, there is still a little room for improvement, while Neuer has none at all. In short, as long as he gets rid of Kizuro, no one on the marine side can stop him. So Neuer was not afraid of Kizuro asking for help. He had been at sea for nearly a year, and although he didn't have many other skills, he was a top-notch runner. Neuer called out the people from the underworld. Lucci looked at Neuer, whose movements were stiff, and couldn't help laughing. "Captain, what are you doing?" Neuer's mouth trembled twice, and he said, "Stop talking nonsense, stand in for me for a while, don't let Kizuro find a chance." Lucci shrugged and grabbed the celestial dragons by the neck, while Weber held up Zephyr with the autumn water. Neuer finally freed his hands, and Robin put a coat on him considerately and asked, "What's the situation now?" Robin understood Neuer's thoughts. He had many ways to escape the encirclement, but he definitely wanted to gain some benefits. As expected, Neuer squatted on the deck, looking across the sea at the marine stationed on the shore, and said with a sly smile, "I want to use Zephyr to get some benefits from the marine." Robin looked at him speechlessly and said, "What do you want?" "We are not short of money now." During Operation Heavenly Gold, the Hades pirates had accumulated a large fortune, so that every member had no problem with food, drink, entertainment, and most importantly, training. Neuer nodded and said thoughtfully, "Marine has something that I am a little jealous of." Robin asked doubtfully, "What good things can Marine have that can attract you?" "A humanoid war weapon called the Pacifist. Have you heard of it?" Neuer looked at Robin, and Robin asked confusedly, "No, I've never heard of it." Lucci also shook his head and said, "I haven't heard of it either. Even in CP9, this kind of news is not something I can know." Neuer scratched his head. What was going on? Hadn't the bear been transformed by Vegapunk yet? Even if there is no such thing at this point, it's almost time for a pacifist to appear. The level of technological development in the pirates' world is extremely polarized. The Marines used flintlock rifles that could only fire a few times at a time, the warships were equipped with ordinary cannons, and the scientific level of the people was also very average. But there is a person whose brain is 500 years ahead of the world, and all kinds of black technologies are emerging one after another. There is no need to say much about the pacifist. Frankie's own transformation and the Vinsmoke family's combat suits are all technological weapons that are ahead of the world. The Iron Man suit blueprints that Neuer had obtained before, if manufactured, would also be a good way to mass-produce combat power. If pacifists had not been born, Neuer would have had no examples or experience to draw on. Neuer's evil intentions started to come out again. Rather than snatching a pacifist, it seemed more reliable to directly snatch a highly intelligent person. Vegapunk is so heavily protected by the government that even if we threaten Zephyr for negotiation, it is unlikely to come over. The rest of the scientists. In addition to Vegapunk, Vinsmoke Judge and Caesar are both talented and can be considered for capture. But in this case, what exactly should I blackmail Marine for? Just when Neuer was confused, the people sent by the naval headquarters finally arrived. Several high-level God-tier secret agents wearing white suits and masks came to the Marine position and looked at Neuer on the opposite side. Kizuru raised an eyebrow at the person who came. It was not a Marine sent by the Marshal, but a CP0 directly assigned by the government to handle the matter. Is the Marshal compromising with the government? Kizuru drove a warship, carrying the masked man led by CP0, towards Neuer. Neuer saw Kizuru coming over with someone, and walked in front of Lucci and Weber, put his hands in his pockets and looked at the masked man coldly. Robin was beside him, like a sexy little secretary. The masked man looked at Neuer and his gang who showed no fear at all and suddenly felt that they were in trouble. This kind of person who is not afraid of government authority is what CP0 least wants to meet. Neuer looked at the newcomers and smiled. "It seems that you have already made a judgment. Should we decide to let one person die, or sit down and discuss terms?" The masked man secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the devil man was not a fool who only wanted to kill someone. As long as he wants benefits, then there is something to talk about. The masked man was not too arrogant, but he also did not lose face. He said calmly, "The latter, Mr. Devilman." Neuer smiled gently, waved his hand and threw out ice particles, creating 2 rows of chairs on the sea. The two parties sat down opposite each other, which was quite like a major negotiation after the World War. Neuer leaned his hand against his face and said first, Marine has been chasing me like crazy for so long, can we just stop for a while? Under the CP0 mask, the man twitched his lips slightly. Why is the government hunting you down? Don't you have any idea? Neuer kidnapped celestial dragons to use as amulets, and frequently fended off the ensuing retaliation, so the government became numb to it. Faced with such an elusive, ruthless opponent who does not take the government's threat seriously, the government can only accept its fate. The masked man calmed down and said in a serious tone, Mr. Devilman, we would like you to release all celestial dragons and the marines led by Zephyr. For this, we will pay conditions that will satisfy you. Have they come up with the terms themselves? What terms can redeem Zephyr and the others? Neuer asked with interest, tell me, maybe I can be satisfied. The masked man took out a dark gold embossed post, handed it to Neuer and said, the government invites Mr. Devilman to join Shishibukai and take the seat left by Gecko Moria. Neuer was stunned. He had already burned Marijois, killed so many celestial dragons, and fought against Marine for so long, and he even invited him to become a Shishibukai. Neuer himself found it funny. How could they tolerate this? Are they crazy? The old man Kizuru reported to Sengoku, but the one who dealt with him was CP0. Did he give in? This is unlikely. Neuer looked at the masked man thoughtfully, feeling that there was something wrong with Sengoku's plan. As for Neuer's own opinion, he thinks being a Shishibukai has all the benefits and no harm. To put it bluntly, Shishibukai is a temporary group that balances the two major forces in the world, and it will be disbanded sooner or later when the time comes. In the original work, the pirates became more rampant after the Summit War, and the Marine side won a great victory, reaching its peak reputation. The status of Shishibukai became particularly embarrassing, and Fujitora proposed to cancel it soon after. Then, it succeeded smoothly. Before Shishibukai is attacked by some marine justice activist, Neuer would like to use this privilege to do something legal. If Neuer becomes a Shishibukai, he will have the legal right to plunder, official pursuits and troubles will be cancelled, and he can even ask the Marine to help him with many things. What he paid for was the reputation and influence that the government needed. If a major incident occurs, I have to help Marine. But of course, how much effort you put in depends on yourself, such as a certain eagle-eyed man. With the title of Shishibukai, it would be easy for him to find Neutrum himself, and he would also have the legal rights to rebuild the empire, just like Mingo. Although he liked this offer very much, Neuer did not show it. He said to the masked man, just for this one benefit, you want to redeem Zephyr and the celestial dragons. The masked man secretly thought it was difficult to deal with, and quickly said, no, the invitation from Shishibukai is just one of the options. We will pay Bailey to redeem the hostages in your hands. Bailey. Neuer was a little uninterested, and then he heard the masked man say, however, 10 billion for a celestial dragon is really a sky-high price, the government wants to change it. Neuer narrowed his eyes and asked, how much do you want to change it to? By the way, what about those Marines? The masked man thought for a moment and said, including the Marines, all hostages are worth 1 billion Baileys each, excluding Marine soldiers without ranks. Neuer nearly flipped the table over, he couldn't believe his ears. 10 billion becomes 10 billion, that's even more cruel than cutting it in half? Where did the world government come from? Did they come here to disgust us? The masked man was also a little helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Neuer, the kidnapping maniac, had captured too many people? He quickly calmed Neuer down and complained, sir, calm down. You are asking for too much. It is really difficult for us to come up with 10 billion. Neuer's face drooped. No money? Although Neuer didn't intend to sell each one for 10 billion at the beginning, but how much does Celestial Dragons spend on food, drink, and entertainment every year? You are just fooling beggars with 1 billion. With this little money, I can just sell a few devil fruits. Neuer sneered and said, I can offer no price for a Marine without a rank, but you'd better think about it again. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that these hostages can walk out alive. Sweat broke out on the masked man's forehead as he thought back to the list Sengoku had given him, plus the remaining 34 celestial dragons. There were 9 Marines of the rank of General and Lieutenant captured by Neuer, plus Zephyr, a senior Marine, a total of 10 people. Neuer has 44 hostages. If he really wants to ransom each of them for 10 billion, the masked man didn't even dare to calculate how much money it would cost. He gritted his teeth and sweated profusely as he said, 5 billion per person. We can't afford any more money. Neuer curled his lips, crying poor. He knew that the government had wanted to buy op fruit for 5 billion Baileys, but it was later eaten up by Luo. Neuer just didn't believe that with just their limited assets, hundreds of years of accumulation couldn't buy back 44 Luos. Although the initiative is in his hands, Neuer doesn't want to push too hard. After all, if the 5 elders were really determined to get those few silver coins, they would probably ignore the safety of celestial dragons and Zephyr and fight to the death with him. Neuer held out his right hand, gestured, and said, that's 9 billion. Lucci looked at his boss helplessly. The other party wanted him to give the government a way out, but the way Neuer gave was a little steep, right? The masked man's face turned red, but unfortunately no one could see it. The government tasked itself with persuading Neuer to join the Shishibukai and then discuss the ransom. Judging from Neuer's expression, the first item should be easy, but the second item will be difficult. The government only gives me this much budget. If I go too far, 5 elders might not be able to resist and release Sengoku, who is about to kill Red Eyes. The masked man gritted his teeth and said with a trembling voice, 7 billion. It can't be any higher. Neuer was a little surprised. Judging from his expression, the government really didn't have that much money, right? Although the world government supports Marines all over the world, secret service agencies CP0 to 9, and celestial dragons in the Holy Land, the money spent may be a bit too much. But with the heavenly gold donated by countries all over the world, Maine should, probably not be short of it, right? Neuer suddenly remembered that this year's gold didn't seem to go into the government's pocket, but was robbed by himself. Well, it suddenly makes sense that the government has no savings. Neuer suppressed his laughter and deliberately hesitated for a moment, causing the masked man to collapse and almost awaken conquerors, before he finally nodded and agreed. Since the world government is so proactive, 7 billion is barely acceptable. Although the deal was done, the masked man was still dizzy and had bloodline faintly flowing from the corners of his mouth. 7 billion, how much is the bounty for a 4 emperors? If the masked man still had a trace of sanity left, he would have definitely gone up to fight Neuer to the death, regardless of whether he could defeat Neuer or not. The ransom of the celestial dragons and the bounty of the 4 emperors, if it were the masked man, he would definitely spend the money on the latter. Neuer was still unsatisfied. Although he had practiced with Nami often before, today was the first time he discussed big business with someone, and it felt pretty good. The masked man finally calmed down. His straight back was somewhat hunched for some reason, and his voice was also quite old. Mr. Devilman, when are we going to exchange hostages? Neuer shook his head and smiled. No hurry, I'll talk about it when I get to a safe place. The masked man said in a surprised voice, Mr. Devilman, you don't want to regret it, do you? Neuer rolled his eyes. How could he regret it when he hadn't even paid? Wait for me when you send the money and publish the news about Shishibukai in the newspaper. I will tell you how to exchange hostages. The masked man's expression became even worse. If Neuer continued to take the initiative and arrange everything himself, it was unknown whether the Marine Marshal's plan could be implemented. It seems that Sengoku's revenge plan is about to fail before it is even arranged. This demon man is just like a fox, he is so alert. The masked man was almost resigned to his fate, and he began to waver in his heart about the future of the government. Is it really the right choice to recruit such a terrible criminal who has no fear of the world as a Shishibukai? Neuer and the government finally reached an agreement on the terms. In the near future, Marine will probably not take any action against him. However, Neuer did not believe that Sengoku would give in easily. Although he was called the resourceful general, he was not a wimp and was easily defeated by Neuer. Neuer and the Hades group breathed a sigh of relief after watching the Marines led by Kizuro slowly retreat. If you don't have your own foundation, it's not easy to be hunted by Marine at such a high intensity. The reason why the Straw Hat crew was so calm when being hunted was largely because the Marine did not take it seriously. Otherwise, let alone the Admiral, just sending a Vice Admiral would be enough to make them suffer. The short and fierce battle ended quickly, and in the end Neuer captured Zephyr alive and forced the Marine to retreat. The forces watching on the Sabayati archipelago were all a little frightened. A former Admiral and an Admiral, how did Neuer win? Amid the awe-inspiring gazes of the residents of Sabayati, Neuer landed on the island and found a hotel to stay in. At the same time, the brothers from the pirates group were sent to drive the ship away and find a professional coding master on the island. Neuer also specifically reminded that if you meet a very elegant old man with silver hair and glasses, remember to come back and report to him. Of course, what Neuer wanted to find was Pluton Rayleigh. He had been in Sabayati archipelago for such a long time, but he hadn't found Shucky's store, and he hadn't even seen Rayleigh. The system upgrade is still a long way off, so Neuer is taking this opportunity to prepare for many things in the future. Shirahashi's talent, Rayleigh's talent, and... Just as Neuer was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door and a familiar voice rang out. Captain, the 9 Snakes pirates are visiting, and their captain, Boa Hancock, wants to see you. Neuer was stunned for a moment, then the corner of his mouth curled up. Isn't this delivered to my door? Neuer hasn't even gotten Empress Hancock's talents and acquaintance rewards yet. The person outside the door was the old fishman Pufu. Although he didn't want to be a pirate, he just wanted to follow Neuer and be a butler to handle chores, so we just went along with him. Neuer told Puff, take them to the hall. I'll be there in a minute. Pufu retreated in response, and Neuer also adjusted his state to prepare to deal with the Empress. Neuer knew what Hancock was going to ask him, but he cared more about what benefits the system could bring him. Neuer walked out of the room and headed downstairs to the reception hall. This luxury hotel on the island has been requisitioned by Neuer. The hotel owner doesn't seem to be a good person either. When he heard that Neuer needed the hotel, he didn't even dare to ask for the money and just ran away. Living in the Sabayati archipelago, anyone who does big business has come across the slave trade, but this is exactly what the Hades pirates are most afraid of. The hotel was filled with Neuer's own people inside and outside. On the soft sofa in the lobby, the sexy and enchanting Empress sat on the sofa, looking at Neuer who was approaching calmly. As Neuer got closer, even Hancock, who had seen many storms, was a little stunned. This man has a good appearance. Hancock secretly commented in his heart that being praised as the most beautiful in the world proved that Neuer was indeed very good looking. With the added bonus of the overlord of the other world talent, Neuer's temperament is now shrouded in a veil of mystery, seeming to be there and not there. Hancock's performance was not very obvious, but the crew behind him was a bit embarrassing. After all, they are the people of the Kingdom of Women. If they hadn't joined the Nine Snakes pirates, God knows when they would have been able to see a man. There were whispers from the crew behind Hancock. What a handsome man. Look at his eyes. His mouth is so sexy, I really want to open it and take a look. You bunch of perverts. Stop staring at people's faces. I think Devilman-sama has a nice figure, especially. Shut up. Hancock yelled angrily behind him, and the girls who were about to run over his face stopped talking. Neuer sat down across from Hancock and asked straight to the point, Boa Hancock, what is your purpose in looking for me? Hawkeye previously teamed up with Hancock to help Neuer mess up the battlefield, and then left without saying goodbye, which is very Hawkeye style. Instead, it was Hancock who waited until Neuer had finished talking to the government before visiting him in person. Hancock had a complicated expression. Although he was mentally prepared, he still didn't know how to start the conversation when he met the person. Being captured and made a slave was the scar Hancock least wanted to reveal. It was the biggest and deepest scar in her heart. Now that she was suddenly asked to reveal this scar and tell it to outsiders, no one could open their mouth. Hancock didn't know what to say, and Neuer couldn't say it for her. If he did that, it would alert Hancock again. Neuer and Hancock fell into an eerie silence, one thinking about how to start the conversation, the other admiring the beautiful legs. The legs are so pretty, the Empress's appearance is another matter, but her figure is absolutely stunning. Even Robin can't compare to her. She is at least 1.9 meters tall, just enough to reach Neuer's chest. In this comparison, Haki's Empress looks a bit like its Tsundere little princess. The whole hall could hear a pin drop. Hancock's sister Marigrode blinked her eyes and asked her second sister, You said, isn't it possible that Oni-sama has a crush on Devilman-sama? Sandersonia looked at her in surprise and hesitated, No way. But now that you mention it, this man is actually quite good. He is both strong and handsome, and is no worse than Oni-sama. Although the two sisters' voices were soft, Neuer and Hancock, with their well-developed senses, could hear them clearly. Neuer looked at the two girls from Sandersonia jokingly. The two sisters felt their hearts fluttering when he stared at them. Hancock held his forehead and sighed, intending to start from the beginning, and said, I want to ask you a question. How did you kidnap the celestial dragons? During the previous confrontation with Marine, Hancock saw Neuer throw celestial dragons out of a mirror and expertly threaten the government. Kidnapping celestial dragons led to Marine's pursuit, which was a reasonable reason Hancock came up with. The previous news about Sabayati Archipelago should also be true, which means that Neuer has tied up at least 2 celestial dragons. What a daring man. Neuer smiled faintly and said, How to kidnap? Of course, we kidnap them in places where there are the most celestial dragons. Hancock suddenly felt a chill in her heart. The place with the most celestial dragons was the Holy Land where her childhood shadow was buried, Mariejoy's. You broke into Mariejoy's and kidnapped 2 celestial dragons. Hancock couldn't suppress his inner shock and screamed, and the girls behind him didn't even dare to breathe. It's time to pretend again. The familiar background music sounded, and Neuer almost had a cigarette. He said pretentiously, To be precise, there are not 2. I captured 37 celestial dragons alive during the Mariejoy's riot. 37 celestial dragons. Hancock opened his red lips slightly, looking at Neuer who was talking nonsense, and was stunned. Is this guy bragging? He kidnapped 37 celestial dragons and is still alive? Hancock's expression turned cold. Neuer knew she didn't believe it, so he shrugged and said, It's normal that you don't believe it. For normal people, it is impossible to take this kind of news seriously, right? Since he had nothing to do, Neuer asked his men to bring 2 cups of tea and slowly explained the whole story. It is not something that is easy to hide. Only common people and cowardly people regard it as a taboo. Neuer recounted the causes and consequences of the riot in Mariejoy's, and the Empress's expression changed from indifferent at the beginning, to astonishment later, and then to shock at the end. The demon man Neuer actually imitated the feat of the fish-man tiger many years ago and freed most of the slaves in Mariejoy's. No, in some ways, Neuer's move this time even surpassed Tiger's. Because Mariejoy's is no longer the same as it was many years ago. The guards and support are very strong, and it is not something that can be accomplished with just passion and brute force. But unfortunately, Neuer escaped from the hands of the 2 admirals. If it were Hancock himself, he would never be able to do so well. The devil man is so powerful, Hancock marvels at the terrifying strength of Neuer. Neuer was somewhat helpless. It was certainly not easy to survive the joint attack of 2 admirals. But the 2 who fought against Neuer at that time were Kizuro who was paddling the whole time and hardly took any action, and Aokiji who was restrained by Amaterasu. Even so, Neuer and his companions escaped in such a miserable way. Those senior travelers who were invincible at the beginning would definitely laugh at them. Hancock looked at Pufa next to Neuer and said hesitantly, Then he and your pirates are also. Neuer nodded and admitted openly, Yes, they were slaves before, but now they have abandoned their past and come under my protection. When Hancock heard the word slave, her body trembled instinctively. These are the 2 words that the 3 sisters are most reluctant to hear. The word hard work has almost become their inner demon. They will not allow anyone to mention it, including themselves. Neuer saw Hancock lower his head and asked curiously, What's wrong with you? Hancock's originally bright and beautiful face had a complicated expression at this moment, and he said lightly, "It's okay." Puff frowned. Hancock's reaction to those two words reminded him of his compatriots who had just been rescued by the captain. Could it be that the rumored most beautiful woman in the world was once? Puffa was startled, and quickly took a step forward, leaned down slightly, and whispered in Neuer's ear, "Captain, I think Lord Hancock is not quite right. How about you talk to him in private?" The Empress definitely didn't come to see her boss to ask about Marie-Joyce, and considering her reaction, PF was very sure that what they were going to talk about next was not something someone of his level could listen to. Neuer finally understood and tried to make his voice gentler, saying to her, "Boya, can we talk alone?" Hancock looked up in surprise and asked, "What did you call me just now?" Neuer looked awkward, scratched his head and said, "Boya, you don't mind me calling you that, do you?" In his previous life, Neuer often called the Empress this when chatting with his friends, which made him seem more intimate. At that time, Neuer often held Hancock's action figure and shouted in a very childish way, "This is my wife. Don't peek at Boa. I'll petrify you." Thinking back on his early illness, Neuer wishes he could roll himself up into a ball and flush it down the toilet. So now that Neuer sees Hancock being acquired, he doesn't feel excited at all, but he does feel like he has a heart attack. However, in Hancock's eyes, Neuer's current behavior was like that of a shy big boy. Apart from that, although his eyes were not very honest, they were barely clean. Hancock, who always hated men, did not feel any disgust towards this man, but only an inexplicable feeling. This feeling is similar to a kind of vague admiration. Perhaps it's because Neuer has saved slaves, fought against the government, and killed celestial dragons, all of which are things Hancock wants to do but doesn't dare to do. Hancock's lips curled up calmly, and he said calmly, "It's okay, just call me that." Neuer nodded happily. In the original book, Hancock seemed to have a bad temper, but after getting to know him, he seemed quite gentle. "It's just that as a woman, my aura is a little too strong." Just then, the system's voice suddenly rang, startling Neuer. "Meet an important person. Rewards have been issued. Peach Blossom Eyes, Universal Talent Copy Card *1. Isn't the system in hibernation after the upgrade? Can the rewards still be issued?" Neuer tried to call the system, but got no response. It seems that except for affecting the use of the copy function, system hibernation can passively enable other functions. Neuer nodded in satisfaction and turned his attention to the reward given to him by the system. Peach Blossom Eyes. Neuer is a little disgusted. This name sounds quite feminine. However, when Neuer saw the function of this skill, he immediately became interested. Peach Blossom Eyes. The host's eyes can automatically transform into peach blossom eyes. As long as the enemy's eyes make contact with the peach blossom eyes and they are attracted to the host, they will be immediately drawn into the illusion. Finally, I would like to remind the host that the contents of the illusion are beyond the host's control, and it is easy for some subtle things to happen. The host can experience it for himself. Neuer ignored the system's reminder. Just looking at the effect of this skill, it was simply heaven-defying. There is an alien overlord who is crazy about improving his appearance and charm, plus peach blossom eyes. It is hard to say whether he is of the same S*X. There is no doubt about her influence on the opposite S*X. Whoever she glares at will become hallucinogenic. The petrifying power of peach blossom eyes and the Empress sweet fruit have the same triggering conditions. The effect can be activated as long as the enemy's heart is slightly touched. This ability may be useless for ordinary people, but for the Empress, a natural beauty, it is too easy to activate this ability. As for what happened in the introduction, the system didn't say it was dangerous, so nothing big should go wrong, right? Although he had a bad feeling, Neuer still couldn't imagine what bad could happen. Find someone to experiment with it later, and don't use untested abilities on Robin and the others. By the way, Momuzagi and N, it's okay if they are enemies, I'll try it another day. Neuer took Hancock to a side room off the hall, which served as a reception room. Outside, the old fishman Puffa was entertaining the noisy 9 snake girls with a stern face. As soon as Neuer entered the door, he threw the system's detection on the Empress, and a series of talents appeared in front of him. Name, Hancock. Peerless beauty charm, golden quality, possessing one of the most beautiful faces in the entire world. As she ages, her face and figure will become more alluring. Her charm reaches its peak after the age of 25, and men's resistance to her beauty decreases by 50% to 100% depending on the situation. Snake Princess, red quality. As a woman she is meticulous and patient. She has the demeanor of the king of snakes. Her physique has the softness and toughness of a snake. Her efficiency in practicing physical skills crushes the women in the world, and at the same time she has a deeper understanding of haki. She is bound to encounter great disasters in life, but she will definitely survive. After the disaster, conquerors will definitely awaken and upgrade. Demonic host sweet, red quality. After eating the Paramecia devil fruit, the body is host to the power of the devil's favor, and can charm and petrify enemies. Spurned by the sea, purple talent. While gaining the power of the devil, one is also cursed by the devil. The curse will make the sea hate it, and when encountering sea water, one will become powerless and unable to actively use abilities. As Neuer expected, Hancock's talents were only available to women. Even if the system's copy function was still there, it would not be able to copy anything useful. However, from the talents displayed by the system, it can be seen that Hancock's talents are actually reflected in the bonus of appearance. The only talent that provides pure combat bonus is Snake Queens. So from this point of view, Hancock's fighting style fully utilizes his talents, mainly high-level haki and physical skills, assisted by top-level beauty and charm. However, if Hancock were to fight him one-on-one, even without dragging her into the underworld, Neuer was confident that he could beat her based on his hard power alone. Hancock walked into the reception room under Neuer's guidance and was alone with Neuer. Without anyone watching her, she was not nervous at all. Neuer saw that she was relieved, and said jokingly with a smile, "It must be difficult to be an emperor. You look so tired all the time." Hancock quickly adjusted her posture, maintaining her image as a proud empress, and said with her head held high, "Nothing, just managing a bunch of trash every day." That's very rude. Hancock felt somewhat familiar with this person. Before, she had been absorbed in Neuer's words and failed to notice the graceful demeanor of the empress. From her appearance, she looked like a goddess overlooking the wasteland. Even a look of disgust seemed to be a blessing. Even if the goddess maintained an arrogant attitude, people could not generate a trace of anger. But Neuer felt more and more that the arrogance and coldness on the outside were just a protective color for his fragile heart. Even if a woman becomes a famous empress and has a respected status and territory, in the end, what she can rely on is still her own strength. This is similar to Robin. They have tried their best to survive, but one relies on brains and the other relies on force. Neuer smiled and shook his head, then asked in a gentle tone, like an old friend, "You seem to be very concerned about my making a scene at Marie-Joy's. Can you tell me why?" Hancock fell silent. Speaking out might bring a glimmer of hope to his heart, which was already on high alert, but finally, she still snorted coldly and said, "I just want to know which newcomer is so ignorant of his own life." Hancock's attitude was sometimes soft and sometimes hard. Neuer knew that she didn't want to talk about her past as a slave, so he didn't try again. There was no need to rush. After all, this was the first time she met Hancock, and she couldn't possibly tell him her true feelings right from the start. Seeing that Neuer stopped asking questions, Hancock regained her confidence as an empress and said, "Can I see the celestial dragons you caught?" Neuer looked at him jokingly and said, "Do you want to kill a few for fun?" Hancock's pretty face was expressionless, and he asked indifferently, "Is it not possible?" Neuer propped his chin up and said firmly, "Of course not. They are the goods I paid for. Each one is worth 7 billion Baileys." "Oh." Hancock let out a long sigh and said with a slightly bitter smile, "Well, selling them as goods can be considered revenge." Neuer looked at her in surprise and said, "You didn't think I would be so honest as to call someone out, did you?" Hancock was stunned and asked, "What do you want to do?" Neuer played with the shadow in his hand and said thoughtfully, "At least I have to keep a backup plan. When my power grows enough in the future, I will have a way to threaten the government after I rebel against Shishibukai." This passage was full of information. Hancock noticed something and said, "You bought and sold celestial dragons to the government. In addition to money, the government also promised you the position of Shishibukai." Neuer nodded and said, "So I have to do something with celestial dragons. Even if the government regrets it, I will be able to fight back." Hancock lifted up her long black hair with interest, her beautiful eyes gleaming with light, and said with a smile, "In that case, I am a little interested." After the two finished their chat, Neuer led the 9 Snakes pirates back to the beach again. The familiar black fog of the underworld spread, and Neuer sailed into the fog on Hancock's warship, the Perfume Serpent. As the 9 snakes watched in amazement, the surrounding environment began to change significantly, and everyone entered Neuer's secret base for the first time. In the area of Huangquan River, Neuer is the only god. Anyone from the outside world who comes in must kneel down and sing conquer. Hancock looked around vigilantly and said, "It seems that this ability played a big role in your ability to escape the government's crazy pursuit." She had heard that there was a person with the ability of the replicating fruit who had never appeared in history. As long as he had the resources, he could almost eat all the devil fruits by himself. Therefore, Neuer's abilities are constantly updated, and even Marine cannot grasp them accurately. And from watching Neuer's battle before, it seems that he has copied the ability of Marine Admiral Aokiji Kizuru. Neuer smiled but said nothing. "You can just think of it that way. Anyway, many features of the talent system really fit the characteristics of devil fruit. It just gave them a good excuse, and the Marine and the government believed it." Reminding Hancock and the others not to look at the sea surface, Neuer used his consciousness to send the Perfume Serpent directly to the Thriller bark. At the Thriller bark, Neuer led a group of people to land, and Hancock was speechless. No wonder Shishibukai had an open spot for Neuer. It turned out that this guy killed Moria and took over the territory. Neuer led Hancock and his party to the place where the celestial dragons were imprisoned. This is the darkest place in the castle and has always been used as a prison by Neuer. And more than 30 celestial dragons were thrown here by Neuer. In the dim room, a faint light slowly seeped in. When the celestial dragons saw the open door, instead of being happy, they even widened their eyes in fear. Being locked up all the time is fine, but if that demon comes. As the celestial dragons expected, Neuer took a step forward, revealing the handsome face they least wanted to see. Hancock stood outside the door, pressed against the wall. She didn't want to see the celestial dragons with her own eyes. She was probably afraid that if she acted on impulse, no one would be able to stop her. Neuer sneered at them and released Conqueror's haki slightly, causing the celestial dragons to faint with panicked expressions. What we do next must not be known to the celestial dragons and other parties involved. Neuer leaned over and looked at the shadow on the ground in deep thought. Still use the old method. First cut out the shadows of these people, and then replace them with the shadows you made, and the remote-controlled killing shadow is ready. Neuer has been studying this ability for quite some time, and now he can do more with it without worrying about the government being on guard. Even if they are placed in a place without sunlight by the government, Neuer can directly remotely control the shadows and make them commit suicide. Anyway, he is the only one in the world today who possesses the ability of the shadow fruit, and it is unlikely to appear in this world, so Neuer can play with confidence. Looking at the unconscious celestial dragons, Neuer smiled with satisfaction. Although he had used this trick before in front of Marine, it was still hard to defend against. Neuer clapped his hands and smiled, that's good. Even if they are out of my sight, I can kill them at any time. Hancock was silent for a moment, then said, you have a grudge against celestial dragons. Neuer was stunned, thought about it and said, it seems, a little bit. The celestial dragons wanted to attack the main road, and that's when we really became enemies. Hancock looked at him with a new eye and asked, you decided to fight against the celestial dragons just for your companions. Neuer recalled the journey and laughed, it seems so, but I also hate celestial dragons. At that time, a large part of the reason why Neuer kidnapped celestial dragons was for Enel, and even the action of asking for ransom made him feel at ease. Although Enel was only thinking about escaping when he first joined, his temper has not improved much now, but at least he is willing to stand in front of his companions. So Neuer was also happy to vent his anger on Enel. Later, after kidnapping the celestial dragons of Marie-Joyce, he wanted to retreat, but Weber was moved by sympathy and freed the slaves himself. Neuer thought about this and laughed, I am actually also worried about offending the government, but my companions are sometimes bolder than me, and they always make me excited. Hancock crossed his arms over his chest, lowered his eyebrows and said, your companions are all very good. Neuer looked like a little kid who was praised by others. His nose stretched out with pride and he smiled and said, of course. Hancock smiled and shook her head without saying anything. Neuer's treatment of the celestial dragons made her feel much better. Otherwise, even if celestial dragons was exchanging money, Hancock felt uneasy because the people were kidnapped but sent back alive. At this time, an indistinct roar sounded, Captain. And UN%, #UN%. Neuer and Hancock turned their heads at the same time, only to see Weber with a speechless look on his face, holding a buddy wrapped in bandages in his hands. The guy opened his mouth and looked at Neuer with a stupid look. Neuer was unable to react and pointed at the bandaged man and said, Enel, why are there so many bandages again? Enel's face under the bandage was somewhat sad and angry, Weber explained on his behalf. Enel went to the treasury and took an expensive crown. He then wanted to show off in front of Lucci without thinking of his own life. Then Lucci got annoyed and Neuer covered his eyes and said sadly, I see. Lucci beat him up while he was injured. Weber nodded awkwardly, added with an awkward smile, he came up to me and provoked me again, and then I. Hancock stared at Neuer with a look that said your companion is so mean, and Neuer gave a dry laugh, unable to explain. Although Enel was beaten up twice, he was still in high spirits. He pointed at Neuer and then at the Empress, and gestured excitedly. And you and #%%? You are so right. Neuer and Hancock tilted their heads in confusion at the same time. What are you talking about? Weber stood beside him and said seriously, he said, you disappoint me so much? Are you worthy of big sister Robin? Neuer waved his hands and explained, Boya is my friend, how have I ever let Robin down? Hancock was in a delicate mood and asked in a low voice, do you have a wife? It's impossible that Hancock would feel upset and jealous after knowing each other for such a short time. But now she felt a bit like the national idol she admired, who suddenly announced publicly that he was in love. Wouldn't the idol-chasing girl have to slow down her attitude when her idol suddenly revealed his true feelings? Neuer scratched his head and explained awkwardly, although we are very close, we haven't confirmed our relationship yet. Enel, and you and #%, you #%. Weibo immediately added a translator and said seriously, explanation is a cover-up. I want to tell big sister that you are a scumbag. Hatui. Neuer was dumbfounded and said, so how come you can understand this bird language? Enel behaved like this because he had seen through everything. Neuer is the heart of the pirates. Everyone will obey his arrangements. So who will the rebellious Neuer listen to? After long-term observation, Enel estimated that only Robin could make him obedient. This move is called the fox borrowing the power of the tiger to bully others. By using this to threaten Neuer, he can definitely extort a large sum of money. Enel was drooling when he suddenly felt a cold touch on his neck. Neuer held up the knife and smiled gently, what are you going to do? Enel. Forget it, it seems that being silenced by Neuer is not a good idea. Hancock watched Neuer and the two funny guys playing and fighting, and felt a little envious of their free and easy life. They play when they want to play and make noise when they want to make noise. When they fight, they are more united than each other. This team is pretty good. At this time, a few friends carrying construction timber walked by and greeted Neuer with a smile. Hancock was slightly stunned. Come to think of it, why didn't the people he met along the way, including the members of the Hades pirates, have that tattoo? The celestial dragon hoof mark is a mark carved by celestial dragons on slaves. This mark of shame is particularly difficult to remove. Even if the skin is peeled off, the mark is still very clear, almost deep enough to see the bone. Each of the brothers who were rescued from the previous riot in Mariejoy's had a dragon hoof print of varying sizes on their bodies, representing the shameful past they carried. Neuer didn't want everyone to carry this shame for the rest of their lives, even if it was covered up, so he thought of a way to completely erase it. The scars were wiped away, and there was a big man protecting them, so everyone's mentality recovered well, and their mental state no longer showed that they had been slaves. Hancock stared blankly at each person who passed by. It was true that even with clothes blocking their view, it was impossible for everyone not to see. There is no mark. Why? Hancock was a little dazed for a moment. Neuer saw her expression and said, I have erased the marks on them. Hancock turned his head and looked at him, slightly excited. Can you completely remove the mark? Neuer smiled and nodded, saying, it's a cosmetic procedure to repair external injuries. It's quite useful. As she was speaking, Neuer suddenly felt her arms tighten. The charming face that enchanted everyone was right in front of her. She said anxiously, then can you help me? I also. Having said this, Hancock suddenly stopped, the original surprise froze on his face, and his expression was complicated and tangled. I also. Hancock grabbed her arm. Neuer smiled understandingly and raised a hand to gently place it on her soft hair. Feels like a big cat. Neuer gently touched her head and said, I understand. Do you want me to help you? Hancock shuddered slightly and looked at her in disbelief. Did Neuer understand? Did he realize that he was once a slave? I'm sorry, Boa. Neuer gently held Hancock in his arms. The softness in his arms was like a warm cat, making people reluctant to let go. Hancock was startled and was about to kick him hard when he suddenly felt a surge of hot heat behind him. The strange energy flowed along Neuer's palm to his back. The heat flow was like a soft big hand, caressing his back, bringing a soothing pleasure that made Hancock groan. Hearing this, Neuer twitched his lips in embarrassment and quickly let go of Hancock. Hancock's eyes were a little blurry, and he said angrily, what are you doing? Enel was jumping and yelling beside him, and Weber was clapping with a blank expression. The women from the Nine Snakes pirates screamed in surprise, looking at the scene with hearts in their eyes, and some of them almost couldn't help but rush forward with knives. Only Hancock's two sisters looked at Neuer with complicated expressions, not knowing what to say. Neuer pointed to Hancock's back and said, it should be fine. Hancock subconsciously stretched out his hand to cover his back and said in a daze, what? Neuer lowered his voice and said, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. In the Yellow Springs River, the cool evening breeze was like the sigh of the goddess of the night, blowing across the sea, creating ripples and causing ripples in Hancock's heart. Thanks. Hancock already understood. It seemed that this man had erased the mark on himself. Although it was still a little unbelievable that Tianlong's mark could be erased so easily, with so many examples of recovery in front of her, she had to believe it. But Hancock looked at Neuer suspiciously and asked in a low voice, how do you know that thing is on my back? Neuer's expression froze, and he pretended to whistle casually and said, I don't know, I'm just guessing. Hancock stared at the guilty Neuer and suddenly smiled with relief. It doesn't matter anymore, even if he has investigated me before. Neuer could have taken off his clothes and peeked at his naked body in the name of healing. But Neuer didn't do that. He treated his mark very realistically through his clothes. This looks like a pure boy. Fortunately, Neuer couldn't hear what Hancock said, otherwise he would have knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. It's not that someone is not mean, it's just that his heart is too honest. Hancock's beautiful eyes moved, and she smiled softly and charmingly. Lord Neuer is a very gentle person. Neuer-sama? That's an honorific, right? Besides, isn't the word gentle a necessary attribute for the male protagonist in the harem in Japanese comics? Never mind, just think of it as him praising himself. Neuer extended a hand and smiled, then we are friends. There was a mysterious magic in those deep black eyes, attracting the hearts of the opposite S*X like an Uzumaki, and Hancock was a little afraid to look directly at him. Hancock turned his face away, reached out his hand and shook it, humming a word in a somewhat arrogant tone, However, Neuer seemed to vaguely see that her face seemed a little red when she turned away. After a whole day of tossing and turning, the Nine Snakes pirates decided to stay on the horror ship for one night. That night, Neuer held another banquet and warmly welcomed the Nine Snakes pirates. It was also the first time for the rough guys of the Hades pirates to see a pirates group composed entirely of girls. The guys who were usually carefree pretended to be more gentlemanly than the other at the party. This group of guys turned a nice banquet into a social gathering. Neuer understands this feeling very well. No matter how sloppy he is in front of his brothers, he still has to behave himself when a group of girls come. Hancock still looked like the unapproachable queen, totally out of place with the lively atmosphere around her. However, as a woman, Robin, who was sitting next to Neuer, squinted her eyes, and it always felt like she was secretly looking at the cabbages she grew. Of course Robin knew the title of the world's most beautiful woman, but what she didn't know was, when did Neuer become so familiar with her? And based on Robin's developed intuition, it seems that the Empress also has a good impression of Neuer? Hancock looked at Robin curiously. Is this woman the captain's wife who was tacitly not made public by the Hades pirates? She is beautiful, but not as beautiful as me. The Empress's long hair cascaded down like a waterfall. She twisted her hair with her fingers and thought narcissistically. Robin and Hancock stared at each other for a long time, and there seemed to be a spark of fierce confrontation in the air. Even the members who were playing and fighting around felt the tension and suddenly became much quieter. As for Neuer in the middle of the battlefield, what is he thinking now? Neuer was chewing on a large steak, still thinking about his new ability. What is the environment of Peach Blossom Eyes like? The Yellow Springs River is dark all day long, and the eerie boundless sea exudes a terrifying atmosphere all the time. But the master of Huang Quan, that weirdo, has made a home on this sea. The castle of the horror ship is brightly lit, and it feels inexplicably warm. At the banquet entertaining the Nine Snakes pirates, the spectators from both the Hades and the Nine Snakes were very excited. They were expecting to see a real-life Shura field, but the male lead off the field was so bad that they could even enjoy eating in such an atmosphere. Robin picked up the food for him elegantly, feeling secretly proud. She knew Neuer. She had been with him for such a long time, but this guy didn't react. How could he be seduced so easily? Even so, Robin felt a little sad. Conies fed Sissy some snacks and blinked innocently and said, "It seems that Sister Robin doesn't like the Empress very much." Khalifa held up his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled helplessly. After all, Robin's feelings for the captain are really. The giant's sister, Man-Elf, poked her head in from the window and said softly, "I think it's too obvious. The captain doesn't like men, does he?" Khalifa's eyebrows jumped and hesitantly said, "It should be, not. But the captain is really handsome and has a very nice personality," Coney said with a smile as she handed a plate of food to Man-Elf. Khalifa sighed calmly. In addition to Sister Robin, Coney's also has a crush on Neuer, and at the end of the joyful banquet, everyone's purpose seemed to have changed. Not much food was eaten, but everyone got drunk. When everyone was tired, Neuer, as if nothing had happened, prepared rooms for the Nine Snakes crew members, and Hancock also found a side hall to rest. Everyone in the underworld was sent home by Neuer, and the hall returned to peace again. Just then, the occasional knocking sound on the floor suddenly came closer and closer, towards Neuer. Neuer saw the smile and asked happily, "How about it? Would you consider joining us?" Neuer had let Fujitora live in the terror ship before, and he had been locked up by himself all this time, seemingly thinking deeply about something. His tough face was a little complicated, but after a moment he said firmly, "I admire your way of doing things, so I am willing to join." Neuer was about to smile and celebrate, but suddenly he said again, "It's just that I want to make 3 rules with the captain. As long as you don't break them, I will follow you to the death." "Does that mean that if we don't share the same ideas, Yuxiao will leave at any time? Interesting." Neuer narrowed his eyes, suppressed his smile and said seriously, "You say. First, the captain's pirates will definitely get involved in profitable businesses in the future, but I hope that the captain's business will have a bottom line. The business of slavery and the trafficking of children cannot be done." "That's right. Once Neuer has his own country, he will definitely run some business. But Neuer would never do business like slavery and human trafficking. Because in his previous life, Neuer's neighbor was a kind old lady. She often brought delicious food to Neuer, whose parents were not often at home, and played with him and told him stories. The old lady accompanied Neuer almost throughout his childhood, and the two of them were like real family members. But one day, the old lady suddenly disappeared, and Neuer heard from people around him that her granddaughter was taken away by human traffickers. Since then, Neuer never saw the old lady again, which left a deep memory in his heart. So even though he had traveled through time and space and had been out to sea for so long and had encountered so many things, even though Neuer's heart was slowly hardening, he would never do anything like this. Neuer nodded and said seriously, "I agree. I won't do this kind of dirty work." Yuxiao continued, "Second, do not harm civilians at will, unless this person illegally harms the interests and safety of the pirates." Neuer also agreed. As long as he didn't offend him, he didn't like bullying powerless people. Not only did he not vent his anger, but he also seemed very cowardly. Except celestial dragons, of course. Then, it was the last agreement. He smiled and said slowly, "Third, don't forget the justice in your heart, Captain. Don't forget your original intention." Neuer was stunned for a moment, then smiled with relief. From this point of view, the third rule is the most difficult to comply with. Perhaps in the future, I will be blinded by power, money, and financial resources. In that case, at least there will be someone to help me. Yuxiao bent down and said in a very firm tone, "Captain, if you violate these 3 rules, I will leave the underworld without hesitation and find a way to wake you up." Neuer patted his cheeks and said with a smile, "Uncle Yuxiao's words are really harsh. This can be regarded as honest advice that hurts the ear. Well, welcome to my pirates group." With a kind smile and a slight nod, Neuer grinned with satisfaction. Although the process was a bit tortuous, at least he managed to persuade Yuxiao to join his pirates group. In this way, the Hades pirates as a whole will rise to a higher level. After all, Yuxiao is the future Marine Admiral, and his combat power should not be underestimated. Enel's second-in-command position is no longer secure. When a new member joined, Yuxiao chatted with Neuer until very late, and gave him a general account of the experience and structure of the pirates group. Neuer is the strongest fighter and decision-maker, Robin is the deputy commander, Conies is the cook and musician, and the fighters include Enel, Weber, and Lucci. Lucci and other former CP9 members also serve as intelligence agents to gather information, and Enel also serves as the arc generator. These people are the initial and basic structure of the underworld. Yuxiao remembered everyone in his mind so that he could get along with them in the future. There is no right or wrong in the underworld, and Neuer didn't know how many questions Yuxiao asked. Anyway, when Yuxiao left, Neuer's head was buzzing. Although Uncle Yuxiao doesn't talk much when he's trying to be cool, he can be really talkative about some things. The fishman Puff walked silently to Neuer and whispered, "Captain, would you like something to drink?" Neuer rubbed his eyes and said, "Give me a cup of coffee. I still have work to do." PF immediately brought the coffee, and Neuer sipped it leisurely as he walked towards the other side of the prison. The marine officers captured by Neuer were imprisoned here, and the ordinary soldiers were imprisoned elsewhere. Neuer pushed open the door and saw the marines sitting on the ground blankly, counting ants with lifeless eyes. He quietly took out the yellow spring mirror. Test the power of Peach Blossom Eyes and see if it can be used in actual combat. Let's choose Momuzagi-jun. This girl had a terrible attitude during the previous fight and she always tried to sneak attack me. Neuer waved the yellow spring mirror, and Jun's thoughts poured out of the mirror and slowly flowed into his body. Jun's beautiful eyes gradually brightened, and when she saw the man in front of her clearly, she was suddenly shocked. When she wanted to draw her sword, she found that her weapon was gone. And when she looked up to greet him, she was greeted by a pair of charming pink eyes. The originally dark and bright eyes turned into pink pupils, with an intoxicating attraction. Momuzagi-jun was shocked. Is this another new ability of the devil man? But it seems that only the eyes have changed color. Neuer stared for a long time, then scratched his head in confusion. Why didn't Jun fall victim to the attack? Oh, by the way, the other person has to be a little attracted to you. But, they had captured so many marines, and they had already made enemies with them. How could they possibly choose me? Neuer's pink eyes lit up and she rested her hand on her chin in thought. Although the ability of her eyes was similar to that of the Empress's fruit, the difference was that they were male and female. Men, I prefer to use my eyes to find true love. There is always a period when I fall in love with every girl I meet. This is my nature. You can't blame me. But girls should be more emotional. Although there are bad girls, it is still a little difficult for most girls to be truly moved, unless there is really fate to help them. Therefore, it seems that Jun, a career-oriented woman, is unlikely to fall in love with her enemy at this critical moment of life and death. In fact, to put it bluntly, Neuer's current charm is not as good as that of the Empress, and he can't reach the level of a pervert who is popular with both men and women. Neuer thought for a moment and sighed. I had no choice but to use my Oscar-worthy acting skills. Jun, I have something to tell you. Neuer put on a melancholy expression and said with a sense of loss. The vigilance in Jun's eyes did not diminish at all, and he sneered, if you have something to say, say it. If you have to fart, fart. How rude. Neuer's mouth twitched, he sighed sadly, turned his back and said, go away. Jun was stunned when he heard this. Let him go? Impossible, it must be the devil cheating again. Looking at his unconscious marine colleagues, Jun called out to them anxiously. Mr. Zephyr, as long as they wake him up, they still have a chance to escape. Neuer saw what Jun was up to and said, they won't wake up without my help. Jun gritted his teeth, raised his fist and asked, why did you wake me up alone? Neuer lifted her bangs and said with a slightly sad voice, because I don't want you to get hurt. Jun looked confused, huh? With his back to Jun, Neuer tells the story of a love-struck man. Once upon a time, there was a handsome young man. His village was robbed by bandits. The whole village was flooded with blood and many villagers were killed or injured. The boy was discovered by the bandits. Just when he was about to be killed by their butcher knives, a heroic girl appeared. Jun blinked. Was he talking about himself? Could it be that they had met before and Jun had saved him? Neuer curled his lips secretly. Of course it was impossible for the two of them to have met before. But Jun has been a marine for so many years and saved so many people, there must be a few people whose appearances he can't remember. Neuer is playing that guy now. The girl was wearing the marine justice cape and holding a famous sword at her waist. Her demeanor was unmatched at that moment. She defeated the bandits who invaded the village with just a few sword strikes. At that moment, the boy fell in love with the marine girl who saved him and vowed to marry her. Jun said in disbelief, so, you are that boy, and the marine you like is me. Neuer nodded firmly and said, yes, I have been looking for you and want to marry you home. Jun shook his hands and said irritably, you've got the wrong person. I don't know you at all. Besides, if you like marine girls, why did you become pirates? This. Neuer squeezed out all his brain cells and hurriedly explained, originally I wanted to join the marine, but my family treated me badly, especially my sister. They sold me, and I became a pirate because I had to make a living. Jun took a deep breath. This story sounded quite melodramatic. However, Jun didn't understand what benefit Neuer would get from lying to her if the story was false, so she took the opportunity to say, well, if you let us go, I'll promise you that I'll let you join the marine to wipe out the stain, and then start from scratch. Jun is the dignified substitute Admiral Momuzagi, and she thinks she has this privilege, but she never uses it. Neuer looked up in mock surprise, took the opportunity to close the distance between her and him, held her hand and said, really? Jun was a little flustered when he grabbed the little hand, but he couldn't get it free, so he nodded shyly and said, really, but the premise is that what you say is true. Of course it's true. Neuer held the cold little hand tightly and said with pretended affection, then, will you marry me? Jun's heart skipped a beat. The resolute face was right in front of him. The strong scent of male hormones rushed over him, and his pupils shrank slightly. That's the effect, relax your attention first, then say something bold. Neuer seized this brief moment, and his peach blossom eyes lit up again. This time, Jun was completely captivated by those beautiful eyes. Jun's expression became dull, and her body fell backwards uncontrollably. Neuer caught her. The activation conditions are a bit complicated, but the activation speed and effective time are both instantaneous, so it can be used as a magic weapon to achieve a surprise victory in battle. However, Neuer leaned over and looked at Momuzagi with his eyes open, and said to himself, the state of entering the illusion is the same as seeing the yellow spring water, there is not much difference. Did the subtle thing that the system reminded me of before happen in Momuzagi's illusion? What kind of stuff can there be in the fantasy world? Neuer studied the changes in Jun's body, and Jun in the illusion was also trapped in a confused space. The rays of light were radiating under the warm sun, the wind was blowing lightly, and Jun was standing in a daze on a marine warship, sailing on the blue sea. Jun looked around vigilantly. Wasn't he kidnapped on the terrorist ship? How did he get out? Also, why did my thing become smaller? Her body seemed to have gone back to several years ago, when she had not yet become vice admiral. At this time, a marine soldier on the warship ran over anxiously and reported, Jun Ensign? A village on the island ahead is being massacred by criminals, hurry up and follow us. Ensign? How did I become ensign again? Although he still had no idea of the current situation, the people in front of him were in danger, and Jun would not allow himself to stand by and watch them die. The warship advanced rapidly on the waves, and Jun led a large number of marines and rushed towards the village filled with smoke. Momuzagi-Jun drew out her famous sword Konpala, and with a cold and indifferent look on her pretty face, she shuttled through the rain of blood and corpses, and countless broken arms and limbs flew into the air. A flash of sword light appeared, and a man who was holding a butcher knife high up had his heart pierced. The knife fell to the ground, and the man turned into a corpse. A young man pushed the man's body away, and looked at Jun not far away with his bright eyes, as if he had found the light of life. No way. Jun looked at the dirty boy and alarm bells started ringing in his heart. Although the boy's face was very immature, Jun could still clearly recognize that this was the demon man Neuer who would stir up trouble in the future. This scene feels exactly the same as the story told by the devil man. Is it time going back? Jun had a cold face and walked towards Neuer holding the Konpala. If I kill him now, there will be no such vicious criminal in the future? The young boy Neuer looked at Jun who was approaching blankly, his little heart beating wildly. What a beautiful big sister? Jun raised the Konpala and prepared to chop it down towards Neuer's neck. Neuer showed no fear at all. Instead, he looked at the gorgeous Konpala with admiration and whispered, what a handsome sword. Jun paused, and for the first time showed hesitation. Although he knew that this child would become Marine's archenemy Devilman in the future, for now, he was still a blank slate, just a simple child. Although Jun never showed mercy when killing her enemies, she was a woman after all, and not an inhuman Akaino. How could she bear to kill someone in such a situation? Should he pay for future evils now? Thousands of thoughts flashed through Jun's mind, but he finally slowly put down the knife and decided to change his mind. In that case, I will supervise him and not let him go down the pirate's path. Jun squatted down, her pretty face reflected in Neuer's eyes. She slowly said, boy, are you willing to join the marine? Neuer was stunned, then immediately nodded ecstatically and said, I do. Jun smiled with satisfaction and led the Devilman into the marine, which not only eliminated the marine's enemies, but also provided a powerful fighting force. During this period of time, I will be responsible for supervising Neuer and preventing him from going astray. At this time, a warm little hand held Jun, and the guy smiled at her heartlessly. Jun looked around at the bloody battlefield, then looked at Neuer, who he was holding hands with. He was indeed a future pirate, and his courage was different from that of ordinary children. Well, you are quite thick-skinned. In the sky that was red from the flames of war, pink petals floated in from somewhere and landed lightly on Jun's shoulders. Jun picked up the petals, glanced at them and threw them aside. At this time, Neuer, who was guarding the body outside, poked Momuzagi out of boredom, but there was no reaction at all. Is the peach blossom illusion so powerful? Jun hasn't recovered from it for such a long time. Neuer was so bored that his stomach ached, so he asked the system, what will Momuzagi experience in the peach blossom fantasy? Originally, Neuer did not expect the system to reply to him, but soon, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Many things will become reasonable in the peach blossom fantasy. The victim will have many interactions with the host and spend their entire lives with the host. In this life, the illusion will help the host form a love strategy. Those who are attracted will have a great chance of falling in love with the host, creating a beautiful world of paradise. Neuer was stunned and shouted excitedly, why didn't you say so earlier? The system was silent for a while, then said, you didn't ask. Neuer said with tears in his eyes, you didn't say I could ask. I didn't explain it clearly when I introduced the system, and now I blame myself for not asking. Neuer looked at Jun with some concern and asked, she fell in love with me in the fantasy world, how can she return to reality? What will happen when she returns to reality? The system's sound was apparently very stable, but Neuer always felt that it was gloating. After a lifetime, or when the host dies, the illusion will automatically end. Then, as time goes by, the victim will begin to understand that they are in an illusion. After returning to reality, the victim will still have the feelings from the illusion. How deep the feelings are depends on the situation. Neuer said thoughtfully, then it's actually ridiculously easy to break the illusion. Kill me and Jun will come out. They are sworn enemies. It's impossible for Jun to see Neuer holding hands while shopping, right? He will definitely stab me with a knife as soon as we meet, and then the illusion will be broken. Neuer was a little disappointed, but quickly cheered up. Although there are many limitations, this eye technique is still very useful in actual combat against opponents who are attracted by beauty. Even if she was immersed in the illusion for only 1 second, it would be enough for her to die several times in the battle. However, Jun has been in the illusion for such a long time, why hasn't he escaped yet? Doesn't he want to kill Neuer? Meanwhile, in the Peach Blossom fantasy, time flies, and Jun brings Neuer back to the Marine headquarters for personal instruction, and has already trained him into an excellent Marine. At the Marineford headquarters, on the new commendation platform for young officers, young men wearing cloaks of justice were receiving promotion commendations from their superiors. Marine Commodore Neuer, step forward and take orders. Many years have passed, and Jun, who had initially turned back time to become younger, has, after so many years, once again become that peach-like mature beauty. Jun smiled, put the Vice Admiral medal on Neuer's chest, and said softly, "Congratulations." Promoted from Commodore to Vice Admiral, Neuer, known as the strongest rookie, has become the backbone of the Marine after only a few years of service. There have even been rumors within the Marine Corps that Admiral Sengoku is planning to train this youngest general in history to become an admiral or even a marshal in the future. Under the envious gazes of countless Marine generals, Neuer officially became the Vice Admiral, the main combat force of the Marine. Neuer fiddled with the medal on his chest and pouted, saying, "This thing is really ugly." Jun poked his head speechlessly and said, "Stop talking nonsense. You will be the Marine Vice Admiral from now on. You can't act as recklessly as before." Neuer put his hands behind his head and said with a grin, "I understand. I won't let little Jun worry." Jun punched him in the stomach angrily and said, "Call me Jun, sister, don't be disrespectful." Neuer held his stomach in pain and muttered, "Little Jun is still so violent. No one else will dare to marry me except me." Seeing that Jun was about to go berserk, Neuer quickly slipped off the stage and ran away. The Marines in the audience, who were waiting for Neuer to express his feelings about the promotion, were suddenly thrown into confusion. In the marshal's seat high above, Sengoku covered his head with a headache and said, "This guy is still so lawless. If Jun hadn't pulled him into the Marine, he would never have been a good person in the future." Chief of Staff Tsuru frowned and looked down at Jun, saying with some worry, "Ever since Jun brought Neuer back that year, I felt something was wrong with her." Sengoku nodded and thought, "Indeed, she seems to have calmed down a lot, and it seems like she's hiding something from us." Jun couldn't help laughing as he looked at Neuer's running back. "Neuer grew up with me and became my childhood sweetheart. He will no longer cause harm to the world. Perhaps this is the best outcome." But Jun looked up at the sky, feeling a little confused. A petal floated from somewhere and fell into the palm of her hand. The rational modification of the illusion made Jun subconsciously ignore this unreasonable situation. Jun's heart seemed to be blocked, and he didn't know where to express the emotions in his heart. Did I go back to the past, or is all this fake? Where do those peach petals that often fall come from? If this is all fake, then is the relationship between me and Neuer also fake? Jun was sitting in his office, concentrating on taking care of his famous sword, Kemperor. As a substitute admiral, Zywin is an extremely powerful swordsman, and his hard power is superior to that of most vice admirals. Coupled with the time travel that Zywin thought of, her current combat experience means that few people in the Marine can defeat her. Boom boom boom. At this time, there was a slow knock on the door, and Zywin quickly ran over and opened the door. When I opened the door, it was indeed Vice Admiral Crane. Tsuru and Jun have a very good relationship, they are like family members. Whenever Jun has any troubles, he always talks to Tsuru. He sat down on the chair calmly and said with a smile, "What's the matter with you calling me here?" Zywin sat opposite him in annoyance, and after a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Sister Tsuru, is there any devil fruit that can turn the world back several years?" He was startled and said firmly, "Absolutely not. From what I know, the demon fruit power of time can only affect one's own time at most. It is absolutely impossible to reverse the time of the world." Jun's face darkened, and he murmured, "So is Neuer real or fake?" He looked at her worried look and couldn't help laughing and said, "Why, are you afraid of marriage?" Zywin was stunned for a moment, then retorted in shame and anger, "Sister what are you talking about? I don't want to marry him." Vice Admiral Tsuru shook his head helplessly, looking at the furious Jun with a smile but without saying a word. That year, Zywin brought Neuer back, and Marineford's recruit training camp had a veritable little devil. This mischievous devil defeated his superior on the first day of recruiting, led the recruit trial team himself, and wiped out a pirates group with a bounty of over 100 million. Since then, Neuer has been valued by the two big bosses Garp and Zephyr. His strength has become stronger year by year, and he has been promoted rapidly in the workplace. He still remembers the time when Neuer defeated all the members of the recruit camp by himself, the arrogant look he showed in front of them, and the declaration he made. "I joined the Marine for 2 reasons. 1. I want Zywin to be my wife. 2nd, I want to be Kajin's husband." It is conceivable how big a sensation this statement caused at the time. There were many Marines in the entire Marineford pursuing Momuzagi, which made Neuer directly offend many men in the headquarters. The most difficult one among them is the current substitute Admiral Shaitan. However, Shaitan did not gain any advantage from the cunning Neuer until Jun personally stepped in, and the storm gradually subsided. 8 trigrams is indeed a major human instinct. Crane looked at Jun with interest and asked, "Don't you like Neuer?" Zywin stood up instinctively, but then collapsed again. "Maybe, a little." Crane nodded in satisfaction. Neuer had been in the Marine for so many years and had always clamored to marry Jun, but he had never been severely criticized by her. There were even rumors that they had secretly gotten engaged without telling the Marine executives. "I would never believe that there is no trick." But then she asked doubtfully, "Then what are you afraid of? You seem to be afraid of being with him." After struggling for a long time, Zywin finally revealed the secret buried in his heart. Jun told the story of Neuer's past and present life, as well as his own situation. Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly felt that his worldview had been completely refreshed. He raised his hand and looked at himself in disbelief, then quickly regained his composure and said, "If it's fake, then the solution is simple." Jun looked up at Tsuru curiously. Tsuru looked into Jun's eyes and said, "Kill the demon man Neuer in the illusion, and you will be able to get out naturally." Kill Neuer. Jun looked at the cupola in his hand, his expression full of confusion. Without the conflicts between the camps and after so many years of getting along, Zywin began to realize that Neuer was not a bad person. He is casual by nature, but has his own unique justice. At the beginning, he didn't even dare to pick up the knife to kill. Even with great power, he still had a reverence for life. Neuer regards Jun, who saved him, as light, and Jun begins to become attached to Neuer. Zywin still had a glimmer of fantasy in his heart, and asked quickly, "Sister could it be that we are wrong? Maybe, it's really just." Tsuru frowned and looked at Jun, then walked towards the door with a sigh and said, "If you think so, then so be it." Momozagi slumped in the chair, crystal tears slowly sliding down her cheeks. At this time, Neuer, dressed in justice, walked into Momozagi's office without even knocking. When Neuer saw Zywin crying silently, he frowned, walked over and whispered, "What's wrong, little Zywin? Has anyone offended you?" Zywin did not answer. Her soft eyes were like flowing water, revealing her beautiful moist eyes. She stared at Neuer and said, "Neuer, let's get married." Neuer took a half step back in horror. Has Xiao Zywin finally come to his senses? So sudden? There won't be any fraud. Jun took a step forward and buried his head in Neuer's arms, his voice a little muffled. "This way you can't leave me." Neuer scratched his head and wondered, "I can't live without you." Jun couldn't help laughing, and whispered in a voice that only he could hear, "Even if it's an illusion, can I kill you?" The Neuer in the fantasy world is having a beautiful love affair with Jun, but the real Neuer is a bit ugly. Neuer and Pufu sat on small stools, looking at Zywin lying on the ground in the cold wind, and sadness surged in their hearts. Jun is the substitute Admiral Momozagi. Why hasn't he appeared for so long? Pufu looked at Neuer hesitantly and asked, "Captain, she won't wake up, will she?" Neuer hesitated for a moment and said, "It should be, not." Neuer spread a blanket on the floor and covered it with a quilt, and Jun lay inside like a sleeping beauty. Suddenly, Zywin's long eyelashes moved, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Neuer and Pufu perked up immediately. Zywin slowly sat up and looked at Neuer in front of him for a long time without saying a word. Just when Neuer was getting scared by being stared at, Zywin suddenly said with a smile, "You've become smaller again. Why do you feel that your dignity as a man is being questioned?" Zywin stretched out his hands to support the 2 heavy lumps on his chest, and said with a satisfied smile, "Very good, my body has returned to normal." Neuer asked the man to dribble the ball and was stunned. He asked a question in confusion, "Have you come out of the illusion?" Jun stood up, patted his wrinkled uniform, and said, "Of course, I didn't expect you to have such ability." Neuer scratched his head sheepishly and said, "It's my first time using it, too." "Then you'd better not use it in the future." Zywin looked back at Neuer, and Neuer suddenly felt a familiar feeling. This look was a bit like the look she gave Robin when she annoyed him. "Come to think of it, why did it take you so long to come out of the illusion?" Neuer asked puzzled. Zywin suddenly fell into deep thought. The memories in the illusion became a little blurry, but some were still clear. Before she knew it, she had spent her entire life with Neuer in the fantasy world. Jun looked at Zephyr and the others who were tied up tightly, and asked Neuer, "How long have I slept?" Neuer estimated for a while and said, "About 6 or 7 hours. Anyway, I'm so sleepy." Pufu nodded. The captain's new ability was just like hypnosis. He couldn't be awakened no matter how hard he tried. Jun sighed, with a special meaning in his tone, "It's only been such a short time." Neuer yawned and asked in confusion, "Why, aren't you afraid of me?" Jun sneered and said confidently, "Although you are arrogant, narcissistic, and presumptuous, you will not easily take the life of a female enemy." Neuer was stunned. "How come I didn't know about this? I have dealt with many women since my debut, it seems." It's true that not a single woman was killed." Neuer kept a straight face and summoned the demon sword Gamera from the underworld without hesitation. He pointed the tip of the sword at Jun's nose and said, "Well, I'll take you as the first blood today." Jun rolled his eyes in disdain, then suddenly rushed towards the blade. Neuer was so frightened that his hands shook, and Kamala immediately changed his trajectory and cut off a few strands of Jun's long hair. Jun stretched out his fair little hand, flicked the blade lightly, and cursed without hesitation. "I know how long your thing is, so don't try to act fake with the knife." Neuer shuddered, covered his crotch and hid behind Pufu, saying, "What's going on?" Puff looked a little strange, and then said with great sorrow, "Captain, you will make Miss Robin sad." Neuer's face turned purple and he cursed, "Bullshit, she and I are innocent." But Pufu, who was usually reliable, seemed to have a brain seizure, and said as if he suddenly realized something, "I went to make coffee for the captain at night and left for half an hour, so captain, you." Neuer cursed and yelled, "Bullshit. Is that enough time for Lao Zi to draw his gun?" Jun nodded beside him and said in agreement, "Indeed, he has quite a lot of stamina." Neuer almost slid down to his knees and kowtowed to her, saying, "Sis, when did we become so close?" Jun pushed Neuer's head away and said with a smile, "Don't worry about that." He said it lightly, but there was still some reluctance in Jun's eyes. Jun had long realized that it was an illusion, but because she couldn't bear to leave the man who only loved her, she didn't want to wake up. And now, Neuer is right in front of him, but they have become enemies, and it is probably difficult for them to love each other. If this kind of disgusting plot were to be written into a novel, it would definitely be criticized by people. Love that lasts till old age cannot be abandoned just like that, even though it is all just a dream. So Neuer always felt that Jun's eyes were strange, which made him want to run away. Pufu looked at Neuer as if he was looking at a scumbag who dismantled the gun mount after firing the gun. Jun stretched out his body, showing off his amazing curves in front of Neuer without any hesitation, and asked, "So what do you want? Keep me locked up here?" Neuer looked vicious and said, "Of course. I'm going to trade you for money with Marine." Jun shrugged indifferently, still acting the same way. Without even a hint of fear, Jun walked directly to the Zephyr instructor and sat down next to the Marine soldiers. Neuer looked at Jun with a headache. Why did he suddenly feel that the Peach Blossom Eye technique was so rubbish? Jun knows him incredibly well and almost understands what Neuer knows and thinks, which is even better than his own mother Belmir. He glared at her and created a anti-no treasure. Neuer angrily led Pufu and was about to leave. When he reached the door, Jun shouted again, "Remember to send some food over. I want to eat steak." Neuer, who had just calmed down, was almost irritated by this sentence again. "Why should I treat you like my own mother? It's impossible, even if you dig out my 2 kidneys it's impossible." "Honey, hurry up," Jun said teasingly, giggling boldly at him. Neuer slammed the door shut, covered his face and said to Pufu in a collapsed state, "Prepare for her." Pufu nodded seriously. "Judging from the current situation, diet cannot be neglected. In case I accidentally get full marks of 10 rings, I have to prepare in advance to welcome the young master. I have to check how to make meals for pregnant women right away." Neuer looked at Pufu who left in a hurry, feeling too tired to explain any more, and said to the system, "Peach Blossom Eyes is too cruel. Does this ability mean playing with other people's feelings?" The system slowly explained. The mechanical sound had an indescribable sense of solidity. "The host in the Peach Blossom fantasy is the real you, there will be no difference. What this illusion does is just to change the host's background and position, so that Jun has no burden in his heart and can get along with the host in the most relaxed state of mind. So, if Jun likes the host because of the illusion, then what she likes is the pure you, regardless of your position. Back to reality, if she breaks through her position and still has true feelings for the host, then she really has nothing to do with the illusion." Neuer nodded thoughtfully. He didn't expect that the system would teach him about love. "System brother, do you have a system sister that you are in love with online?" Neuer raised his eyebrows and asked the system in his mind with a sly smile. The system fell silent again. Neuer waited for a long time but received no reply, which was a complete bummer. Neuer curled his lips. If he didn't want to talk, forget it. This is a system for singles who can't find a partner. "System, you single dog is laughing at me?" The dark night was noisy and the brothers of the Hades pirates soon woke up. Neuer also took this opportunity to introduce the new member to everyone, Uncle Yuxiao who just decided to join. Seeing how respectful Neuer was to this older man, the other old members felt a little dissatisfied. The first one to bear the brunt was of course my thunder god Lu Ji, who just looked at me with an unhappy smile. He can only summon harmless meteorites and is a blind swordsman. Why should he be treated better than me? Seeing him looking at Yuxiao unhappily, Neuer smiled sinisterly and continued to stir up trouble for Enel, saying, "If you don't agree, why don't you compete with Yuxiao?" Of course Enel couldn't stand this bad temper and clamored to compete with Yuxiao. Yuxiao understood that Neuer wanted him to establish his authority in the group, so he gladly accepted the challenge. When the two of them arrived outside the spacious horror ship, a group of onlookers from the underworld also followed suit and ran out. Only Robin next to Neuer frowned, twitched his nose sensitively, looked at him and said, "Who did you sleep with yesterday?" Neuer's body stiffened. He could even smell that? What should I say in this situation? If I'm going to be honest, I stare at a beautiful woman all night but do nothing, and the next day she wakes up and calls me dear? This sounds a bit vulgar. Neuer was sweating profusely, and Hancock, who was still on the horror ship, sniffed the air in confusion. "I don't smell anything. Is this woman's sense of smell so developed?" Neuer made an excuse and rushed out to watch Enel and Yuxiao fighting. Robin sighed helplessly and followed him out calmly. Again, for a straight man like Neuer, there is no need to worry about him having any excessive entanglements with girls. The battle outside ended quickly, and Enel, whose haki skills were limited, was ultimately no match for Yuxiao. Enel's combat power is already confusing. His physical skills are poor, his armament haki is poor, and his observation haki only has the advantage of breadth through the development of the fruit. The only thing he relies on is the thunder fruit. Even so, he still caused Yuxiao a lot of trouble. After all, thunder is one of the most unruly elements in nature. Enel threw the golden stick to the ground unwillingly. Since coming to Qinghai, he has won only a few battles. Are the people of Qinghai so scary? Neuer didn't explain. It wasn't shameful to lose the fight, and Enel didn't even look at who he was fighting. Enel's devil fruit training has reached a bottleneck, so Neuer must supervise him in his physical training and haki. At the same time, Ace, who had been in a coma for many days, finally woke up. Neuer was led by the Spade Pirates to the room where Ace was sleeping and recuperating. Wrapped in red bandages, Ace ran to Neuer without thinking about his own safety, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "It seems we are still alive." Neuer slapped his hand away speechlessly and said, "Your recovery ability is like a monster." Ace had fought with Akainu before, and the strength of the two was not at the same level at all, but Ace relied on that almost suicidal attack to exchange one for one. Akainu has probably recovered a long time ago, but this guy almost died. To be able to survive like this, the Pirates King's bloodline is really amazing. Ace smiled nonchalantly. Really? I thought everyone was like this. Is Neuer's recovery slow when he's injured? Neuer raised his head proudly and said, I rarely get hurt. Okay, then you are awesome. Neuer sat down beside Ace's bed and asked, what are your plans from now on? You can't go sailing now with your injury. Deuce also nodded and advised, yes, Captain, why don't we stay for a while until you recover from your injury? Ace spread his hands and said helplessly, we have offended the Marine Admiral, where are we staying? Neuer touched his chin and thought, when we get to the Fishmen Island, we'll put you guys down, Ace. I have Pufu and many fishmen and mermen on my ship. The king of the Fishmen Island will not make things difficult for us. You can recover there when the time comes. Ace was a little disappointed and sighed, I still want to go on an adventure to the New World with you. Neuer said angrily, don't act like a nagging woman. You know I won't join the Spade Pirates. Ace chuckled and was too embarrassed to speak again. If possible, Neuer also wanted to recruit Ace into his team, but his identity was too sensitive. The only descendant of the Pirates King, and the descendant of the person that the Marine and the government once feared the most. As the descendant of the Pirates King, as long as Ace has enough strength and makes a call, countless ambitious people will surrender to him. That was a huge threat, and even if Neuer had the title of Shishibukai, he couldn't hide it, and it was a danger to Ace and himself. Send Ace to Whitebeard, he is strong enough to protect Ace. After all, Neuer is just Ace's friend, not his biological father, so he can't be so lenient. But just like in the previous naval battle, Ace almost lost his life but still wanted to help Neuer, so he would not stand idly by when Ace was in trouble. Ace dragged his sick body to lie on the bed, and said in boredom, it's boring not being able to take risks. Neuer chuckled and was about to speak when the man on the bed started snoring. Really fast. Neuer pouted and walked out, instructing the Spade Pirates, take good care of him. After visiting Ace, Neuer walked outside and opened the door of the Yellow Spring River leading to the outside world. Although Huangquan is safe, the environment is too depressing. Many of the compatriots rescued by Neuer before were almost unable to bear it mentally, but they had been forcing themselves not to tell Neuer. Neuer knew this, so he was even more anxious to find an island that could serve as a base. After releasing everyone from the black fog, Neuer has to say goodbye to Hancock again. The Empress just came to take a look and would not stay long. On the gorgeous perfume serpent, Hancock stood by the ship and looked at Neuer, and said with a little reluctance in his eyes, goodbye, Lord Neuer. Whenever Hancock pronounced the term sir, adult, Neuer would always get goosebumps. Neuer waved the handkerchief in his hand, as if sending his daughter to school, and shouted loudly, bye-bye Boya, be careful on the road. Hancock's two sisters, Sandersonia and Marigrud, looked at each other and said in unison, is Lord Neuer calling us? Then they heard Neuer shouting, and Boa's two sisters. The two sisters pricked up their ears in delight, wanting to hear what Neuer would say. Call me Sanda, or Mary, you guys should pay more attention to your safety. The two sisters squatted alone in the corner and drew circles. They were overthinking. Neuer didn't even remember their names. Watching Hancock's ship going further and further away, Neuer let out a long sigh. When Robin saw his expression, he smiled and said, are you reluctant to part with it? Neuer nodded honestly and said, it's like when the guests leave, you always feel a little uncomfortable at home. First Hawkeye left without saying goodbye, then his new friend Hancock also left, and soon he will have to say goodbye to Ace again. Neuer felt the gentle sea breeze and smiled with a hint of feeling. It's like this in the sea, new friends keep coming and going, and old friends keep leaving and meeting again. This is probably the joy of a sailor's journey, but when traveling on the sea, there will always be some companions who can accompany you and adventure together. These companions are not many, maybe just enough to form a pirates group. Just as Neuer was expressing his feelings by the sea, wishing he could write a poem, the intelligence agent who had stayed in Sabayati suddenly appeared and whispered in his ear, Captain, we found the old man you asked me to find before. Neuer's eyes lit up. Really found it? The Sabayati archipelago is home to many hidden talents. All the strong people in the first half of the park will come here once. In addition, the environment is beautiful and the order is chaotic, making it very suitable for people to live in seclusion. Neuer let his men lead him to a luxurious building. The partner from Hades looked a little strange. He is in here. He seems to have been captured. Pufo raised his head, his fish face darkened, and said, isn't this a special auction place for slaves? Neuer folded his hands and sneered, I'm on the island, and there's still someone who dares to do such a thing. Since Neuer came to the island, although there was no explicit order, all the slave auction houses on the island have closed their doors. The auctions that dare to kidnap slaves are usually backed by celestial dragons, and they all know something about what Neuer did to celestial dragons. So the Hades pirates are on the island, and no one dares to mess with them. But today, there are still people who blatantly engage in slave trade. This is a scar in the hearts of all the members of the Hades pirates? Pufo lowered his head, his usually docile face now showing sternness, and asked in a low voice, Captain, we. Neuer lowered his eyebrows and said calmly, if they dare to open the door, it means they can afford the price. Then let's stop pretending to be nice and open the door. Pufo nodded quickly, turned his head with a gloomy look, and clapped his hands heavily. The brothers in the underworld immediately understood, and the demolition expert Nerf came online and punched the door. The seemingly solid red-painted door was easily shattered by the huge fist, the broken wooden boards were blown away, and the strong airflow hit the inner hall of the auction. In the hall, on the lighted stage, there was a huge iron cage, which held children of various ages, including humans, mermen and other races. On the other side of the stage, the host who had just been passionately explaining the story with the microphone collapsed to the ground in fear, pointing at the door in horror and shouting, Devilman. Neuer. In the hall where the furnishings were blown down by the airflow, the elegantly dressed young ladies and masters became panicked, and their faces turned pale with fear when they heard Neuer's name. They were all nobles who liked to keep slaves in captivity, but this time when they came to Sabaody, no one sold slaves because of Neuer. The nobles, unwilling to return empty-handed, paid a high price, and finally an auction house dared to sell slaves, and they ran over excitedly. However, they were really unlucky today. Before they could even sit down, the brutal pirates arrived. A group of thugs broke into the room without even saying hello. Neuer, wearing a very stylish black fur coat, looked down at everyone present with indifference. The men around him were all ferocious and vicious, and even the young and beautiful girls were holding weapons and looked capable of fighting. Neuer waved his hand and said, guard the door and release the man. The first half of the sentence was an order to one's own people, and the second half was an order to the auction staff. The people at the auction hurriedly opened the cages on the stage, and a group of young children rushed out as if they had seen the light. Children of all races ran to the Hades pirates without fear, gathered behind Neuer and cried about their experiences. The children had all heard the story of the pirates of Neuer, the story of freeing the slaves, told by the older slaves. In the eyes of many slaves, Neuer had long been their hope, just like Tiger when he was alive. Neuer patted the children's backs, looked at the host coldly and said, that's all. The host was forced to take several steps back by the fierce gaze. At this time, a man in a suit and tie came over. The man handed over his business card flatteringly and said with a smile, Master Neuer, I'm the boss here. Can I have a word with you? Neuer didn't even look at the business card handed over, and said without giving any respect, no. The boss's bald forehead was covered with sweat, and he said with a forced smile, Sir, if you have any needs, just tell us, and don't embarrass us, okay? Neuer laughed oddly and asked, so you want to give me some benefits to continue the slave trade? The boss nodded hurriedly, leaned over with a sidelong glance, and said meaningfully, although you are powerful, our backers are the nobles among the celestial dragons, the nobles among the nobles, so, oh. Neuer chuckled and patted his shoulder. The boss was delighted and thought that the matter was settled, but Neuer said casually, take his pig's head off. Clear. The boss was shocked and was about to explain when a pair of cold hands pinched his head. Lucci appeared behind him with an expressionless face. He exerted force with his arms and scarlet blood sprayed around like shotgun. Literally, take the head off. A bloody head was thrown to the ground by Lucci. These pampered nobles had never seen such a scene before and were so frightened that they couldn't even straighten their legs. There were a few who were so unbearable that their crotches were smelly and there was liquid all over the floor. Lucci's fair hands turned blood red, and blood was dripping from his sleeves. He said, what about these unsightly nobles? Neuer walked into the auction hall and said casually, you decide. Anyway, this is a so-called high-end occasion for selling slaves, and these nobles are not good people either. There is no problem in letting Lucci, the most ruthless person, handle it. Lucci nodded, and waited until Neuer walked into the prison where the slaves were held in the auction house before speaking coldly to the people from Hades. Kill them all. These words were like thunder in the ears of these nobles, and everyone shouted in grief. No, no way. We are great nobles from all over the world, you dare not kill us. You can't kill us. The members of the Hades pirates were unmoved. Lucci's position in the group was equivalent to that of a senior cotter. They only take orders from their own people. The sounds of slaughter outside continued, but Neuer remained unmoved and walked into the dark room. A flash of light leaped from the fingertips and illuminated the entire large room. This room contained many iron cages, which held many captured slaves. Neuer quickly sent people to rescue them, and at this moment, a powerful voice sounded. Young man, you are quite ruthless. Neuer smiled slightly and walked towards an iron cell where an old man with silver hair was imprisoned. Pluton Rayleigh, found you? He wore frameless round glasses, and even with shackles on, he couldn't hide his domineering temperament from the inside out. Rayleigh scratched his head and laughed. It seems like you came here specifically to find me. What a pity. You were trying to earn some wine money here first. Neuer burst out laughing. If you have no money, just sell yourself. This is a really creative way of doing it. If you are so poor in the future, you can try this trick. Rayleigh easily removed the shackles from his neck, twisted the iron cage with his hands and walked out. Looking at the young man in front of him, Rayleigh smiled brightly and said, I know you, Devilman Neuer. Neuer chuckled and said, it seems that I have become famous. Rayleigh dusted himself off and said, yeah, you captured celestial dragons for money. You're so smart. Neuer smiled slightly and slowly opened Rayleigh's talent panel. Name, Rayleigh. Silver-haired Pluton. Gold quality. The growth rate of Conqueror's haki changes with the age of the user. At the age of 17, all haki must be awakened, and they can control it freely after awakening. The quality and total amount of haki increase by 30% with each year of age. This effect disappears after the age of 40, but it decreases at double the efficiency after the age of 70, falling to the lowest standard. The worst right wrist, gold quality. The worst bloodline. Roger's right-hand man, protected by destiny. He will have the right time, right place, and right people to help him wherever he goes. He has excellent luck. Roger lived a peaceful life when he was alive, and he will definitely meet the next son of destiny after his death. Good mentor. Purple quality. Rayleigh has a keen eye and teaches well. The apprentices he accepts will have improved qualifications and be protected by luck. The time it takes for the apprentice to learn things will be greatly reduced. The relationship between the master and the apprentice is very good, and the apprentice will not betray him. Pirates are a standard for the strongest in the world, and they must have a golden talent. It is not surprising that Rayleigh has two. It is these two talents that attracted Neuer's attention. The most evil right arm is a bit like the protection of the destiny of the big world. It seems that it is destined to be sent to protect the child of destiny. The improvement of silver-haired Pluton's haki was beyond Neuer's imagination. With this talent, even if he did nothing, his haki would improve a lot as he got older. But the decline in haki after the age of 70 is a bit disgusting, and Neuer is still planning to achieve immortality. Neuer's original plan was that with Shank's Conqueror's amplification talent and Rayleigh's, it would be enough for him to synthesize an upgraded dark gold talent. But such a restriction made Neuer a little hesitant. If Rayleigh can't do it, Conqueror's strong man still has. Neuer fell into deep thought unconsciously. Rayleigh stared at the junior in front of him in a daze and suddenly thought of someone. Rayleigh rubbed his wrist and said with a smile, Neuer, your age and qualifications remind me of an old friend. Neuer was still thinking about something, and casually said Kaido, an old friend of Pluton Rayleigh, he must be a very famous person. Rayleigh suddenly became like an ordinary old man, reminiscing, yes, and it was terrifyingly strong. I don't know if you've heard of him, but his name is Bullet. Hearing this name, Neuer was suddenly awakened from his thoughts. Bullet? Douglas Bullet, a former member of the Roger Pirates, was nicknamed Devil's Heir and was known as the successor of the Devil. If Rayleigh hadn't mentioned it, Neuer would have almost forgotten about this guy who shined in the theatrical version. Bullet was born in Roger's era, and as a young man at that time he was capable of fighting to a draw with Rayleigh in his prime. Neuer even suspected that this guy could easily escape from there without Luffy making a big fuss in Impel Down. Later, at the Pirates Expo, Marine, CP0, Shishibukai, the Revolutionary Army, and the supernovas of the worst generation, these famous strong men gathered together just to deal with a Bullet. There is no doubt about Bullet's strength and talent, and there is no need to say more about his haki accomplishments, especially Conquerors and Armament haki. One can shake an island, and the other can cover an island. It's outrageous. Although it still can't beat the protagonist's halo. Therefore, it would be too superficial to only look at the data in a battle. It would be better not to take any action and just admit defeat. No matter how strong a person is, he may still fail if he is attacked by a group or a group of people. For example, an admiral has to be serious even when dealing with a little girl. What if that little girl is Sugar? In short, this man who made all the strong men except the 4 emperors show up and unite is indeed Neuer's first choice target. Neuer's eyes lit up, and he grabbed Rayleigh's hand and shook it, saying excitedly, as expected of Pluton, this is a great suggestion. Rayleigh looked confused as she looked at Neuer who suddenly became happy, not knowing what to say. Did he offer any suggestions? No. Rayleigh cleaned up her image, put on an old age shirt, and asked, so, what on earth did you come to see me for? I originally wanted to see your talent and wait for the system to be upgraded so I could copy it, but now. Neuer smiled and shook his head, saying, no, it's okay now. Rayleigh shook his head and laughed, what a weird kid. At this time, the system prompt sounded as expected, saying calmly, host has made the acquaintance of an important person. Rewards have been issued, 1 universal talent copy card, master of coding techniques. Neuer almost vomited blood. Do you know how long I have been waiting for Rayleigh's reward? He had always thought that Rayleigh's reward would be something like haki, but he didn't expect. The rewards given by this DEM system really have nothing to do with other people's abilities. Coding Master, what is the use of this skill? Will you be able to make money from this business and support yourself in the future? After complaining about the system, Neuer led his subordinates to rescue the slaves in the room, and either adopted them according to the old process or sent them home. Although it was a bit troublesome, Neuer found that his rescued fellow slaves made great companions. Needless to say, their loyalty is high. Having been in a purgatory worse than death, they would not hesitate to sacrifice their own lives to protect their benefactors. The members of the Hades have proven this countless times. And to be chosen as a slave, to put it bluntly, means that one is excellent or special in some field. After settling these people, Neuer planned to chat with Rayleigh and discuss the practice of haki. However, Neuer is different from the later Luffy. His haki system and style have already been formed, so there is no need for him to become Rayleigh's apprentice. But after all, he was a strong man from the last era, and even Neuer benefited a lot from the conversation. While Rayleigh was happy, Neuer also told her his real purpose. That is, before going to sea, I should teach those haki idiots at Enel a lesson first. Although Neuer's haki is very strong, he still doesn't know where to start when it comes to teaching others, so he feels more at ease letting Rayleigh teach Neuer. Rayleigh took a few sips of wine and said with a smile, "So, how much tuition can you pay?" Neuer sat opposite Rayleigh, and Enel sat behind Neuer with a serious look on his face, like a child about to be sent to school by his parents. Or go through the back door and ask the principal for help. Neuer was prepared. He smiled mysteriously and clapped his hands. Suddenly, several loud noises were heard at the door. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow and saw several large wooden boxes neatly arranged outside. The boxes contained various fine wines and valuable treasures. Neuer had already inquired about it, and found out that the elderly Rayleigh loved gambling and drinking, but was short of money, so these things were more than enough for him. Rayleigh couldn't help laughing and said, "You really know all my information. Forget it. For the sake of so many things, I'll do you a favor." Neuer smiled slightly. Although there was a big difference between asking Rayleigh to be his disciple and Rayleigh helping to teach him, Enel was not Luffy, so he didn't need to be too greedy. To Rayleigh, Neuer might just be an interesting newcomer who wants to chat with him. After deciding to teach haki, Rayleigh looked at the pendant on Neuer's neck and said thoughtfully, "I didn't expect that the famous Devil Man is also a royal family of the Kingdom of Nuthem." Neuer was stunned, then quickly asked, "You also know Nutram?" Rayleigh shook his head and said, "I've only heard a little bit about it. My former captain mentioned it to me a few times." "The captain from before, wasn't that the pirates King Roger? So, what did he say?" Rayleigh rubbed his head and recalled, just some comments from Roger, saying Nutram is a bold country. It is said that there are historical texts in their country and they have explored the truth of the world. Neuer nodded. He and Robin had discussed this several times, and they all agreed that this was the reason why Nutram was destroyed by the government. Rayleigh showed a strange smile on his old face and slowly said something shocking. "Not only that, they are also conducting all kinds of strange experiments, all about devil fruit. I've heard that they plan to create a special container through research, a container that can hold all the devil fruit power in the world, so that that container can become the only devil fruit user." Neuer felt cold sweat seeping from his back. No matter how he looked at it, this experiment seemed like an act of creating a god. From this perspective, Nuthem's demise was not unjustified. Rayleigh saw Neuer standing there in a daze, and then continued, "This guess is only known to me and Roger. My reaction at the time was the same as yours." Neuer suddenly remembered something and asked hurriedly, "Did they succeed?" Rayleigh shook his head and said, "Definitely not. Nuthem was destroyed and all the experimental results and data were recovered. If the container that can hold unlimited devil fruit was completed, Nutram and the government would have taken action long ago." Neuer breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if there really was an enemy like that, even Neuer would collapse. But if that's the case, does my system have anything to do with Nuthem's research? However, although there are a lot of black technologies in the pirates' world, it is still a bit difficult to create a plugin like a system, right? Rayleigh took out a bottle of wine from outside the door, drank it without any scruples, and said with a smile, "The experimental data fell into the hands of the government, and with the further development of Vegapunk, many extended functions such as allowing inanimate objects to eat fruits were achieved." Neuer nodded in understanding. With the vast amount of research materials in Nutram and Vegapunk's world-leading wisdom, it was normal to do such a thing. Summarizing the information he had obtained, this kingdom composed of D was indeed not an easy task to deal with. "One more thing, the remnants of Nutram seem to be looking for you." Rayleigh mentioned this in passing, and Neuer asked in confusion, "They're looking for me? Hawkeye mentioned this before." Neuer knew that there was a group of Nuthem survivors, and he had been looking for them. Rayleigh stroked his beard and explained, "That group of people came to Sabayati and made a lot of noise and alarmed the marine. They must be looking for you, right?" Neuer smiled with interest. It seemed that the survivors knew his identity through some means. "He came to see me, wasn't he just to support me in returning to Nuthem? If this is the case, then their loyalty is quite touching." Neuer wanted to continue asking about Nuthem, but even Rayleigh, who was knowledgeable, could not provide any information. Apart from the government, Rayleigh should be the most detailed intelligence Neuer has obtained. If we find Nuthem, we should be able to uncover more secrets. In this way, Neuer sent Enel, along with Weberuxi and others, to Rayleigh for training, and waited patiently for the coding of proverbs to be completed. The coding process didn't take long, but Neuer waited nearly a month before finally receiving news of the system upgrade. System upgrade completed, opening the following new permissions. Neuer felt quite familiar with the cold mechanical voice after not hearing it for a long time, and asked, "What has been opened? Tell me." First, talent copy cards are no longer obtained through plot characters. Hosts will automatically receive a copy card every month. Second, get to know the characters in the story and obtain the talent evolution card, which can evolve the host's talents below dark gold quality once. Third, the host does not need to touch the card to activate it when using the talent copy card. The card can be used when the opponent is within sight. After a brief silence, Neuer asked in confusion, "No more?" There was another period of dead silence, and the system calmly replied, "It's really gone." Well, that's pretty good. The updated content is quite practical, especially the ability to copy other people's talents without touching them. If there hadn't been this restriction, Neuer would have taken over Kizaru's ability long ago. How could he have been kided for so long? There is also the acquisition of copy cards, and it is good to have a fixed source. Moreover, by getting to know the plot characters, you will gain talent evolution cards instead. It can upgrade the quality of talents, which is very beneficial to Neuer's current situation. After all, to create a dark gold quality, 2 gold talents must be combined. With the evolution card, Neuer can directly improve the quality of the shadow fruit without having to practice hard himself. As Neuer studied the functions of the system, Pufo walked into the room respectfully and said, "Captain, are we ready to go?" Neuer stretched his body and said with a smile, "It's time to go out to the sea to find the Fishman Island." Pufo nodded in agreement and went out to inform everyone. Enel was also called back by Neuer. Rayleigh's coaching level is indeed impressive. In just a few days, Enel's haki has already had some basic skills. Before leaving, the usually arrogant Enel was reluctant to let Rayleigh go, which made Neuer sigh at Rayleigh's talent. The pirates of Hades raised their pirate's flag, and the proverbs, wrapped in bubbles, slowly sank into the water. Neuer stood on the boat and shouted to Rayleigh, who was seeing him off. "Goodbye Rayleigh, I'll spar with you again when I have the chance." Rayleigh sat cross-legged on the shore, watching Neuer and others setting sail, feeling deeply moved. Although they had only been together for a short time, he had a feeling that Neuer was definitely not an easy guy to deal with. In the future, in the great era of pirates that Roger is looking forward to, there will definitely be a place for Devilman. Oh, this is the world under the Sea of Qinghai. On the Arc Maxim wrapped in a layer of bubbles, Enel grabbed the railing excitedly and exclaimed loudly. Weber pushed Enel aside and said with eyes full of longing, "I didn't expect the blue seabed to be so beautiful." As people from Sky Island, Enel and his friends had also dived before becoming Esper users, but all they saw in the sea of clouds were white clouds, which was completely different from the blue sea. Neuer held the video Den Den Mushy, whistled happily, and took pictures of the sea. The fishes that are so close to you and the colorful corals are not comparable to the underwater world in your previous life. So, time travelers don't necessarily have to fight for world domination. It's also nice to travel and enjoy the scenery occasionally. At this moment, a shadow in the sea suddenly covered Proverbs, and everyone looked up at the same time. All I saw was a giant sea king's octopus with human-like facial features on its body and a look of disdain on its face. His 8 tentacles were like several thick pillars, slowly stretching towards the ark, stirring up a wave of bubbles on the seabed. Enel rolled up his sleeves and shouted arrogantly, "What? Do you want to fight?" Before Neuer could dissuade him, Enel instantly created a strong electric current in his hands, and a giant and sturdy thunder dragon rushed out of the boat. The bubble film on the outside was almost broken, and the violent lightning burst out in the sea in an instant before it could hit the octopus. The light of lightning illuminated the dark deep sea. The octopus was swept through the body by the strong electric current, and its eyes immediately rolled back. There was also a huge amount of black smoke coming from there, with a smell of grilled octopus. On the Ark Proverbs, Neuer and everyone else began to doubt their lives. Neuer, with his afro, couldn't help but rush forward and punch Enel on the head, angrily yelling, "Are you stupid? We will all get electrocuted in the sea." Puff. Enel was beaten for no reason and was about to retort, but when he saw the blackened faces and afro hair of the crowd, he couldn't help laughing again. Hearing that this guy dared to laugh, Neuer immediately pinned him to the ground and started beating him up along with Lucci and Weber. After a long while, the 3 people, refreshed, looked at Enel with a bruised face and listened to his stuttering apology. SSSS. Smith, SSSSS. On the other side, Yuxiao, who had just joined the main group, looked at the fools in amazement and said hesitantly, "The captain has a very close relationship with the crew." In Yuxiao's opinion, the relationship between the captain and the crew members in the pirates group is that of superiors and subordinates. They are companions, but they are mostly using each other. But this pirates group, with its disrespectful members and reckless leader, looks nothing like the vicious pirates group that Yuxiao had in mind. Robin understood his thoughts, nodded as a matter of course, and said with a smile, rather than saying that Neuer wants subordinates, it's better to say that he wants to find some playmates. Yuxiao doubted himself and said, "Am I also a playmate?" Robin shrugged and replied, "I don't know, maybe he's interested in something about you." As soon as I smiled, I suddenly felt a certain part of my body tighten. I didn't get on the wrong boat, did I? Neuer and others who were fighting fiercely just now are now hugging each other's shoulders and playing electric fishing happily together, which makes the onlookers speechless. The next moment, Yuxiao suddenly raised his head, and Enel followed suit and looked in a certain direction on the seabed. Neuer frowned and whispered, "Someone is coming, and they don't use a boat. Is it a fishman?" Sure enough, as the ark slowly approached that direction, a group of various fishmen appeared in front of them. Neuer narrowed his eyes and saw some interesting patterns on these fishmen. It was a fiery red sun, which almost every Murloc had. This mark is the symbol of the Murloc pirates, also known as the Sun Pirates. The Murloc pirates were founded by Fisher Tiger. Since most of the crew members were slaves rescued from Marijois, they used the sun to cover up the Dragonhoof Prince after joining the group. Fisher Tiger had died a long time ago, so these pirates in front of him should be the subordinates of the fishman Jinbei. Jinbei is still one of the Shishibukai. What is his intention in sending people to stop me? Before Neuer could open his mouth to ask questions, the team of fishmen suddenly made way for them, and a fat blue man who looked very cute at first glance walked out from the back. This is a whale shark man, with eyebrows and sideburns as messy as the wind, and a short, thick black beard on his chin. There was a lightning-like scar at the corner of his left eye and 2 large teeth in his lower jaw, which made his chubby body look somewhat ferocious. Neuer was stunned. This blue fat man seemed to be Jinbei. He came to block the road in person. He wouldn't really be here to cause trouble, right? Weber couldn't help it any longer, and he stepped on the boat pole and shouted, "What do you want to do? Don't think we are afraid just because we are in the sea." Before he finished speaking, the fishmen led by Jinbei suddenly bowed together, facing Feng Zhou and his group. Weber blinked a little awkwardly before he finished his protest. Jinbei squeezed his fleshy belly together, lowered his head and said with full energy, "Sir Neuer, thank you for what you have done for your fellow fishmen." Neuer breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had some idea of why Jinbei came. After breaking out of Marijois, Neuer instructed old PF to contact the king of the Fishmen Island, and tried to find a way to send his fellow fishmen back. At that time, Neptune, the leader of the Fishmen Island, specifically asked the Sea Knight Jinbei to bring back his compatriots who had escaped from slavery. Everything was settled, but then the Hades pirates were targeted by the world government and marine, and Jinbei couldn't find them. Neuer did something as big as Tiger did back then, and Jinbei and Neptune both heard about it from old Pufu, which made Jinbei respect him even more. Jinbei thought he had taken over the will of the boss Tiger, but it was not until the appearance of Neuer that he realized that there are always people better than you, and there are people who are more ruthless than him. During the naval battle at Sabayati, Jinbei wanted to go out to help Neuer, but before he arrived, the battle was over. There was no choice but for Jinbei, who valued etiquette, to wait for Neuer and the others at the gate of the Fishmen Island. Jinbei was supposed to take the fishmen home, but he let Neuer and the others go along as well, which made Jinbei feel very humble. Jinbei didn't raise his head for a long time, as if he was still waiting for Neuer to speak. Neuer wanted to provoke him, but he didn't want to hit someone who smiled at him. Neuer waved his hand helplessly and said, "It's getting better, it's just a byproduct." Jinbei then raised his head slightly and said respectfully, "Thank you, Your Excellency." After that, Jinbei stood in the fishman teams on both sides and said, "It is dangerous to enter the Fishman Island from other entrances. Please follow me." With Jinbei, the local leader, leading the way, Neuer and his team finally found the direction. A large group of fishmen swam in front of Proverbs. After a long time, Neuer and his friends finally saw the outline of the Fishmen Island. A huge semicircular bubble shield surrounds the entire island, sitting on the seabed like a dream paradise. As far as Neuer knows, the bubble shield covering the entire island is composed of 2 layers, with an air layer in between the 2 layers. If Neuer and his team had followed the incorrect path to enter the Fishmen Island, the coating would have automatically peeled off and merged with the shield on the island. Some ships may even fall to the ground in the middle air layer, leaving no trace. Even if they succeed in breaking through the shield, the invading people and ships may be washed away by the sea water in the shield. However, the Fishmen Island's defense measures are limited to this. If someone tampers with the shield, the Fishmen Island will have no power to resist. As the Fishmen Island got closer, Enel looked at the magnificent view of the island in disbelief and murmured, "The Fishmen Island is even more gorgeous than the Sabayati archipelago. It's like an underwater paradise. If we take over this place." Enel couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Weber rolled his eyes at him and asked in confusion, "But why is there sunlight 10,000 meters below the sea?" Neuer was stunned. He didn't remember this. Could it be that the Fishmen Island also had an artificial sun? Conies pointed to the sky above the Fishmen Island and added, "There are even skies and clouds." Jinbei heard everyone's discussion and explained thoughtfully. Although it is located deep under the sea, the giant tree Sun Tree Eve growing near the Fishmen Island can transmit sunlight from the ground to the Fishmen Island, so the Fishmen Island will have day and night changes. We all describe this phenomenon as the blessing of the sun. That's why the closer the house is to the sun, the better and more expensive it is. After hearing this, Weber nodded with some understanding. The residents of the Fishmen Island long for sunshine, just like the residents of Sky Island long for soil. The less they can get, the more they cherish it. With the guidance of tour guide Jinbei, Neuer and his group had more fun until they passed the gate of the Fishmen Island. There was a lot less sea water on the Fishmen Island, so everyone finally didn't have to stay in the bubbles anymore, and everyone jumped out one after another. Lucci frowned and smiled, silently stretching out an arm. Yuxiao was stunned for a moment. Although he was blind, his sight could still replace his eyes. But in the end, Yuxiao did not reject Lucci's kindness. He reached out his hand to support him and caught up with the team. Neuer walked in front, and Jinbei accompanied him and said, His Majesty Neptune has already hosted a banquet in the Dragon Palace, so I'll have to trouble you to walk with me for a while. Neuer nodded in understanding. It just so happened that he still had to find a way to get into the palace to meet Shirahoshi. Just like that, Jinbei led Neuer and his party into the Dragon Palace again, and the magnificent decorations in the palace once again blinded Neuer's eyes. When I rebuild Nuthem in the future, I will make sure to make the royal palace more luxurious. Not to say it's better than Ryugu, but at least it's stronger than Minga. Under the protection of the heavily guarded fishman troops, Neuer and others were quickly brought to the main hall by Jinbei. In the main hall, Neptune really set a table full of delicious food for them, all of which were specialties of the Fishmen Island. The staple food of mermaids and mermen is seafood, which sounds creepy, like cannibalism. Fishmen love to eat meat and fish, but mermaids do not eat meat and fish. They only eat scallop meat. When entertaining humans, all these foods are naturally available. Neptune had already walked down from the throne. His tall body directly blocked the sunlight from Neuer and he said sincerely, Thank you for sending the children back to the Fishmen Island, Mr. Neuer. Neuer waved his hand and said casually, You're welcome. I'm not helping you on purpose. Neptune immediately felt relieved and looked at Neuer with a little appreciation. When Neptune heard about Neuer's deeds from his old butler, Pufa, he was still a little bit unconvinced. Is it true that someone would offend the all-powerful world government in order to liberate slaves? When Neuer arrived at the Fishmen Island, Neptune instinctively began to doubt whether Neuer had other purposes. But now seeing it with his own eyes, Neptune felt that Neuer had no greed at all, and didn't even want to pay attention to him. Neuer glanced at the table. Those Enel bastards had already started eating. This old man Neptune is really good at talking. Just when the impatient Neuer was about to rush to the dinner table, Neptune finally made way and let Neuer go. Neuer sat at the dining table, holding the big crab in his hands and said contentedly, Your Majesty Neptune, thank you for your hospitality. Neptune stroked his beard and chuckled, You are too polite, Mr. Neuer. At this point, Neptune paused, and then continued, I don't know, the fishman you rescued. Neuer slapped his head, he almost forgot. In the spacious hall, Neuer waved the crab legs in one hand and the yellow spring mirror in the other. The starlight flickered in the palace, and when the light faded, many figures were summoned out. Neptune was stunned. The light emitted by Neuer was filled with fishmen and mermaids. Afterwards, Neptune delightedly discovered a familiar figure. It was the old fishman Puff. Pufa came to Neuer with a smile and said to Neptune, Your Majesty, long time no see. Neptune smiled and nodded, saying, You're okay, that's the best news for me. After that, Neptune looked at Neuer again and said, Thank you again for bringing my people back, Lord Neuer. Neuer shook his head and said, As long as you can take good care of them. One more thing. The yellow spring mirror in his hand was taken out again, and the spade pirates were invited out. Ace, lying on the hospital bed, looked around in confusion. Neuer pointed at Ace and explained, He is my friend. He was seriously injured. He hopes he can rest here for a while. Neptune agreed without hesitation, patting his chest loudly, and said, Of course, the Fishmen Island will take good care of him. Although most of Neuer's friends are also pirates, the Fishmen Island is still very hostile to humans, especially human pirates. But Neuer has done favors for so many Murlocs, so Neptune can't be pretentious. After all, he is a king, and protecting a pirate is not a piece of cake. Ace rolled his eyes knowing that he was sold to Neptune. But when he saw the food on the banquet table, the resentment in his heart had long gone away. Ace joined the battle at the dinner table. Enel quickly protected the food and suddenly asked curiously, Neptune, why do weapons keep flying over your dragon palace? When Neuer heard what Enel said, he secretly gave him a thumbs up and pricked up his ears without making any expression. Vanderdecken 9 loves the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, but cannot get her. Driven by strong possessiveness and jealousy, he uses the power of the target fruit to lock Shirahoshi, so weapons often fly from afar to hurt her. Neuer didn't know how to ask about Shirahoshi at first, but now that Enel took the initiative to talk about it, it can be more natural. Neptune heard Enel's confusion and sighed, That's my daughter. She was murdered by someone, so weapons often fly to hurt her. Ace, who had recovered a little strength, also joined the discussion and asked curiously, Your daughter? That's the princess, so why don't you get rid of the criminal? Wouldn't that solve the problem? Jinbei answered for Neptune, That man's name is Vanderdecken 9, a demon fruit power. It's hard for us to find him. After hearing this, Yuxiao couldn't help but sympathize and said, That lady must have suffered a lot, right? Neptune sighed heavily, and said with a dim look in his eyes, In order to protect Shirahoshi, I locked her in the hard shell tower for almost 7 years. Enel couldn't help but shudder. It was amazing that this mermaid princess could sit still after staying in one place for 7 years. Neuer saw that the time was right and said, Can I meet Princess Shirahoshi? Neptune wanted to refuse, so he hesitated and said, But if I open the door of the hard shell tower, I'm afraid. Neuer sneered and said, That kind of fruit ability is just a decoration to me unless he throws an island over. Jinbei nodded immediately and said, Yes, Your Majesty, I am back in the palace and can help Lord Neuer. With 2 Shishibukai level masters, Neptune finally felt relieved and said with gritted teeth, Okay, everyone follow me. Neuer followed Neptune with secret joy and came to the depths of the Dragon Palace, where he saw an extremely hidden giant castle. Weber stared at the tower in astonishment and said, "This is indeed the treatment a princess deserves. This place is so huge." Jinbei opened his mouth, not knowing whether to say something or not. This place looks big, but it's actually just Princess Shirahashi's bedroom. The gate of the hard-shelled tower was densely covered with swords and other sharp weapons. And in the distant sky, a group of deadly blades were attacking this side. Yuxiao frowned slightly, and was about to take action to control the swords, but Neuer reached out to stop him. Call. Red lightning burst out from deep within his heart, like a scarlet barrier that blocked all flying objects. Conqueror's Haki cannot be trained actively, but it will improve as the user's spirit grows, so Neuer's Conquerors is getting stronger, and has already reached the point where it can affect real objects. Feeling the terrifying aura that flashed by his side just now, Jinbei looked at Neuer in horror. What a fierce Conqueror's Haki, and its application level is not low. As expected, he is a demon who escaped death from the main force of the Marines. Seeing that Neuer blocked the attack without even moving his hands, His Majesty Neptune was immediately relieved and called on the mermaid guards on both sides of the gate to open the door. The heavy door was pushed open by the guard, and Neptune walked into the room. The originally dim and wide space slowly began to light up. The room, which was originally full of jewels and gems, was decorated with various pink shellfish on the inner walls, and even the daily utensils were in a very girly pink color. On the other side of the room, a large soft bed was placed under the night pearl, and lying on the bed was a huge mermaid. The mermaid saw the room light up, looked up at the door with sleepy eyes, and then said in surprise, "Father." Hiss. Even though I knew Shirahoshi was huge, it was still a bit shocking to see him like this. Fortunately, he had seen Demon Oz before, and Shirahoshi was so cute that he didn't scare Neuer. Enel's eyes twitched, and he looked at the equally huge Neptune next to him and whispered, "Sure enough, he is his biological son." Weber nodded silently, but his appearance was nothing like his father's. Shirahoshi has long pink wavy hair draped behind her, which is flowing and soft. Shirahashi's bright blue eyes and light and dark pink fishtail add a touch of pure beauty to her look. Neuer has been at sea for so long that he has seen many beauties along the way, but if we only look at appearance, Shirahoshi with her delicate features can at least rank in the top 3. Coupled with Shirahashi's impressive bust, she has reached the top of the world in terms of beauty. Neuer even felt his nose getting a little hot. Shirahoshi flapped his beautiful fishtail and was about to run to Neptune's side, when he suddenly saw a few strange humans around his father. She quickly stopped moving forward, placed her hands nervously on her chest, and said in a trembling voice, "Father, who are they? So timid." Neptune touched the top of Shirahashi's head and said guiltily, "They rescued many fishmen and mermen. They are friends of father." Shirahoshi nodded nervously, looking at Neuer and the others quietly with unnatural eyes. But when Shirahoshi saw Neuer and the others were looking at her, she quickly looked away. Neuer wanted to lighten the mood, so he extended his hand in a friendly manner and said with a smile, "My name is Neuer, and I'm the leader of the Hades pirates." When Shirahoshi saw Neuer reaching out his hand, she was frightened and shook unconsciously, and couldn't help but look at Neptune. Neptune looked encouraging, and Shirahoshi then reached out and shook Neuer's petite hand. Neuer breathed a sigh of relief. In his previous life, he hadn't seen such a shy girl for a long time. Although he is big in stature, Shirahashi's personality easily attracts people's sympathy, especially girls. Konis and Khalifa enjoyed chatting with Shirahoshi, and soon they started chatting. Although it was Khalifa and the others who were talking, Shirahoshi just listened quietly. However, seeing that Shirahashi's nervous expression relaxed a lot and even showed a little smile, Neptune's expression relaxed a little. But after a while, Neptune said sadly, "I'm sorry Shirahoshi for not being able to catch the criminal and letting her live in such a dangerous world without even any friends." Neuer comforted him, "It can't be helped. This fruit ability is really disgusting." Neptune nodded sadly, and Robin poked Neuer's waist and whispered, "Aren't you going to help her?" Neuer looked at her in surprise and asked, "Why are you helping her? You came all the way to see Shirahoshi, don't tell me you came just to chat." Neuer scratched his head, chuckled and didn't answer. "Of course, I came to see Shirahoshi to copy his talent, but I was just busy watching the game. You can help Shirahoshi. With Enel and Yuxiao around, it shouldn't be too difficult to find Vanderdecken. But that will have to wait until Neuer copies Shirahashi's talent." Neuer called out the system and secretly unfolded Shirahashi's talent. Peerless Beauty Row, Golden Talent, possesses one of the most beautiful faces in the entire world. After suffering a blow, her personality will gradually become weaker. The luck, charm, and cultivation talent of those who are close to her will be improved, and everyone's favorability towards her will not fall after it increases. Poseidon Command, Golden Talent. Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons that can destroy the world, can command all the sea kings in the world. It is one of the most mysterious powers in this plane. If the owner of this talent is not a mermaid, the number of sea kings controlled will be reduced by half. Mind Resonance, Red Talent. Shirahoshi is born with Observation Haki, inherited from his mother Otohim's Observation Haki. The more powerful the Observation Haki is, the higher the probability of reading the enemy's mind. If he breaks through the limit and practices forcefully, it may evolve into a gold talent, with a probability of forcibly changing the enemy's values and ideology. Neuer took a deep breath. Although Shirahashi's current combat ability was rubbish, her potential talent was truly terrifying. As the ancient weapon Poseidon, with just one order, all the islands in the world could be attacked by sea kings, and the four seas would be in crisis. Plus the natural observation haki, this haki is even rarer than Conqueror's haki. The former Princess Otohim was a person of natural insight and could make her thoughts resonate with others, and even go a step further and rewrite other people's thoughts. This ability is, in some ways, even more terrifying than the Poseidon order. If the ability to see and hear could affect the entire world, the consequences can be imagined. While no one was paying attention, Neuer saved the Marimara fruit and clone fruit into the Pokédex, then quietly used 2 copy cards. The red mind resonance and the golden Poseidon command entered his body, and Neuer suddenly felt much more open-minded. Just like a nearsighted person, the color of seeing and hearing is like a pair of glasses, and no matter how you look at it, it feels like there is a layer of separation. But when Neuer acquired the talent of observation haki, his vision seemed to return to its peak, and he could even vaguely perceive the emotions of the people around him. So, pathetic. A very faint voice sounded in his heart, and Neuer's observation haki was released uncontrollably, then quickly retracted. Neuer covered his forehead and frowned with some effort. His observation haki had new characteristics and he was not used to it for a while. Was that voice just now Robin's? Neuer turned her head to look at Robin, but there was no expression on her face, as if she was not thinking that. This is really the authentic mind-reading technique. Neuer knows Robin. Sometimes he appears calm on the outside, but he is actually softer-hearted than anyone else. Never mind. I've copied Shirahoshi's talents anyway, so I'll just help her out for Robin's sake. Neuer turned to Enel and asked, can you find out where the weapon came from? Although the characteristics and quality of Neuer's observation haki far surpassed Enel's at this time, when it comes to detection range, there are few in the entire pirates world who can match him. Enel put his fingers on his temples with both hands in a strange position and hummed, I almost lost it, but fortunately, I know the general direction. Jinbei looked at Enel in surprise and said, can your haki find such a far place? This long-eared man is not good looking, and his temperament is even a little disgusting. I didn't expect that his haki skills are so profound. Jinbei looked at Enel with a little admiration, and his fiery eyes made Enel feel uncomfortable. Neuer roughly heard what Jinbei was thinking, so he held back his laughter and told Enel to find the person quickly. Frequent mind reading consumes a huge amount of mental and physical energy, which is a world of difference compared to the consumption when Neuer used his previous observation haki. As expected of the highest level observation haki, if Neuer didn't have some willpower, he would have been bitten back. There is also the ability to control sea kings. It is better to keep this ability hidden for the time being and treat it as a trump card. Although Neuer is not a mermaid princess and can only control a limited number of sea kings, it is still easy to destroy an island if she uses all her strength. The Marines couldn't know about this ability, even if they didn't associate it with Poseidon. The ability of Huangkan Sichuan was exposed too early, otherwise Marine and his team would have lost everything. With Neuer's guarantee, Neptune chose to trust Enel's observation haki, called out a large group of mermaid guards, and marched out of the Dragon Palace in a mighty manner. And this time, Princess Shirahoshi was also brought along. Shirahoshi wanted to come along, and although Neptune was worried, Neuer did not object. Not to mention that the main forces of the Hades pirates are here. Don't we also have the Sea Knight Jinbei? Could it be that they can't defeat a paranoid Vanderdyken? Bring Shirahoshi along, maybe you can increase his favorability and claim the system's reward for getting to know him. Neptune did not go with Neuer and the others, but sent his 3 sons to go with him, mainly to protect Shirahoshi. The eldest brother, Shark Star, looked at his younger sister, Shirahoshi, worriedly and said, Sister, why don't you go back to the palace and stay there? We will take care of it. The second brother Huang Xing also advised, Yes, Vanderdecken Nina's target is you will be in danger. Shirahoshi, who was usually docile, suddenly changed his attitude today and shook his head firmly, I'm sorry, brother, I want to come out and see. If Lord Neuer can make King Vanderdecken 9 stop hurting me, I can go to mourn my mother by myself. Hearing this, the 3 brothers fell silent at the same time. Shirahoshi was the child who relied on Princess Otohim the most, but after his mother died, Shirahoshi was struck by the target's ability. So much so that Shirahoshi was unable to attend his mother's funeral in person. Neuer's eyes were sharp, and a dark red aura gushed out, shattering the attacking flying knife weapon. It's really annoying. This Vanderdyken 9 throws his weapon almost every 5 minutes. This deformed way of courtship is disgusting enough. Several fruit ability users were covered with a bubble waterproof coating and dived into the dark depths of the sea. Enel pointed to a huge shipwreck and said, This is it. Neuer couldn't hold back any longer. He looked at Vanderdecken's residence with a sneer, and started to take action without saying a word. Yashakani no Megatama. Imitating Kizura's moves, Neuer held a golden light in his hand, and countless laser cannons rained down on the ship, stirring up a storm in the already dark sea, making it even more turbid. Damn it! Who dares to attack Laozi? Angry shouts were heard, and a fishman coated with a waterproof coating climbed out of the boat, glaring at everyone with a dusty face. But when he saw the famous fishman, Sea Knight Jinbei leading so many people, he almost couldn't help but run away. What's happening? Although Vanderdecken 9 is barely a tough opponent for the guards of the Fishman Island, he is still a tough opponent for Shishibukai Jinbei. Add to that the notorious Devilman Neuer, and he probably won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Vanderdecken 9 looked around and suddenly saw the beautiful figure that had haunted his dreams. He shouted excitedly, "Princess Shirahoshi." When Shirahoshi heard the strange cry, she trembled with fear and quickly hid herself behind Neuer. Neuer summoned the demon sword Guillermo Luo and said expressionlessly, "Hurry up and solve it. I don't want to waste time with you." When Vanderdecken 9 saw his beloved woman hiding behind another man, he forgot his fear for a moment and roared in anger, "Damn BD, don't get in the way of my romance with Princess Shirahoshi." Neuer's face turned dark and his figure suddenly disappeared in the dark sea. Vanderdecken 9's pupils contracted rapidly, and a pungent, sweet, and fishy smell hit him, instantly dyeing the sea red. Jinbei was shocked watching this scene. He didn't even see how Neuer teleported and swung the knife out. Is it the help of Flash and Shadow? But why can Neuer use his ability underwater? Vanderdecken 9 covered his throat which was gushing blood madly and looked at Neuer with a grim face. Neuer rubbed bloodline on his clothes with the knife and sneered, "Waste." His consciousness gradually became blurred. Vanderdecken 9 rolled his eyes and floated in the sea like a dead fish. Shirahoshi covered his eyes and dared not watch this scene. The third prince of Shark Star stared at Neuer who sheathed his sword in awe. The reason why Dragon Palace has not captured Vanderdecken 9 for so many years is not only because this guy is cunning and elusive, but also because his fighting ability is also quite good. However, he couldn't even take a single blow from the Devilman Neuer. Neuer swam back to the group of mermen who were chasing him and said to Shirahoshi, "It's solved. Now you don't have to worry about him harassing you anymore." Although he felt that Neuer's methods were a bit cruel, Shirahoshi still said gratefully, "Thank you, Lord Neuer." As soon as these words were spoken, the system reward arrived as promised. Meet an important person. Rewards have been issued, 1 talent evolution card, 1 jade pearl necklace. Neuer got the talent evolution card for the first time and looked around the space with some excitement. Neuer did not hesitate too much about the use of the talent evolution card and directly chose to give it to the mind resonance. Other talents can be trained to upgrade and evolve, but observation haki is too difficult to train, let alone the highest level observation haki. The red talent that he had just obtained, mind resonance, evolved to gold quality not long after. Neuer was a little dizzy as he accepted the change in power, and his mind became a little dazed for a moment. Robin noticed that something was wrong with Neuer in time, and quickly supported him, carefully whispering, "What's wrong with you? You're not feeling well." Neuer's head seemed to have turned into paste. He shook his head vigorously and said, "It's okay. There is a new power that I am not used to yet. Observation haki is not like other abilities. This ability to permanently change other people's minds is a bit perverted. Its consumption is a great test of the user's mental strength. In addition, thought resonance is the talent that Neuer has possessed for the shortest time, so Neuer's control over observation haki is not as good as before. But fortunately, this is not a big problem and I just need to practice it in the future." Neuer looked at the sea pearl necklace again, silently reading the introduction given by the system. This thing looks like an ordinary ornament, but its actual use is better than Neuer imagined. It allows the wearer to breathe normally underwater and protects the wearer from being disturbed by sea water. To put it simply, it's a bit like a water repellent bead, which should be quite useful for those with devil fruit abilities. But it was of no use to Neuer, who was no landlubber. It's a pity that it is not mass-produced, otherwise Neuer would definitely send a batch to Robin and others. After dealing with Vanderdecken 9, the 4 Shark Star siblings all breathed a sigh of relief. Shirahoshi couldn't help but say that she wanted to visit her mother's tomb. Now, Shark Star and the others had no reason to object, so they decided to escort Shirahoshi and go with her to see the whole thing. Enel stretched and said depressedly, "It's so boring, I thought I would have a stronger opponent." Neuer spread his hands helplessly, then said, "Things here are almost done, let's play for a while and then go back to the sea." Robin nodded and raised his hand to plead. "I asked Neptune before, and she said there is a historical text hidden in the palace. I have to go and see it." Neuer nodded. The Fishman Island does contain a lot of hidden historical information. In addition to historical texts, there are also Joey Boy and Ark Noah. However, when Neuer came, he observed that the shipwreck where Vanderdecken 9 was currently living was probably not the future Ark Noah. Noah's ship Neuer could not be repaired, so no one had any intention of attacking it, but they were just curious about its history. Robin is interested in these things, so let her check them out. The friends in the underworld went to play on their own. Neuer was just about to take a walk when Shark Star suddenly came back with a troubled look on his face. Neuer looked at him strangely and asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you go with your sister?" Shark Star said seriously, "A group of criminals broke in illegally and have already rushed into the Fishman Island." Neuer narrowed his eyes and said, "Pirates? What does it have to do with me? Can't you solve it?" Shark Star shook his head and said in difficulty, "But, they specifically said they were looking for you." Neuer was stunned. Looking for him? The world government and the marine have been dealt with for the time being, so they shouldn't cause trouble for you. Have you had other enemies before? He thought, oh, there is Old Sand, and Sand Crocodile, and Crocodile. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I'll know when I see if Lao Sha comes to seek revenge. Neuer sighed and said to Shark Star, "Lead the way, I will go meet them." Shark Star nodded in agreement, and his lower limbs and fishtail swung, directing the mermaids to pull over a royal phoenix tail carriage with a small compartment made of bubbles on it. Neuer liked this kind of prince who could get things done, so he got into the car with satisfaction. Shark Star drove the bubble mount in front to lead the way. After a while, the chariot took Neuer to a busy street, and Shark Star took out his weapon and confronted the group of people. Neuer looked across with interest, sizing up the appearance of the invaders. Everyone was wearing the same shabby linen clothes, with hoods covering their faces, and they really looked like a group of terrorists. Neuer narrowed his eyes and looked hard at the group of mysterious people, especially the man in the lead. The appearance is blurry and I can't see clearly, but judging from the outline, it seems a little familiar. Neuer tapped his head lightly. Where had he seen this before? The mysterious people surrounded by the Dragon Palace guards on the opposite side raised their weapons nervously, and the man in the lead gathered a strong momentum in his hands. Neuer was stunned when the bright black armament haki wrapped around his fist. Such a proficient haki is rare. There was a fierce look in Shark Star's eyes. Did he really think that the Fishman Island would lose its temper after being invaded by the pirates? Brandishing a trident, the irritable little fishman Shark Star went up and wrestled with the man. But Shark Starfish was ruthless and soft-hearted. After just a few rounds, he was hit in the face by a black fist and flew back. Neuer looked at Shark Star speechlessly. If you don't have the ability, just stay where you are. Why are you going up to join in the fun? The man used armament haki and tried to charge forward, so Neuer had to shout, "Stop." The man was obedient. He stopped and stood back on the spot, staring blankly at Neuer who got out of the car. Neuer coughed twice in a pretentious manner and said, "You are." Before Neuer could finish his words, the man in front of him suddenly fell to his knees with a thud, and his head dropped to the ground with a grunt. This operation actually confused Neuer. What is this for? You don't have to kneel down if you don't want to fight. Before Neuer could help the man up, the man's accomplices behind him fell to the ground with thumps as if their legs were cramping. Then there was a rain of loud and uniform kowtows, and Neuer felt like his life was about to be shortened. The mermaid residents who were attacked and escaped nearby heard the loud noise and wondered, why is there thunder again? Shark Star's nose was crooked after being beaten. When he looked up and saw the group of people kneeling on the ground, he couldn't help but look at Neuer with admiration. As expected of Devilman Sama, he made these guys kneel down and beg for mercy without even having to do anything. Neuer was so thick-skinned that he couldn't stand being kneeled by so many people. He said awkwardly, "Who are you? Stand up and speak." Upon hearing this, the people who had just been lying on the ground quickly jumped up, straightened their bodies, and looked forward with firm expressions. Shit. It's a bit like a retainer who has received professional military training and has a sense of strict discipline. Neuer paused, suddenly walked up to the leading man, and asked tentatively, "Have I seen you somewhere before?" The man's eyes widened, his voice rang out like thunder, and he roared, "Yes. Your Highness has a keen eye." Your Highness? Neuer was stunned and immediately thought of what Rayleigh had said to him before. "Are you the remnants of Nutham?" Neuer said in surprise with his eyes wide open. The man's eyes were red, and he said loudly with a trembling voice, "Yes, Your Highness? Chi Shuzi failed to recognize you. It was my negligence." Neuer slapped his head and finally remembered it. "Isn't this guy the tough guy who sold me the dragon fruit when I was in the Water City?" At that time, he felt strange that there was a master of Grand Master Armament haki in the first half of the Grand Line, and he dared to sell devil fruit as if nothing had happened. But if he was from New World Neutrum, then his behavior would make sense. Neuer pinched his chin, pointed at him and asked, "What's your name?" The man said solemnly, "I was adopted by His Majesty and given the surname Keelrose and the name Leahy." Neuer scratched his head, then asked in confusion, "So Leahy, how did you find me?" Leahy's square face was meticulous and he said seriously, "I recognized your highness through the pendant in the Seven Waters City, and then I found my companions and followed your trail. Through your bounty and some news reports, we searched the Terror Sea and Sabayati Archipelago in turn. Just when we were trying to find a way to sneak into Marijoy's, we heard the news that you entered the Fishman Island." The corners of Neuer's mouth twitched. He was indeed a Neutrum man. Fortunately, they were not allowed to sneak into Marijoy's, otherwise it would be difficult for these people to come back alive. But because of this, Neuer believed in the loyalty of this group of people. For the sake of a prince whose identity could not be fully confirmed, she was determined to search so many places and not give up. It really took perseverance. But Neuer still has to ask, "Why are you willing to follow me just for that pendant?" You know, he was not born yet when Nutham was destroyed, and the ones who escaped might be just his biological parents. Leahy lowered his head and said in a sad tone, "In those years, the royal family dwindled, and the old majesty adopted many orphans like me, gave them the surname Kerlos, and devoted himself to Nutham. But later, the catastrophe came and the old majesty died tragically. We escorted the eldest prince out of Nutham. Your pendant is the exclusive royal pendant of the eldest prince. The eldest prince back then must be his father." Neuer asked in confusion, "Since the eldest prince ran away from Nutham and sent me to East Blue, where is he?" Leahy was stunned for a moment, and said blankly, "We don't know. The eldest prince disappeared on the way to escape. It's just that the old majesty seemed very confident that he could send the eldest prince out safely." Neuer shook his head regretfully. To be accepted by the old majesty and given a surname, he must be an important confidant who was cultivated since childhood. Even they didn't know the inside story. He now feels more and more that after the eldest prince escaped from Nudurm, something else must have happened to allow Neuer to grow up safely. He raised his head, looked at Neuer's handsome face, and said with emotion, I am really touched to see that you are okay. Neuer looked at Leahy's weathered face and knew that he had suffered a lot. He sighed and said, you have suffered a lot over the years. Leahy shook his head vigorously, then hesitantly asked, Your Highness, then our country. Neuer smiled and said confidently, now that I have met you, I will definitely rebuild Nudurm. Leahy and the Nutrum survivors behind him laughed excitedly, bowed their heads and said in unison, yes. In this way, the issue of territory is resolved. Plus, the remnants of Nuthem are supportive, so there shouldn't be too many obstacles. Just when Neuer was in a good mood, Reich said with a hint of anger, but Your Highness, Nutrum's homeland has been designated as their own power by the government. Neuer's expression turned cold. It seems that I have to threaten the government again. Who knows how many secrets his hometown of Nuthem has about him. Neuer has to see it with his own eyes. After listening to Wretch's report, Neuer calmly considered how to take Nuthem back. Although there is no need to return to the homeland, it is also convenient to find another island to rebuild the country. But this is their territory, so they have to fight for it. Neuer asked Reich, you can determine Nutrum's location, right? Leahy nodded firmly, took out an old pointer from his bag, knelt on one knee on the ground and handed it to him with both hands. I have been keeping Nuthem's permanent pointer hidden, and I dare not let it be damaged in the slightest. Neuer took the permanent pointer, looked at the words engraved on it, and consoled Reich, don't worry, at least we are still here in Nutrum. This sentence. Leahy seemed to see the tall man standing proudly in the raging fire many years ago, full of confidence. Run away, as long as you are here, Nuthem will not be destroyed. Leahy could no longer hold back his emotions, tears welled up in his eyes, and he held back his tears and said, the eldest prince also said something similar back then. Neuer was stunned, then smiled with relief and said, it seems that this strange old man and I have some tacit understanding. Neuer helped Leahy up, put his arm around his shoulders and said with a smile, let's go, the king of the Fishmen Island is my friend, I'll find a place for you to rest. Leahy bowed his head in fear and said with a little satisfaction, Your Highness is really amazing. Even without Nutrum's protection, he can still get to know so many powerful people. Neuer laughed and said, if I were still His Highness Nutrum, I probably wouldn't have so many friends. Leahy nodded in agreement and said, indeed, there will always be various encounters on the vast ocean. After years of fleeing and traveling, Leich and many of Nuthem's people have come to realize how dangerous the outside world is. Neuer asked the Prince of Shark Star to call a few more cars over. He planned to settle these Nuthem survivors who came to find him. When Shark Star heard that this group of mysterious people were Neuer's men, he hurriedly arranged for his men to take charge. As expected of being the heir to the throne of the Fishmen Island, Shark Star always does things that make Neuer, the guest, feel comfortable, and after a while, several carriages were pulled over. Shark Star personally accompanied Neuer in the front car, and Neuer also pulled Leahy. After being informed by Neuer, Leahy formally apologized to Shark Star, and Shark Star generously forgave his mistake. After all, no one was injured, and Shark Star was unwilling to pursue the matter. Besides, Lord Neuer's men were very well-mannered, much better than those humans with beastly hearts. They returned to Ryuga, where everyone was playing on the island except Shirahoshi and Enel. But when they returned to the palace, the charming figure walked out of Neuer's room. Robin was wearing a loose white knitted sweater and hot pants. Her soft black hair was tied up and she was wearing round-framed glasses. She walked towards Neuer with a stack of papers. This outfit made Robin, who had a queenly temperament, look somewhat pure and cute. She held up her glasses and handed the stack of papers to Neuer and said, I have written down the historical text. It's about Joyboy. Neuer smiled at Robin's beautiful ocean blue eyes and asked softly, have you come to any conclusion? I have some clues, but it's still very vague. Robin answered with a frown as she untied her ponytail, letting her long hair cascade down her shoulders like a waterfall. Neuer naturally reached out his hand to smooth her hair and said, don't worry, there is a long way to go. Any mystery will be solved one day. Robin said nothing, but silently tilted his head towards Neuer's palm. Seeing this kind of scene for the first time, Shark Star scratched his head and whispered awkwardly to Leahy beside him, Lord Neuer, you have a really good relationship with Miss Robin. When the slow-witted Leahy heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that this is it? Meet the princess. Leahy fell to his knees again with a thud and roared in a loud voice. Neuer's hands trembled in fear, and he said speechlessly, what are you yelling about? Leahy raised his head in confusion and asked, isn't this beautiful lady your highness's concubine? Neuer blushed and said, Robin is my first companion in the sea, Robin covered his mouth and chuckled, patted Neuer and joked, forget it, let him call me whatever he wants. Leahy nodded happily, and Neuer looked at Robin worriedly and asked, don't you mind this title? Robin smiled but said nothing. But in fact, deep down, she really wanted to smash this man's wooden head open to see what was inside. Robin calmed down the turbulent waves in his heart, looked at Leahy and said, your name is His Highness Neuer. So, you are a citizen of Nudurm. Leahy's eyes sparkled as he asked, yes, how did you know? Neuer took over the topic and explained for her, Robin is O'Hara's historian. She has been helping me find traces of Nuthem. He suddenly realized, O'Hara did have exchanges with our country before, so that's it. Robin understood Neuer's plan and said, so, you are planning to go to Nitham next? Neuer nodded and thought, before that, I have to get the Shishibukai position promised by the government. Then he turned around, looked at Ray and asked, where are all the people of Nutram except you? He took out a sea chart from his bag, unfolded it, pointed to a small island and said, it's all here. All the Nutram survivors built a hidden town here. Usually we go out to get resources. Neuer nodded, picked up the nautical chart and said, then let's go here first and pick everyone up before we go. He had heard that His Highness Neuer had a magical ability that allowed him to take many people away effortlessly. Neuer and Robin planned for a long time, and checked many details with Reich before finalizing the next steps. After leaving the Fishmen Island and entering the New World, first go to pick up the remnants of Nitham, then find a suitable island to make an appointment with the government, sell the hostages in Neuer's hands, and then go to the former site of Nitham. As for the hostages, Neuer originally wanted to use Peach Blossom Eyes a few more times. But after trying the effect of Peach Blossom Eyes on Momuzagi, Neuer has put a small seal on this eye technique. The power of these eyes is so terrifying that Neuer still doesn't know how long Jun has been in the illusion and what he has experienced. Anyway, Jun now understood him better than his own mother, and he felt naked every time he saw her. Moreover, Neuer always felt that after Jun was struck by the Peach Blossom Eyes, Robin's attitude became a little strange. She acted a little anxious, just like the feeling when Neuer's crystal was stolen while playing games before. The night on the Fishmen Island feels a little different from that on land. Even though the sun had disappeared, Neuer could still sense the faint glow of the water around him. Of course, this could also be because the location and decoration of the Dragon Palace are so good. When night fell, Enel and Weber each pulled a card of the Fishmen Island specialties and returned to Dragon Palace with a sense of unsatisfied desire. Khalifa and Conies even changed their outfits and looked like two gorgeous ladies. The girls bought nice clothes and gorgeous shellfish souvenirs, but the things the boys bought were not very good. Enel held a golden painted scepter that looked like it was made of shells, and proudly showed it off to Neuer. How is it? Isn't it awesome? Neuer also taught him this word, but it might be a bit. Enel's taste is different from that of normal people. Neuer is too lazy to pay attention to him, but the others should be good. Weber happily picked up an iron lump and laughed, look at my robot. Lucci was holding a human skeleton with satisfaction, smiling at him eerily. Even Uncle Yuxiao was holding a handful of strange-shaped dice in his hand, grinning to himself. Neuer. Well, the members of the Hades Pirates are not normal people. Neuer asked them to put their things away, pulled Re over and introduced him. His name is Re, he is a minister of my hometown, the Kingdom of Nitham, and he can be considered one of my subordinates. Everyone was confused for a moment, only Lucci narrowed his eyes and asked sensitively, so, the captain is the heir to the throne of the Kingdom of Nitham. He nodded and said with a gloomy look, only the eldest prince's lineage is left in the Kingdom of Nitham. His Highness Neuer is probably the last of the royal family. Conies covered her mouth and exclaimed, the captain is actually the blood of the king of a country. Weber scratched his head, thought about it in his mind, and said thoughtfully, then if we follow the captain, will we become ministers or something like that? He smiled and sighed, the country is destroyed and the family is ruined. It's really pitiful for a prince to be forced to wander the sea. After saying this, everyone looked at Neuer with sympathy. Seeing everyone's disgusting gazes, Neuer rolled his eyes almost to the sky and said, I was adopted, and I have lived such a good life these years. Besides, I will restore my country soon. Enel was excited when he heard this. Are you going to take back our territory? I like it. Weber rubbed his wrist and said with interest, it feels good to send the captain to the throne of the king. Seeing everyone's excitement, Neuer also smiled and said, let's get ready to leave the Fishmen Island. There is still a lot to do. Good. At daybreak, Neuer took Ace and walked into the palace to bid farewell to Neptune. Neptune's huge body sat on the throne, and the breathtakingly beautiful mermaid princess sat cross-legged next to him. Without the threat of death, Shirahoshi would naturally be willing to stay with his family, so it was not surprising that they appeared together with Neuer. Neptune looked at Neuer with regret and said, I wanted to keep you for a few more days, but I didn't expect you to leave so soon. Although he said this on the surface, Neptune was actually afraid that he would cause trouble on the Fishmen Island, right? Neuer didn't ask further questions. He smiled and pushed Ace forward in the wheelchair. He said, I'm counting on you to take care of my buddy. Don't let him run around until his injury heals. Neptune patted his chest and said, leave it to me. Ace propped up his head and said boredly, I have to recuperate on the Fishmen Island. It's really boring to stay there for too long. Neuer ignored Ace's complaints and looked up to see Shirahoshi sitting next to Neptune, fiddling with his fingers without saying a word, as if he was struggling with something. Neuer felt a little amused and asked, Princess Shirahoshi, is there anything troubling you? When asked suddenly, Shirahoshi was like a primary school student being called out. He held the fishtail with his two white and tender hands, straightened his waist nervously, and stumbled. Master Neuer, can you take me to the land? Neuer's eyes lit up. He hadn't mentioned it himself, but Princess Shirahoshi brought it up herself. With Poseidon's ability and natural observation haki, Neuer can easily train a top-level expert even without deliberate instruction. But even if Shirahoshi is willing, Shirahoshi, stop messing around. Neptune knocked the floor with the real golden scepter in his hand and said softly, "You are just a powerless princess. How can you go outside? Do you know how dangerous it is outside?" Neuer sighed in frustration in his heart, which was why he was reluctant to suggest that he wanted to take Shirahoshi out. The overall atmosphere of the Fishman Island is hatred towards humans and pirates. Even with Princess Otohim's years of efforts, it is just a drop in the bucket. To this day, there are still many pirates who break into the island and kidnap mermen and sell them to the nobles as slaves. The hatred between races cannot be easily eliminated. Coupled with Shirahoshi's natural beauty and Poseidon's secret, it is even more impossible for Neptune to let him go. What if we get ashore and are captured by traffickers and made into slaves, or if our identities are discovered by the government and we are captured for experiments, who will be responsible then? Neuer might be able to protect Shirahoshi from danger, but the stakes are so high that even if Neptune trusts Neuer, he can't do it. Shirahoshi was a soft-hearted person. When he was scolded by his father, he couldn't help but shed tears in his eyes. He said aggrievedly, "I just want to know what the sunlight and clouds on land look like." And the Queen Mother? Why did she want to eliminate the hatred between humans and fishmen? She didn't even give up when she left. Shirahoshi's faint crying voice echoed in the hall, and Neuer, Neptune, and Ace were all silent. In the world of pirates, one of the women that Neuer admires the most is Princess Otohim, but he does not agree with her actions. It can only be said that compared to Otohim's overly idealistic methods, Neuer agrees more with Tiger's approach. In this world, only when your fists are strong will others be willing to listen to your ideas. Just like the darkness that Neuer experienced in school in his previous life, don't think about solving the problem in a formal way. The only way to avoid being bullied is to make yourself strong and useful. Even if you don't want to bully others, you must grow up just to protect yourself. Just like the Murlocs, although their racial talents are great, their potential is also limited. They have almost no high-end combat power. How can they coexist peacefully with humans, who are full of strong people? Neuer thought for a while, then smiled and said to Shirahoshi, "Princess Shirahoshi is still young. Even if you go to land, I'm afraid you won't understand Princess Otohim's feelings." Shirahoshi's eyes were filled with tears, and Neuer comforted her. "First, see what everyone on the Fishman Island thinks, and then decide whether to go to land or not. If you are willing to get out of the Fishman Island then, I will help you." Shirahoshi looked at Neuer with tears in his eyes and said softly, "Thank you, Master Neuer." Neuer smiled back and said goodbye to Neptune. Then, "Your Majesty Neptune, I will leave first." Neptune nodded and came out of the palace to personally see him off. The Ark Maxim was ready early in the morning. Neuer boarded the ship and waved goodbye to Neptune, Shirahoshi and his daughter. Ace was also under the ship, waving at him and shouting, "Neuer, I'll go to New World to find you when I recover from my injury." Neuer bared his teeth and laughed, "Wait until you get better." Ace met Jinbei in advance, and maybe he will join Whitebeard's group in the future. In that case, Ace will be truly safe. The proverbs rushed into the ocean current from the gate of the Fishman Island, and the bow tilted and swam upstream. Everyone said goodbye to the Fishman Island reluctantly. This should be the island where everyone stays the shortest, but Neuer and Leitch are in a hurry and cannot stay. Michael, the sniper of the Spade Pirates, pushed a wheelchair. Ace sat on it and sighed uncomfortably. "We finally meet again, but now I have to say goodbye to Neuer again. It's all my fault that I got hurt." The cold Michael had a blank expression on his face and said calmly, "But you also helped Mr. Neuer, didn't you?" Ace put his hands behind his head and smiled, "That's true." Michael watched the increasingly distant Maxim and analyzed, "Mr. Neuer and the government are at loggerheads. He probably doesn't want the captain to be in the spotlight." Ace nodded, frowned with a somewhat disgusted tone and said, "To be honest, I still can't like world government." Jinbei walked behind them and heard what Ace said, and suddenly remembered the information he had heard before. The rookie pirates Fire Fist Ace, who was in the same period as Devilman Neuer, although his fame was temporarily suppressed by Neuer, his powerful strength is still known to many people. Fire Fist Ace has infinite potential, and compared to Neuer, his mind is not very mature yet. Jinbei looked at Ace thoughtfully, then suddenly walked up to him and said, "Sir Ace, can you listen to me?" Ace looked at the fat-headed fishman in surprise and said politely, "Okay, of course." Jinbei sat cross-legged next to Ace and asked, "I wonder what your goal is after entering the new world, Sir Ace?" Ace was stunned for a moment, scratched his head and said, "Probably, continue to take risks." Jinbei thought to himself that it was true, and smiled. With Lord Ace's strength, why not try to join a big force? Ace narrowed his eyes and said defiantly, "No, I'm strong enough." Indeed, among the pirates of the same era as Ace, perhaps only Neuer can defeat Ace, and he is Ace's friend rather than his enemy. Jinbei certainly understood the psychology of a newcomer like Ace, and said with a smile, "That powerful person is a man stronger than Admiral Akainu, known as the strongest in the world." Ace straightened up with interest and asked, "Who's so crazy? I want to see for myself." Jinbei stretched out his hand, pointed at a pirate's flag flying above the palace, and said, "The great pirates who protect my Fishman Island, Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard." Ace looked at the flag sharply and laughed disdainfully. "Every legend has its end, and now should be the era that belongs to me and Neuer? Aku." Neuer jerked his head and rubbed his nose angrily, saying, "Damn it, it must be Nami scolding me again." Robin patted his head and asked curiously, I've heard you say you have 2 sisters. So one of them is called Nami. Leahy stood behind Neuer like a loyal retainer, but he couldn't help asking, Your Highness's sister? Is she your adoptive mother's daughter? Neuer shook his head and introduced his family to his companions for the first time. Nami, Nojigo, and I were wandering on the battlefield at the time, but later we were all adopted by Belmir and became brother and sister. Reich listened to Neuer's words with fascination, and then said excitedly, Then Neuer should thank Ms. Belmir for teaching you so well. Enel, who was sitting next to him, complained after hearing what he said, I guess he taught a super jerk. As soon as these words were spoken, Weber and Lucci tacitly picked up their seats and moved them away from Enel. Slurp. Lying in the rocking chair, Yuxiao sipped his tea leisurely, sighing comfortably at the peaceful years. Under the tranquil blue sky, there was a roar on the deck of the Proverbs, raising a large amount of dust. Neuer clapped his hands as if nothing had happened. Everyone looked at Enel, who had been beaten and was lying on the ground with all 4 paws and his butt facing the sky, and swallowed their saliva in fear. Neuer took out a sea chart and spread it on the table, saying, This island is called Ablut, and we are about to land now. After a relatively long underwater voyage, as soon as the Ark Proverbs rushed out of the Fishmen Island, Neuer sent Enel to generate electricity and fly for a distance. After such a long flight, we are almost reaching our destination. Neuer handed the sea chart back to Reich and asked with some concern, Reich, are you sure these people of Neutrum won't reject me? When asked by Neuer, Leahy asked in confusion, Why do you want to exclude His Highness? Neuer was stunned, not knowing how to explain. Neutrum failed to protect them and made them illegal residents, so how many people of a group of people who have been wandering outside for almost 20 years still remember the former kingdom of Nuthem? Leahy smiled calmly and explained, We, the people of Neutrum, will never betray the old king. Because, it was the old king who secretly saved us from the government's persecution. Neuer's eyelids jumped. Was the government involved here again? After listening to Leahy's explanation, Neuer finally understood why they would go to such great lengths to find the eldest prince and his bloodline. Many years ago, countries that were not members of the world government were in danger of being destroyed at any time, whether by pirates or by the government. During those years, for some unknown reason, the old king continued to adopt orphans and tried his best to protect the safety of the people of the destroyed country. Although it was only a small number of people, it won the sworn loyalty of this small number of people. By the time the trees in Nuthem fell, the monkeys scattered and few of the native inhabitants of Nuthem were left. But only this small group of people, unwilling to see their last homeland destroyed, decided to hide together on Ablut Island to find the bloodline of the eldest prince. That's why Leahy was so sure that they would never reject Neuer's existence. After hearing what Leahy said, Neuer felt relieved. At this time, the outline of Abriut Island also emerged on the horizon. The Proverb slowly moored at the shore of Ablut Island, and everyone slowly got off the ship. As soon as he got off the boat, Yuxiao, who was sensitive to senses, moved his ears and said in confusion, Strange, this island is so quiet. Neuer looked at Enel and asked, Can your observation Haki hear anything? The noisy Enel was silent at this time, and then he covered his head and said frantically, It's so strange, I can hear a lot of sounds, but I can't determine the specific location. Neuer was a little surprised. Enel's observation Haki was enough to cover the island. Although the precision was a little worse, it should not be so that he couldn't find the specific location, right? Leahy came out with a smile and explained, This is the work of one of our companions. This is a device specially developed to block the observation Haki. Neuer was even more confused. If there was such a thing in the pirates' world, wouldn't the combat system be in tatters? Leahy knew what Neuer was thinking, and quickly said, But it can only confuse various signals in a large area, including the direction of observation Haki, but it will be useless if Haki is close. Neuer breathed a sigh of relief. If someone brought this device with them during a close combat, wouldn't the opponent's observation Haki be half useless? By the way, are there other such amazing scientists in Nuthem? Neuer asked curiously. Leahy nodded proudly and said, The old king taught us all kinds of skills. This scientist is a leader in scientific research and is known as the Mad Scientist. Neuer gave a forced smile. This nickname sounds like a nickname for someone obsessed with research and development. In this case, can the Iron Man suit design drawings that Neuer has on hand be handed over to him for development? Great. He was worried about not having enough scientific research talent. Neuer patted Leahy on the shoulder and said with a smile, Let's go, Leahy, you should know the way, right? Leahy's shoulder was almost broken by the slap, but he still said excitedly, Yes, Your Highness, please follow me. The bearded old man suddenly took out an exquisite light blue bow from his small shoulder bag. Everyone in the underworld looked at him with strange eyes. They didn't expect Leahy, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, to be so romantic. Leahy looked at everyone's strange looks, blushed, and shouted, It's not what you think. After that, Leahy pinned the bow on his hair, pointed at it and said, Wear this on your head, and naturally there will be radio signals transmitted to your brain to tell me the direction. Neuer interrupted silently and said, In that case, why didn't you let Robin and Conies use bows just now? Leahy was petrified on the spot, and suddenly felt that life had lost its color. Finally, under the guidance of Rat, everyone found the place where the remnants of Nuthem were. Neuer patted the hard stone wall in front of him, looked at the top of the mountain that reached into the sky, and asked doubtfully, Are you sure? Is this the entrance? Leahy nodded affirmatively, then walked to the stone wall and pressed a spot at random. So casual? Just as Neuer was about to question, the stone wall in front of him suddenly changed. The originally granular rock wall emitted a blue light and turned into a cold white iron gate under the light. At the same time, the print of Leahy's palm was left on it by the light and shadow, and a voice suddenly sounded from somewhere. Identity analysis completed. Welcome to Neutrum. Neuer was shocked and stared at the iron door in a state of confusion. It had been a long time since he heard a real mechanical sound in this world. He almost thought it was the system ringing. Wow. After a moment, everyone stared in amazement as the iron doors were retracted layer by layer into the facade, and the dark passage flashed with a sci-fi blue light. Inexplicably, there is a strong sense of cyber. Neuer was secretly shocked, and continued to follow Leahy into the door, and everyone walked into the corridor together. As soon as I stepped into the room, the iron wall outside emitted blue light again and returned to its original ordinary stone wall appearance. The passage inside was a bit narrow, but Neuer was still shocked. It was really outrageous to see such a thing in this world. After passing through the narrow path, they finally reached the end, and the view ahead suddenly became clear. This is a huge bright world. The ceiling above seems to be transparent, and you can clearly see everything outside, including the sunlight, clouds, and blue sky. The sense of technology in here is much less than that at the entrance, but it is more peculiar than the outside world, such as this iron guy running around everywhere. Neuer picked up a piece of metal at his feet and asked with a strange look on his face, "What is this?" It has long upper and lower jaws, 2 mechanical horns on its head, glowing red eyes, and sharp teeth in its mouth. Judging from its appearance, maybe it's a mechanical dragon? The usually brave Iron Weber suddenly felt excited, and with stars in his eyes, he shouted excitedly, "How cool!" Enel covered his head and grinned, shouting with his hands clenched, "It's a robot, so cool." Robin took the little mechanical dragon handed to him by Neuer with an expressionless face and said mercilessly, "It's ugly." Then she raised her hand and threw the poor machine out. Weber and Enel stared at it with heartache, and their bodies flew out with it. Looking at the two people playing, Leahy smiled and explained, "This was also invented by that scientist. It is a small robot that is specially used to transport items." Neuer was stunned. If that were the case, this thing is actually a courier boy? I used to think that the people of Neutrum had a hard time these years. What a miserable thing. This group of people directly skipped the steam age and the electrical age, freeing their hands and entering the era of fat otakus. Everyone, be alert. There are outsiders invading. A huge noise echoed in the huge space. Neuer was frightened and trembled. He cursed angrily, "Who the hell is this?" The man standing next to him smiled and said, "I'm almost deaf." Before Neuer and the others could come to their senses, a group of fully armed men rushed into the room, took out their weapons with ferocious expressions, and pointed them at them aggressively. Their clothes are very simple, but the equipment in their hands are all high-tech guns and cannons. This kind of dress somehow reminded Neuer of a certain country called Wakanda. The leading townsman looked at Neuer and his team warily, and asked in surprise, "Why didn't the alarm system warn us? Where did this group of people come from, and how did they manage to get in without anyone noticing?" Suddenly, someone spotted Leahy standing behind Neuer and exclaimed, "Lord Leahy, why are you behind these people?" Leahy walked in front of the people with a smile on his face and shouted happily, "Brothers, I found His Highness. Lord Neuer is the bloodline of the eldest prince." When all the people heard Reich's report, they looked at Neuer in surprise. Leahy silently gave Neuer a look, and Neuer understood what he meant. He took off the pendant from his neck and held it in the air, saying, "This is my proof." Everyone turned their eyes to the pendant and recognized its origin at a glance. The weapons in their hands were thrown to the ground one after another, and everyone knelt on the ground in unison. The loud voice was deafening. "Greetings, Your Highness." The last time Neuer experienced such a grand scene was when he liberated the slaves in the Holy Land of Marijois. This time, Neuer did not force them to stand up. After a while, Neuer said softly, "Stand up, no need to kneel." The remnants of Neutrum stood up as ordered. Their eyes seemed to be shining, and their originally lifeless expressions became lively. They looked at Neuer with hope. Among them were several underage children, all of whom looked at Neuer with curiosity and admiration. After entering the hidden base, the observation haki regained its function. Neuer roughly sensed that the number of Nuthem people here must be over 10,000. Although this was nothing for a kingdom, Neuer still felt somewhat comforted that there were still so many people left in a destroyed country. With so many people and so many chaotic emotions, Neuer could easily get a glimpse of them with his observation haki. He understood that these people really did not have much resistance, as Leahy said. Even the half-grown children have no rebellious heart, and it seems that they have received special education since childhood. Neuer found this a little unbelievable, and to put it bluntly, Newton's brainwashing was really successful. Because so many years have passed and it is a time of change of times, it is remarkable that they can still be loyal to the ancient country of many years ago. An old man, leaning on a cane, staggered out of the crowd, staring at Neuer with cloudy eyes, and asked in an excited tone, "Your Highness, why did you come back to us?" Neuer smiled confidently, raised his hand and slowly clenched his fist, saying, "My strength is enough now. I will return to my homeland and rebuild the kingdom of Neutrum." 2 tears flowed from the old man's almost dry eyes, and an excited laugh came from his throat like a broken bellows. The energy in his body doesn't even suggest that he is already very old. The old man threw away his crutches, and regardless of his broken body, he bent down with all his strength and shouted with great energy, "We are willing to go with your highness." Reich leaned close to Neuer's ear and whispered, this old man was a capable minister of Nutterm when the old majesty was in power. Neuer understood this feeling, just like the history books he had read in his previous life. The old ministers of the previous dynasty were unwilling to accept the overthrow of the dynasty and had been dormant for many years. When he was old, he finally found the prince of the previous dynasty, and he would definitely choose to risk his life to follow the prince in an uprising. Neuer helped the old man up slowly with one hand and said, "With me here, the reconstruction of Nutterm will not put you in danger again." The old man just thought that Neuer was fooling them, because he knew very well why Nutterm was destroyed in the past and who he had offended. Can your highness still challenge the government? Most of the people present had the same idea. Although they were well aware of the horror of the government and the marine, since his highness had returned, they had to respond to his call, otherwise how could they be worthy of being Nuthem's people? If Neuer knew that everyone was following him with the determination to die, he would definitely say in his heart, it's not necessary. There is really no need for that. Although the government has strong hard power, it has too many concerns. As long as Neuer keeps a backup plan, they will not take the initiative to attack him. Neuer gained everyone's recognition in a short time. Leahy was overjoyed and told everyone, "Everyone, go pack up your equipment and supplies. We will be leaving with His Highness soon." The old man was a little frightened and quickly advised, "Are you too hasty? We must build many ships to transport supplies." Neuer smiled slightly, and black mist spread out from his palm, slowly floating into the air, forming a terrifying huge black uzumaki. "This is one of my abilities. You should be able to get in if you squeeze in." The space of this hidden base was large enough, so Neuer opened the yellow spring gate and led the old man and the others in while introducing the place. As soon as they stepped into the world of Yellow Springs River, the old man and other Noidum survivors suddenly felt that their worldview had been refreshed. Behind the black fog, there is such a huge island. As soon as Neuer entered the Yellow Spring River, several members of the underworld pirates came to greet him. The old man rushed to Neuer and said nervously, "Your Highness, be careful." The person who ran over to greet him was Pufu. When he saw the old man standing in front of Neuer, his face suddenly looked a little ugly. "Who is this old man? Why do I feel like he has stolen my image?" Neuer laughed, pressed the old man down and comforted everyone. "This is a world that only I can enter. It is absolutely safe. They are all my crew members and companions, don't be afraid." The old man was relieved after hearing this, and no one paid attention to what Neuer said about the crew members. Today, the people of Nuthem have long lost their indifferent arrogance. So what if you become a pirate? In this world, no matter what you do, you have to act according to the government's wishes. Neuer kept the gate of the Yellow Spring River open and allowed everyone to start transporting supplies in. Before that, Neuer handed over the matter to Piaf and asked him to cooperate with the action. The terror ship is the size of an island, so it can accommodate as many survivors of Nuthem as possible, but there are not enough accommodations. At this point, the old man patted his chest and said it was no problem. They have lived in a poor place for so many years, so building a few houses is a piece of cake. Just when everything was going smoothly, a few survivors came over with troubled faces and said to Neuer, "Your Highness, we have some problems here." Neuer asked in confusion, "What's going on? Are your companions in Hades not cooperating?" The survivors shook their heads and said anxiously, "No, actually, something is wrong with one of us." Neuer was puzzled. What could go wrong? The survivor quickly explained, "It's the doctor. The doctor's research is not yet completed and he doesn't want to leave for the time being." Neuer finally understood and asked, "Is it the doctor who developed the Haki shielding device?" Several people nodded hurriedly, and Neuer scratched his chin with interest. These scientific and technological talents are indeed weird. Looks like I have to ask her in person. The survivors took Neuer to a secluded corner in the base. Here stood a building of ordinary appearance, but its scale was somewhat similar to the large chemical plants in Neuer's previous life. The person leading the way knocked twice gently on the door. Neuer originally thought that the door would open automatically like before, but unexpectedly, the door was opened with a creaky sound. The man looked nervous, walked out and saluted respectfully to Neuer, saying, "Your Highness, the doctor is in the laboratory, please follow me." The entrance is a fully automated technological door, but do they use manpower to open the door here? Neuer was speechless and motioned for the man to lead the way. After walking in, Neuer was somewhat disappointed by the interior of this factory. Apart from various mechanical parts, there were equipments covered in oil. The coolness from the entrance to the base is gone in an instant. This weird scientist should be a dirty, unhygienic guy, right? Neuer thought secretly in his heart. The man walked to an office in the factory and knocked on the door nervously. "Doctor, His Highness wants to see you." As soon as these words were spoken, the air around them seemed to stop flowing and the entire space became quiet. Neuer raised his eyebrows slightly. No reaction? Is he too obsessed with research and invention, or does he just not want to bother with me? Forget it. You'd better be more patient when dealing with such a capable person with a weird temper. Neuer personally walked to the door, knocked on it and said, "I'm Neuer, would you mind meeting me?" As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, there was finally movement in the room. The doctor seemed very flustered, and there was a burst of chaos in the room. After a burst of noise in the room, there was a surprisingly loud explosion. Neuer curled his lips, pressed the door handle with one hand, gently removed the lock, pushed the door open and walked in. Wo chow. As soon as the door opened, a dark shadow came down on them, burying Neuer and his companions in an instant. Neuer struggled to jump out of the garbage dump and looked at the messy room in dumbfounded. Was there a mountain of garbage in the room? Even if we don't pay attention to hygiene, this situation is too bad. Such a spacious room was like being covered with a layer of waves, making it difficult to even find a place to step. Neuer glanced around, but didn't see a single person. He muttered, could the doctor have been knocked unconscious by the explosion and buried by the garbage? Isn't this too tragic? Wait, why is there a grass in the garbage dump? Still pink. Neuer reached out in confusion, grasped the grass, and then lifted it up with force, and a small thing was brought out directly by him. The little guy who was grabbed by the hair blinked, and Neuer couldn't help but blink as well. When their eyes met, there was suddenly a strange feeling in the air. A pink-haired girl with a hair sticking out of her fluffy head, wearing a baggy white coat, with stains all over her face, but her angelic features can still be seen. Neuer had a blank expression on his face and threw the unidentified loli aside. Ah, I must be dreaming? Maybe this child is the doctor's daughter? Ouch. The cute little girl was thrown out the door, holding her buttocks and screaming in pain. The two people next to her saw her and hurriedly greeted her. Doctor, are you okay? Neuer turned around with a look of despair and asked, what did you say just now? Is this confused-looking kawaii loli the doctor that I imagined? The pink-haired little girl straightened up, put her hands behind her back, and said in a serious tone, why are you here? Isn't His Highness looking for me? Although the tone is fierce, the voice is so sweet that it is hard to make people feel pressured. The two awkwardly pointed behind Loli and said, the one who just threw you out, was His Highness. The pink-haired girl's body stiffened, and she quickly looked behind her, and met the eyes of the petrified Neuer again. Neuer walked up to her, lowered his head, and said with a little pain in his neck, are you the doctor? The little girl's serious look just now disappeared in an instant. She nodded obediently and said in a sweet voice, yes, Your Highness, my name is Alpha Lee, you can just call me Little Litzy. Neuer, who accepted the reality, felt inexplicably disappointed, as if the artistic image of a mad scientist in his mind had collapsed all of a sudden. Neuer shook his head vigorously and asked, come on, little chestnut, why don't you go with us? When Xiao Litzy heard this, his face suddenly became as red as a bun, and he said angrily, my invention was almost finished, and they broke in and asked me to move out immediately. Honko? It's a childish way to call yourself. Neuer smiled softly, his tone unconsciously changing to that of a child, and asked softly, so what research are you doing? Xiao Litzy's big watery eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, it's the latest generation of combat armor, and it will be completed soon. Neuer's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, combat armor, that means, mind if I take a look? Little Litzy shook his head quickly, as if introducing his new toy to others, and pulled Neuer and said with a smile, okay, Your Highness, this is Litzy's most powerful combat invention. Neuer was pulled out of the room by Xiao Litzy and taken to a slightly cleaner place outside, showing her so-called combat armor. Looking at the heavy armor in front of him that was as tall as a person, Neuer knocked on it curiously. The texture is very hard. Even if Neuer uses the armament haki, it will probably take several punches to break it. What is the function? Neuer asked. Since it is used for combat, it must have offensive capabilities. Xiao Litzy's nose was almost up to the sky. He pressed a few places on the hand armor with a smile. The armor suddenly changed up and down, and many weapons appeared all over his body. Although they look very cool, in Neuer's opinion, they are just some designs such as hand machine guns and shoulder cannons, which are not new to Neuer, a time traveler. But it's different in this world. If the tactics, experience, and skills of the user are not taken into consideration, the firepower of this armor can even be compared to that of Frankie, the cyborg. But Frankie was just a cyborg 2 years ago. 2 years later, with the help of Vegapunk's research data, he became a cyborg that almost possessed all kinds of weapons in the world. Li Ziyi is just a tiny kid, there's no need to compare her with that pervert Vegapunk. Besides, Neuer doesn't need Xiao Litzy to have wisdom that is hundreds of years ahead of the world. Her invention skills are already amazing enough. When Xiao Litzy saw Neuer's indifferent expression, her cute rosy cheeks immediately drooped, and she said aggrievedly, isn't it great? I think it's pretty good. Neuer slowly squatted down with his tall body, trying to look the little girl at eye level. Although in the eyes of the dwarf chestnut, he is still a little giant. Neuer gently touched Xiao Litzy's head and comforted her, you did a good job, but you can do better. Xiao Litzy looked up at Neuer suspiciously, doing better? This sounds so novel. As a genius girl, Oguri showed amazing creativity within a few years of her birth and was quickly hailed as a key figure by the survivors of Nuthem. Therefore, Xiao Litzy's creations and inventions were considered the best in everyone's eyes. Over time, even she herself thought so. Neuer knew that the girl didn't believe it, so he took out the pile of dusty drawings from the space with a smile. It's time to trick the little loli? Seeing what Neuer took out from nowhere, Xiao Litzy looked at the drawing curiously and asked, what is this? Neuer smiled slightly and handed it to her in a mysterious manner. The reward given by the system is the blueprints of the entire series of Iron Man suits? From MK1 to the later nanotechnology, and the accompanying artificial intelligence system, it is definitely enough to drive any scientist who studies armor in the world crazy. As Neuer expected, after taking the blueprint, Ogiri's eyes were immediately fixed on the design lines of the uniform. This design, is it real? Xiao Lizi's eyes looked more and more strange, and his whole head felt like it was about to drill into the drawing. The system has made some subtle modifications to his iron armor. Various materials can be obtained in this world, and the effect is no worse than the original one. That's why Xiao Lizi was so excited. With her natural talent in invention, she could judge that this stack of design drawings was not a fantasy, but an experimental object that could actually succeed. Seeing that Xiao Lizi was getting deeper and deeper into trouble, Neuer made a move with a wicked smile and pulled the blueprint out of her hand. The little girl jumped up in anxiety and tried to scratch him. But after trying every means to reach it, she still couldn't reach it, so she had to raise her head and look at Neuer eagerly, and she was about to cry. Neuer grabbed the little chestnut by the scruff of the neck and lifted him up to the side, then asked with a smile, "How about it? Are you willing to come with me now?" Little Lizi's face turned red with excitement. He nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and responded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, Your Highness, I will not stay here to do research anymore." Neuer patted her head and said with a smile, "Being obedient is a good child. Here you go." As a young child, and one who treasures the design drawings, Neuer was not too worried that Lizi would lose them. Xiao Lizi hurriedly took the thick stack of design drawings, held it in his arms lovingly and giggled. If you look closely, you can see a few drops of saliva dripping from the corners of this little girl's mouth. She doesn't look like a talented girl at all. Neuer put Xiao Lizi on his neck, let her hold his head, and asked casually, "Xiao Lizi, how old are you?" Xiao Lizi scratched his head with his chubby little hands and said, "Probably 10 years old." Neuer suddenly felt a little heartbroken. The children in this world not only had abnormal physical development, but also abnormal brain development. 10 years old? What were you doing when you were 10 years old in your previous life? At that time, I was in primary school, and the most complicated thought I had was probably how many bags of spicy noodles the few dollars in my pocket could buy. Neuer smiled wistfully, feeling inexplicably as if he had been left behind by the times. Little did he know, this guy himself was actually only about to turn 18 and was about to become a Shishibukai. Neuer held Xiao feet, and Xiao sat on Neuer's shoulders excitedly. The two walked on the road like father and daughter. Passers-by looked at this scene in surprise, but after a while, they all smiled with relief. Little Lizi has no father or mother. She was an abandoned baby picked up by Lihi when he was away a few years ago. Therefore, everyone in Nuthem is her elder and has watched her grow up little by little. In recent years, Xiao Lizi has been concentrating on research and does not even have a friend of the same age. She keeps herself secluded all day long, and everyone is very worried about her. But today, it seems that His Highness is really capable and he gained Lizi's trust so easily. Neuer and Xiao Lizi walked into the Yellow Spring River playfully, attracting everyone's attention. Xiao Lizi grabbed Neuer's hair, unable to suppress his inner curiosity, and asked loudly, "Your Highness? What is this place? A new space?" Neuer slapped Xiao Lizi's hand away in pain and said unhappily, "This is my special ability, just think of it as the ability of a devil fruit." Xiao Lizi nodded as if she understood, and said to herself, "Devil fruit, it really is an unpredictable ability. I tried to study the devil fruit before, but Uncle Re was the only one with abilities among the Neutrum, and there were no test subjects, so there was no breakthrough at all." Neuer also remembered and asked curiously, "What kind of fruit is Uncle Lihi the user of?" Xiao Lizi answered seriously, "The cat fruit." "Huh?" Just as Neuer was about to express his disapproval, Xiao Lizi added, "It's just an ancient species, in the form of a saber-toothed tiger." Neuer swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth, breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, "That's right. Only this ferocious big cat can match Leihi's rough image." Adding to what Leihi said, there are already 2 people with ancient abilities around him. If Koala knew about this, wouldn't he be envious to death? Neuer smiled broadly and comforted Xiao Lizi, saying, "It's okay, you can study devil fruit here. I have many people with special abilities here." Xiao Lizi nodded desperately, not trying to hide the bright smile on her face. The old man was directing people to move the goods. He accidentally saw this scene and sighed with emotion, "If Xiao Lizi is by your side, maybe we can avoid the bad news." Neuer's eyes glowed slightly red, and his gaze turned to the old man calmly. Enel, who also had an amazing observation haki, was a little confused. When he was about to ask a question, Yuxiao suddenly stretched out his hand to interrupt him. Yuxiao walked straight to the old man with his cane and sat down. "May I ask, brother, what did you just say, that being by the captain's side might help us avoid some bad news?" The old man looked at him and smiled in amazement. How could this blind man's hearing be so developed? Then he sighed helplessly and explained slowly, "Xiao Lizi is suffering from a terminal illness. The doctors in Neutrum have diagnosed that there is no cure." Yuxiao was shocked and asked quickly, "How could such a young child do this?" The old man's eyes turned red, and his back seemed to be hunched a little more. He said slowly, "It's not wrong. When you become an adult, that's when Lizi dies." He smiled without saying a word, and secretly clenched the staff and knife in his hand. Neuer sensed the conversation between Yuxiao and the old man, with an expressionless face, and silently held Li Ziai's hand. This little girl is still useful to me, I can't let her die like this. Neuer is a landlord who exploits labor. Since Xiao Litzi has been chosen by him to be a laborer, he should just live an honest life in the world. Enel rested his head on his arm and observed Neuer vaguely, and he immediately had an idea in his mind. He patted Yuxiao's shoulder and said with a nonchalant smile, "Don't look so sad. Our devil captain will not let this happen. Neuer is trying to find a cure for terminal illness. Since the world's medical skills don't work, what about the power of the devil fruit? Luo, and his op fruit. Neuer has high expectations. And he could also absorb Luo into his pirates group, so that Hades would be more comprehensive. Ogurt has a terminal illness and won't survive adulthood. Perhaps only op fruit can cure it." Neuer was very interested in the fruit that could perform the anti-aging surgery from the very beginning. Plus, its user, Trafalgar Law, still had a weakness in his mind at this point in time. That is Doflamingo. As long as you have the ability to deal with Brother Ming, recruiting Luo should not be difficult. And speaking of talent that can be recruited, the supernovas of Luffy's generation are all pretty good. There is no need to mention Kid Law and Luffy. There is also Bonnie, a glutton whose identity and age are a mystery, Beeg who has the ability to fortify a city, and Hawkins who can predict good and bad luck. Each of them has their own strengths and are all difficult to deal with. They are all worthy of being called the worst generation in the original work. It's a bit early to talk about this now. Neuer needs to arrange for everyone to leave here as soon as possible, and Xiao Litzi's matter has to be postponed. At this time, Robin came through the busy crowd, looked at the child on Neuer's shoulders in surprise, and asked, "Who is this?" When Xiao Litzi saw a big sister coming over, she quickly introduced herself. "My name is Xiao Litzi, and I'm a doctor who studies inventions." Robin nodded slightly, not showing too much surprise at Li Ziai's age. Being young is not a problem. She is still at the age when others can just learn to read, and she has memorized all the books in O'Hara's collection. Neuer looked at Robin and asked in confusion, "You came to see me, is there something wrong?" Robin nodded, her pretty face slightly nervous, and whispered, "The news is in the newspaper." Neuer's eyes lit up. "Oh, it's faster than I thought." When Neuer negotiated with the government, they had agreed that they would first publish the news of Neuer becoming a Shishibukai in the newspaper before he would contact them to conduct a transaction. Robin handed over a newspaper, and Neuer couldn't wait to unfold it and read it. Still the familiar front page headlines, "Neuer is on the hot search again." As soon as I opened the book, the first line of words that caught my eye was about Neuer joining Shishibukai. Former Shishibukai Gecko Moria, violated human ethics, disrespected life and death, betrayed the government and harmed innocent people, and was later beheaded by the great pirates Neuer. Therefore, the government formally invites the great pirates Neuer to join and become Shishibukai to fill the Moria seat and work together for the government. Neuer sneered. As expected, the only things that the government would publish in the newspapers were useless things. Because Neuer was a bad person for the people, the government chose to invite him to join the Shishibukai? Haha, they were chasing me like mad dogs before. This kind of behavior of trying to cover up something is only making it more obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that it is wrong. Never mind. If pirates really care about these news, then they have truly lost to the government. The scary thing about the world government is not only that it has the world's most powerful armed group, the Marine, but also that it has information sources and public opinion dissemination capabilities that cover the entire world. Neuer doesn't care what the government writes in the newspapers. No matter how cruel they are, as long as it doesn't delay his plans, it's fine. They have publicly acknowledged Neuer's Shishibukai status, and it's time to move on to the next step. Neuer thought for a moment and said to Robin, "Let's go and contact Sengoku." After executing celestial dragons, he left the Den Den Mushi for Sengoku in order to anger Marine, and now he can use it. Neuer walked into the castle inside the horror ship, into a hidden room, and to the table where the anti-eavesdropping Den Den Mushi was placed. Call. Neuer let out a long sigh and silently recalled the words he had prepared long ago. After all, it is the resourceful General Sengoku, so it is better to be more prepared. The Den Den Mushi made a buzz sound for a while, then suddenly stopped. A dull, old voice came out. "Is it Devilman Neuer?" Neuer couldn't help laughing, looking at the old face on the Den Den Mushi and said, "Marshal Sengoku, we are already allies, why do you have to be so blunt?" Sengoku sneered in his heart and chuckled, "Indeed, Mr. Neuer, are you satisfied with our handling of the matter?" Neuer became alert when he heard that Sengoku on the other end of the phone didn't curse or even get angry. Sengoku was hit by a series of events before, and his emotions were always at the point of eruption, so Neuer could always find flaws. But now, this exceptionally calm Sengoku seemed a little unfamiliar to Neuer. Neuer laughed dryly and said, "Of course I am satisfied, but I don't know if you can tighten your belt and pay the ransom." Sengoku still didn't hesitate at all and said confidently, "Don't worry, we have enough money prepared." Hiss. The opponent's attitude is so docile that Neuer is a little confused. "Where is your temper, Marine Marshal? Spray me?" Sengoku sat in the spacious Marshal's office, feeling secretly proud. It doesn't matter if this guy is good at talking, as long as Marine can win in the end, that's enough. Devilman Neuer, and that ridiculous newspaper article, Sengoku will soon make them all disappear. In order to achieve great things, Sengoku has long decided to abandon those meaningless reputations. What did the Marines promise to the pirates? How could the world believe it? How could they care? On the other end of the phone, Neuer was sitting in the room and fell silent. After a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. Sengoku was slightly stunned, and then he heard Neuer's cheerful voice, "Great, just prepare the money." Hearing his words, Sengoku felt a little relieved. Pirates are pirates, each of them is a greedy guy who only cares about money. Neuer smiled and said, "Well, I'll give you the transaction location later, for free." Afterwards, Neuer hung up the phone with a smile on his face, but in an instant his expression changed like a Sichuan opera face changing, and he became gloomy again. "Damn, Sengoku, that old Biden, is playing some dirty tricks on me again." Robin stood nearby, looking helplessly at the moody Neuer, and asked, "What's wrong? The report has already been released, so the Marine shouldn't make any more moves, right?" Neuer shook his head and whispered, "But what if they retract the news?" Robin was shocked and shook his head. "No way, the whole world has seen it. This is such a slap in the face. For the whole world to see? It only takes a word from the government to change one's words, which is something that Minga's celestial dragons, who are not legitimate in the original work, can do. Now that so many celestial dragons are involved, it is not impossible for Sengoku to ask the government to use this trick once to gain Neuer's trust." Robin crossed her arms over her chest, touched her pretty face and asked worriedly, "What should we do? Cancel the deal?" Neuer shook his head and said thoughtfully, "Maybe not, just change the plan." In the dim little room, a faint light flickered on the ceiling. The Marine generals whose consciousness was taken away by the yellow spring water have been staying here quietly for many days. A figure sat cross-legged in the middle of the room, immersed in meditation without haste or impatience. Ever since Momuzagi was experimented with the power of her peach blossom eyes by Neuer, her consciousness has not been taken away by Huang Quan again. The reason was that after observing for a period of time, Neuer found that Jun was incredibly well-behaved and had no intention of resisting at all. Neuer had no way to deal with this woman. They were already in the underworld, and he was not afraid that she would escape if she was alone, so he simply left her alone. In the dead silence, Jun suddenly opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyes looked towards the door of the room as if she sensed something. The door was gently pushed open from the outside, and bright light came in. Jun frowned for a moment because of the flash of light. Neuer and Robin walked in. Jun smiled and held his forehead with his hand and asked, "Why, you finally came to see me?" Robin frowned slightly and sneered, "Are all Marine Admiral candidates full of nonsense?" Jun shrugged, stared at Neuer boldly, and said sarcastically, "I was just talking about something serious, but you took it as nonsense. That's your ability, son of the devil." Robin's face darkened. Unless they were close friends, she hated being called by that nickname. Neuer saw that Robin was about to lose her temper, so he quickly grabbed her wrist and advised, "Don't say useless things to her." After that, he walked up to Jun and said in a forced indifference, "You shut up too." Jun chuckled, tilted his head to the side and said, "Why, are you feeling sad?" Neuer frowned. This woman had complicated feelings towards him right now, which could be seen from everywhere. But that was just what Jun experienced in an illusion, it was not real to Neuer, and he didn't want to have anything to do with his enemy. Jun took a deep look at him, then smiled nonchalantly and said, "It's really difficult for you to pretend to be so indifferent. Tell me, what do you want to do to Marine here?" Neuer raised his hand, and a shadow slowly extended from his palm, saying, "I will use you to threaten Sengoku." Jun didn't understand what he meant and asked in confusion, "Haven't you reached a deal yet?" In front of Jun, Neuer walked up to these Marine officers and cut off their shadows one by one, saying casually, "But he may not keep his promise. So I have to tell Sengoku in person that I tampered with you, and that way I'll be safe." Neuer had secretly tampered with the celestial dragons before, so that when he becomes Shishibukai and wants to rebel, he can use it to threaten the government. However, Sengoku's intentions were unclear, so Neuer made another small move, but told Sengoku clearly so that he would give up the siege on him. After the deal was done, Neuer returned the shadows to Sengoku one by one, so that even if they wanted to withdraw the newspaper again, the people of the world would not buy it. Jun felt that this strange train of thought was somewhat familiar, and laughed, "This strange idea is really troublesome and crude." Neuer snorted in annoyance, "You're capable, can you show me a trick?" Jun smiled and said calmly, "Wouldn't it be better to kill the marshal?" Neuer was slightly stunned, and seemed to be, "No, let's not talk about whether he can kill Sengoku or not. Even if he kills Sengoku, it can cause civil strife in the Marine, but how long can the civil strife last? The martial dispute between Aokiji and Akaino may be difficult to happen again. The two of them would probably try their best to kill themselves because Neuer killed the previous marshal, with the entire Marine united in hatred of the enemy. And if Garp, a senior Marine, takes over the position of marshal after his friend is killed, then..." Neuer glared at Jun and said, "Do you think I will listen to you?" Jun curled his lips and complained secretly in his heart, "The expression you just now clearly showed that you were moved." After a while, Neuer cut out everyone's shadows and replaced them with fake ones he made. When they arrived at Jun, she generously spread her hands and lay on the ground, saying, "Come on, don't pity me." Robin, who was standing by, felt so angry after hearing such explicit words. Neuer was somewhat embarrassed by the words of the female hooligan, but still raised the demon's sword and slashed it at the junction of Jun and the shadow. A silhouette with Jun's figure was held in Neuer's hand. Compared with other shadows, Jun's shadow was much more honest. The moment his shadow was cut off, Jun fell into coma. Neuer hesitated for a moment, but still took out the blanket from the underworld and gently covered her with it. When I turned around, I saw Robin's affectionate death gaze. Neuer immediately broke out in a cold sweat and asked with a forced smile, what's wrong? Robin observed Neuer's expression suspiciously and said, when I first heard Pufo and the others say that you and Momuzagi were having an affair, I didn't believe it. Neuer swallowed and explained, indeed, you don't have to believe in such things. This guy must be hiding something from me. Robin immediately realized that Neuer's expression of trying to cover up his true intentions would not fool normal people. But judging from the situation, he did not have any relationship with Momuzagi. Robin sighed helplessly and said, forget it, I don't care. Just be sensible. Neuer happily put his arm around Robin's shoulders and said with a smile, don't worry, I won't do anything like that. The ability of Peach Blossom Eyes makes it the public enemy of women all over the world. But from a functional point of view, it sounds disgusting that people will fall in love with him just by looking at him once. So Neuer didn't dare tell Robin and the other female crew members about this. After resolving the hostage issue, Neuer began to arrange the transaction location. Just in case, Neuer chose an island far away from Abriut, and after a little arrangement, he sent the information here to Sengoku. In the marshal's office, Sengoku also received the news from Neuer and was overjoyed. Sengoku slammed the table and stood up, calling the messenger into the room, and said in a loud voice, notify the Marine General to act according to the previously made plan. The messenger left in response, and Sengoku stood in front of the window, his tiger eyes under his glasses seemed to be burning with fire. The world's greatest scourge, the demon man Neuer, must be eliminated. Right on that island, we will mobilize the Marines to encircle and destroy them. No one from the Hades pirates will be left alive. A few days later, all the remaining Neutrum residents on Ablet Island had been transferred away. Today, Huangkansichuan is bustling with people engaged in town construction and working together to create temporary residences. On the Blue Sea, the luxurious golden ship Ark Maxim is pulling the crew towards the destination with all its efforts. Neuer sat on the bow holding a knife, quietly closing his eyes and resting. Yuxiao walked over to Neuer and asked worriedly, we are leaving so late, I guess the Marine is already prepared. Neuer felt the cool ocean breeze and smiled, it's okay. No matter how hard Sengoku works on this deal, he won't take advantage of me. At this time, a huge figure circled in the sky and flew back. Weber recovered from the sky and landed on the deck, saying, I checked. The Marine is already on the island. Enel also adjusted his observation haki's range to the maximum and said with a frown, there are a lot of sounds and auras, the scale is terrifying. Neuer smiled with a hint of sarcasm and said, as expected, Sengoku still refuses to give up. Yuxiao shook his head and said with a smile, it's a pity. He doesn't have enough information and knows too little about us. Enel's world-class range of observation and Neuer's excessive knowledge of government actions were beyond Sengoku's expectation. The transaction took place on an isolated island far away from Abriut Island. It was uninhabited and very suitable for secret transactions. The Ark Maxim slowly approached the shore. After Neuer and his crew got off the ship, several groups of Marines secretly observed them. These are all minions. I just don't know who the high-level combat force sent by the Marine will be. It is unlikely that Marshal Sengoku will come in person. Among the three admirals, Kizaru is fine, and Aokiji and Akainu are expected to recover soon. Neuer walked quickly to the center of the isolated island, and sure enough, there were a large number of Marines that had surrounded the place in layers. There was hatred in the eyes of these Marines, and they looked like they were gritting their teeth to suppress their anger, wanting to fight Neuer to the death. Well, this is a very normal thing. He caused so much trouble to the admiral and the marshal, and captured the Zephyr instructor who was loved by the Marines. More importantly, this devil pervert actually kidnapped Momuzagi Vice Admiral and Lord An? Absolutely unforgivable? Seeing their expressions that looked like they wanted to kill him, Neuer turned his head suddenly, made a face and yelled, Chua, while they were not prepared. The righteous Marines almost drew their guns, and some even held their swords in their hands. Seeing their eyes bursting with anger, Neuer was jumping back and forth on the edge of a crazy war. Just when the Marines were about to lose their patience, someone finally came to take charge of the situation. Come back, there's no need to argue with Neuer. A vicissitudes of life voice was heard, and Neuer turned his gaze. Sure enough, they were all old acquaintances of his. Marine Chief of Staff Crane, Garp, who had previously suppressed Neuer, and another more familiar one. Hey, isn't this old Huang? Is he out for a stroll again? As soon as Neuer saw Kizaru, he couldn't take back the smile on his face. He trotted over and started chatting with him enthusiastically. Kizaru leaned against a big tree and explained in a somewhat depressed tone, Kuzan, that BD is still pretending to be sick to avoid the mission. I was forced to work by the old man again. Neuer laughed, patted Kizaru on the back and said, what about Akainu? Why doesn't he come? Kizaru scratched his head and explained after a long while, his injury has healed and he was sent out by the marshal to carry out a mission. Oh, Neuer smiled a little strangely. But he didn't say much. He took out a yellow lollipop from his pocket and asked enthusiastically, do you want to eat it? Kizaru raised an eyebrow with interest and said, come on. How sweet. Yours won't work, try my cookies, I often eat them when I'm at work. The slacking duo gathered together to share snacks, while Robin and he looked at them with frowns on their faces. Garp was very interested and took out a bag of senbei, wanting to join their snack party, but was glared at by Crane beside him and dared not move. Crane coughed twice, found Robin who looked the most reliable, and asked expressionlessly, "Did you bring the celestial dragons and marine?" Robin nodded and glanced at Neuer who was eating happily. Neuer felt a chill on his back and quickly ran back to the team, swung the yellow spring mirror and released all the hostages. He took a quick look around and saw that they looked dazed. He frowned and said, "There's something wrong with them." Neuer smiled, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and everyone's consciousness was immediately returned to their bodies. The celestial dragons begged for mercy, and the marines looked pale, but still mustered up the courage to glare at the pirates. After regaining consciousness, Zephyr quickly looked at his students and was relieved to see that Anne and the others were fine. After a while, he heard a familiar cry again, "Zephyr." Zephyr quickly looked in the direction of the voice and saw two old comrades, he and Garp, standing opposite him, looking at him anxiously. Seeing the two of them, Zephyr immediately perked up and shouted, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Neuer walked in front of Zephyr, blocked his view and said with a smile, "Old Zephyr, now is not the time for you to reminisce about the past." Zephyr's face darkened and he started to curse, "Damn pirates! What are you doing again?" Neuer squatted down and grabbed Zephyr's head with his hands, and whispered fiercely, "Dirty tricks! Laozi is going to fight you openly now. You know what? Just before, I sold you for a good price." Zephyr's expression was a little shaken, and his voice was trembling as he asked, "What did you say?" Neuer deliberately provoked Zephyr, saying, "In order to redeem you, a defeated veteran, and those marines, Sengoku and his men spent a huge price of 7 billion per person." Zephyr opened his mouth wide, as if he couldn't believe what he said. Because of his carelessness, he fell into Neuer's trap and caused Marine to lose so much money. That amount of money can protect and arm so many young Marines. Seeing Zephyr showing signs of collapse in the face of this reality, he quickly shouted with a sullen face, "Shut up! Return him to us immediately." Neuer said with a cold face, unmoved, "If you are really anxious, bring Bailey here." Garp couldn't help but stepped forward and cursed, "A hole? Hand the person over to us first." Neuer's temper seemed to be suddenly ignited, and he pulled out a knife and stabbed Zephyr in the stomach. He and Garp were shocked. Zephyr fell to his knees in pain, blood splattering all over the ground. Neuer's blood-stained face lifted indifferently from the shadows. "Get the situation straight and don't bargain with Laozi. Take the money." Previous. Next. Garp gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Damn it." He had a cold face and his eyes were as sharp as knives as he slashed at Neuer, but Neuer was too thick-skinned to be moved at all. Neuer didn't want to argue with Marine anymore, so he held up the ghost Moro in his hand and threatened, "I don't want to say it again." He gritted his teeth and waved behind him, and a large group of Marines came over from afar carrying a large number of wooden boxes. After putting down the heavy wooden boxes, Marine opened the lids, revealing a large amount of golden banknotes and gold inside. Zephyr covered his wound and fell to the ground helplessly. Seeing this scene, he felt even more disheartened. Marine, really compromised with the pirates because of himself. "I am no longer worthy of being in the Marine." Neuer glanced at the depressed Zephyr and nodded with satisfaction. Although Zephyr is old, his combat power and education level are still helpful to the Marine, so Neuer wants to stimulate him and make him ashamed to stay in the Marine. Crane saw Neuer and his group staring at the wooden box and said coldly, "Can we let them go now?" Neuer shook his head, looked at Enel and said, "The main road, go check it out and bring it here." Enel responded, rubbed his hands excitedly, turned into lightning and rushed out. Garp looked at the greedy Enel with disdain and said, "Will Devilman accept such greedy pirates?" Enel suddenly raised his head and glared at Garp. Neuer said with a wry smile, "Of course, greed is not a sin for pirates." Seeing Neuer defending his crew, Garp snorted, "Haha, snakes and rats of the same nest." Neuer ignored Marine's provocation, and Enel silently looked down at the ransom. After a while, Enel nodded to Neuer, and Neuer smiled. Waving for Enel to move the money to them, Neuer smiled and said, "Marine really kept its promise. Thank you." Several veins popped up on his forehead. Neuer understood what she was going to say and said with a smile, "Then, let him go." Garp secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. But what followed was a feeling of ruthlessness in his heart. When Marine retrieves the hostages, it will be the time for Devilman to fall. Lucci escorted the imprisoned Marines, while Weber threw out the celestial dragons. He and Garp quickly asked someone to bring them back, and when everyone returned to the Marine camp, a few celestial dragon scum finally couldn't help cursing out loud. "What are you Marines doing? Why did you just come to rescue us?" The former Marine Admiral was also captured. "I will report to the 5 elders. I will punish you." As soon as the celestial dragons returned to the safe area, they couldn't help but jump up and point at the Marine's nose and curse, having long forgotten who had rescued them just now. The Marines who were rescued felt their faces burning, and they became even more furious after hearing the celestial dragons' vicious words. The Marines were immediately outraged when they saw the celestial dragons were fighting against each other, and some Marines even wanted to take action. But they are not pirates. Without the order of the superior, the soldiers dare not take action. At this time, Zephyr's eyes had already lost their light, and he collapsed to the ground like a puppet. Ayin supported her teacher worriedly, looking at Neuer meaningfully. She had already experienced the horror of Neuer. Although he is usually stupid and unreliable, if he is really offended by an enemy, he will really try his best to kill the enemy. Zywin sighed. Now that her position has returned, she doesn't know when they will meet next time. Will the next time we meet be on a battlefield with swords drawn? Make sure to bring everyone back. With Garp and Crane's strong mentality, they will certainly not pay attention to the shouting and threats of these damn celestial dragons. He exchanged glances with Garp, and secretly put one hand behind his back, holding a Den Den Mushi in his hand, with buttons on the shell of the Den Den Mushi. After pressing the button, the warships lurking on the seabed near the isolated island finally received the message, broke through the waves and rushed towards the island with great momentum. As the huge waves hit, the leader of the leading warship revealed his true face. It was the Marine Admiral, Akainu, with a ferocious face. The super-large fleet surrounded the island in an instant. Enel and Fujitora immediately sensed something was wrong and said, "Someone has surrounded this place." Neuer's lips curled up, knowing this would happen. Kizura said that Akainu went on a mission, so he should be going on a mission to eliminate himself, right? Neuer tilted his head silently and looked at Kizura, who was whistling lazily with his hands in his pockets, as if it had nothing to do with him. Crane flexed his arms and sneered, "Pirates, your doom has come." Neuer shrugged nonchalantly and said, "The end of the world has never happened to me. Marine is so shameless." But if Neuer were in Sengoku's position, he would definitely do the same thing, and even be more despicable. Even if the world thinks that Marine is despicable, he has completed his mission brilliantly and fulfilled the justice he promised. The process is not important, as long as the outcome meets expectations. But unfortunately, Marine's opponent now is Neuer, a man even more shameless than them. The rolling heat waves behind him covered the entire clear sky. Akainu stood on the lava and roared viciously, "Devil, die." More and more Marines rushed to the island, and the most ruthless one was Akainu. It looked like he was going to turn the entire island into a lava island. He smiled and frowned slightly, then walked behind the crowd. In the astonished gazes of all the Marines, he pulled out his staff sword from its sheath, and an astonishing purple light shot up into the sky. Gravity Blade Tiger. He let out a roar with a smile, then held the blade in reverse and slashed horizontally at the huge wave of magma. With the blessing of the purple light, the space in front of him suddenly changed its shape and twisted. Akainu's face changed and he tried to steady himself, but the large lava flow that he had accumulated with great difficulty was directly crushed by a strong pressure. The members of the Hades pirates didn't get even a drop of lava, but the Marines who followed Akainu to kill the enemies suffered an unexpected disaster. The suppressed magma splashed onto the friendly forces, and the Marines that were touched immediately howled in pain. The scene was like hell on earth, with countless souls struggling and rolling on the ground, and most of the Marines were even burned until not even a bone was left. But Akainu's expression didn't waver at all, his eyes were fixed on that smile, and the aura he exuded was terrifying. He smiled and opened his eyes slightly, but only the whites of his eyes were visible, and he faced Akainu without fear. Neuer looked at the tragic battlefield behind him without changing his expression. At this time, Garp in front of him also took action. With just one smile and one move, the Marine soldiers led by Akainu suffered heavy losses. Garp, who loved his soldiers like his own sons, couldn't bear it, so he raised his fist and rushed towards Neuer, wanting to end the fight quickly. A strong wind blew towards his face, and Neuer, whose observation haki had been upgraded, dealt with it easily. He silently took a step back, and Garp's fist missed the target. This kid's observation color has become more delicate. Garp frowned slightly, raised his fist as big as a casserole and wanted to continue smashing down, and he also ran over to support him. Two veteran masters rushed over, but Neuer was not in a hurry at all. He sighed and said, "Why do we always have to fight and kill?" After saying that, Neuer stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers gently in front of the two people who rushed over. What? No. Garp's movements faltered, and he quickly retracted his moves and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a Marine soldier with a general's badge on his chest, covering his head with horror. His skin, which was exposed to the sun, suddenly made a burning sound. A puff of green smoke rose up, and the Marine's skin, flesh, and even bones were burned to ashes by the sunlight, leaving only some ash and charcoal residue on the spot. Garp glared at Neuer and yelled, "What did you do?" Neuer smiled but said nothing, and snapped his fingers again. As if in response to Neuer's snapping of fingers, a Marine soldier screamed, and soon he was also tortured by the sun and became exactly the same as the previous person. Crane then remembered and looked at the Marine's shadows, his face darkening as he said, "This is the ability of the shadow fruit. Neuer has already tampered with the hostages." Neuer smiled and responded, "Yeah, I was just trying to prevent you from doing that." Garp's face also looked a little grim. He approached Crane and asked, "What should we do now?" The light in the Crane's eyes kept flickering. What should he do now? There is only one way, to kill Neuer, who is a person with special abilities. But Neuer is not only the user of the shadow fruit, but also the user of the sparkling fruit, and he also has the ability to hide in the fog. Kizuro and the other two could at most hold back Neuer and his group and prevent them from running into the fog, but they could not stop Neuer from snapping his fingers. Seeing that the two Marine pillars were silent, Neuer simply stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. A clear and faint voice rang out in the noisy battlefield, but that voice clearly struck every Marine's heart. Because every time a sound is heard, it means that a colleague will be tortured to death by the pain of losing his shadow. Neuer did not force them to make a choice, and silently took the lives of Marines one after another. The celestial dragons that were yelling just now were now trembling and hiding behind the Marine, fearing that they would be the ones to die in the next second. But they were obviously overthinking it. Neuer killed the Marine generals just to reduce the Marines' combat power at this time. Celestial dragons. They are just a bunch of trash waiting to be slaughtered and pose no threat to Neuer at all. As his colleagues died one after another, he couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he finally put down his hands. Stop it, Neuer, just go away. Crane's voice was filled with fatigue, as if he was already overwhelmed. Garp supported Crane with worry, staring at Neuer fiercely with his tiger eyes, and his fists kept tightening and loosening. Neuer stopped what he was doing, looked at the Crane and said, let us go. Once it's safe, the Marine's shadow will naturally return to their bodies. Neuer's goal has now been achieved. If he continued to provoke Garp and they might end up in a fight with him. He raised his hand with a gloomy look and commanded all the Marines, let them go. Akainu was facing off against Ishao, who was of equal strength. Hearing this, he couldn't help but shout, why? We can definitely catch them all in one fell swoop. A wry smile appeared on his lips. Catch them all in one fell swoop? Using Zephyr and so many marine mainstays, and even the lives of celestial dragons to exchange for a Neuer, it is not certain that you can get it. Marine lost this deal from the beginning. Neuer smiled slightly. He dared to come here so blatantly, of course he must have made all the preparations. In addition to threatening them with Marine's life, there is also... Ripples slowly spread out in the air, and an obvious transparent door was opened from the alien space, and a figure walked out from it. Bluno opened the air door and nodded slightly to Neuer, saying, Captain, I'm here to pick you up as agreed. Neuer nodded and said, where's the proverbs? Bluno smiled, gave a thumbs up and said, I took it away, don't worry. The main purpose of coming to the isolated island on the golden ship was to relax Crane's vigilance. If we go back now, there would be no need to open the proverb and leave. So Neuer arranged for Bluno to pick them up early so that they could slip away quickly. On Marine's side, Crane felt even more bitter when he saw the user of the gate-to-gate fruit appear. The strength of these bandits from the Hades pirates lies not in their fighting power, but in their ability to escape. Air gates, lightning, flashes, pterosaurs, mysterious black fog, these fancy and rapid escape methods are simply the nightmare of the new era Marine. In front of all the Marines, Enel and his team started to move the wooden boxes on the ground, and huge amounts of Baileys were continuously transported to the other side. Neuer's mouth was almost stretched to the back of his head, and he followed the money transportation line closely. As for those Marines killed by Neuer's snap of his fingers, their ransom, oh my, of course it is impossible to return it to them. It took a lot of effort to move so many Baileys to the other side of the portal. After the task was completed, Neuer smiled at several senior Marine officers and said, well, goodbye. Akainu stared at the pirates who were leaving in such a chic manner, and could not help but yelled, stop. Who will listen to you? Neuer turned his head suddenly, swung the demonic sword down, and a huge black blade light rushed over. Akainu reacted in time and transformed into an element to avoid the attack, but was still knocked back a few steps by the impact of the sword energy. Several people took the opportunity to walk into the air door. Neuer stood inside the door and greeted Akainu with a smile, don't see me off, bye. Akainu was furious and punched Dark Hound, but the air door was already closed and he didn't even touch Neuer's clothes. Kakuzu. Kizuro, who had been slacking off for a long time, sighed secretly as he looked at the vibrating air and the furious Akainu. Why pick on that foul-mouthed guy? The mission failed this time, and all the Marines were in a very low mood, with a strong sense of unwillingness in their hearts. Only Uncle Huang didn't feel the slightest bit surprised. As the Marine Admiral who has fought Neuer the most, only Kizuro understands how cunning Neuer is. If Neuer could really be caught in such a plan, would he still have to work so much overtime? Neuer and his men withdrew from the Marines' encirclement and returned with countless Baileys. After the air door was opened, Enel and his men excitedly moved out the large wooden boxes and then transported them into the Yellow Springs River. Neuer looked at Enel running around with his tongue hanging out with satisfaction and said with a smile, finally, I got rid of this evil at hand. Robin smiled faintly and said softly, yes, but this also means that we don't have anything that the Marine and the government would be afraid of. Neuer sneered and said, Sengoku and the 5 elders are both guys who only care about food and not fights. They will definitely continue to make trouble for me deliberately. Robin nodded and said, so many Marines were killed by your shadow this time, Sengoku has to solve this problem first. Neuer shrugged and pouted, indeed, I guess they'll call again soon. As the two were talking, the aloof Lucci came over quietly, took out a den mushi from his arms and said, communication from Marine Sengoku. The two looked at each other and blinked at the same time. So fast. Robin laughed and shook his head, patted Neuer on the shoulder and said to him, I'm going to go see how the Neutrum survivors are doing, you can talk to him privately. Neuer smiled and nodded, then took the den mushi and said frivolously, cat type, cat type. Sengoku's calm voice finally became filled with anger, and he growled like a wild animal, why did you attack the hostages? We gave you the full ransom. Neuer sneered and asked, why attack the hostages? You should explain why Marine attacked me, right? Sengoku was speechless when Neuer said this. Neuer took advantage of the situation and mocked him, I was just providing insurance. I never thought it would be used. So, a marine who claims to be righteous would also resort to such despicable means like the pirates. Sengoku's steel teeth nearly broke as he tried desperately to contain his anger and said, "This time it was a misunderstanding. We sincerely invite you to become Shishibukai." Noyer gave a sly smile and said, "Oh, maybe." Sengoku closed his eyes tightly, feeling exhausted, and said weakly, "It's our fault, Mr. Noyer. Can you return the marine's shadows?" Noyer laughed and said with undisguised sneer, "You are really pushing your luck, marine." Sengoku sighed and was about to explain when Noyer spoke again. "You can ask me to release their shadows, but that's another price." Sengoku felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. He yelled, "I can't give you any more money." On the other end of the den mushi, Noyer smiled silently. This was exactly the reaction he wanted. Noyer said, "If you don't have money, then give me something else. You know, I just became a Shishibukai, and I need a piece of territory." Sengoku's eyelids twitched, then he frowned and analyzed subconsciously. With the strength of Devilman Noyer, he can grab any territory he wants, so why bother asking him for it? Then, there is only one possibility. The place Noyer wants is probably under the jurisdiction of the marine or government, or is related. Sengoku did not express his opinion directly, but asked, "Where do you want to be your territory?" Noyer said in a very calm tone, "The site of the once destroyed kingdom, the kingdom of Nithem. I heard that the island was occupied by you." Sengoku felt a pang in his heart. The great country of D, the kingdom of Nithem? After all these years, why would anyone dare to mention that place? Why did Noyer know that place? It shouldn't be possible. He shouldn't know this at his age. Wait, Noyer's last name is Kurlos. And D, aren't these all characteristics of the Nithem royal family? Could it be that Noyer, the devil who is now famous on the sea, is actually the last descendant of the prince of the ancient country? The gears in Sengoku's big head were spinning frantically, trying to figure out Noyer's identity step by step. The demise of Nithem was due to the fact that they were conducting a very horrific research. The government was afraid of Nithem's ideas, so they ordered their extermination. As a marine admiral with a relatively conservative personality, Sengoku felt that Nithem's destruction was his own fault. But the action back then was very rigorous. The people of Nithem dare not say, but there will definitely be no survivors among the nobles in the country. But where did this Noyer with the surname Wang come from? Sengoku frowned slightly, secretly blaming himself for not doing a thorough background check on Noyer. Noyer, who was on the other end, didn't hear any response from Sengoku, so he said impatiently, "Where is he? Can you give me some space to talk? If you don't give it to me, I won't return Marine's shadow to you, and I'll take Neutrum myself." Sweat broke out on Sengoku's forehead, and he didn't dare to make an agreement with Noyer easily. Their current relationship with Noyer is very delicate, and it is said that the Shishibukai alliance has bound both parties together. But in reality, Noyer still cannot trust and is hostile to the government, and the marine and the government cannot give up the idea of annihilating him. But no one knew how much Noyer had done to the hostages, and the government did not dare to touch him rashly. The island where the kingdom of Nithem is located has been occupied by the government for many years, and useful research materials, wealth, history, and talents have long been dealt with by the government. Logically speaking, there should be no problem in giving that place to Noyer. But Sengoku and Noyer had fought many times, and each time Noyer proposed conditions that were in his favor, so he really didn't dare to make promises easily. Sengoku hesitated for a moment, then struggled to speak. "I can't make this decision. I need to ask my superiors for their opinion." On the other end of the den mushi, Noyer pouted and sat on the small stool reluctantly, waiting. However, from Noyer's perspective, the government's agreement or not cannot stop his determination. But if Newton could be taken back peacefully, it would be more legitimate and convenient. Just when Noyer thought that nothing would happen after Sengoku reported to his superior, a voice suddenly came from the other end of the den mushi. Sengoku's voice seemed to have gained some confidence. "We can give you the ownership of the kingdom of Nithem. But in return, you must return the shadows you cut from the marine soldiers." Noyer was a little surprised to hear Sengoku's affirmative answer. Was the decision made so quickly? It seems that the marine and the government have already predicted that they have plundered the kingdom of Nithem. Even if the government cleans up Nutrum thoroughly, Noyer will go back. After all, that was the only clue about his life experience, so he had to take a look at it no matter what. Noyer saw that Sengoku answered him straightforwardly, and a triumphant smile appeared on his face and he said, "Deal, their shadows will be back soon." Sengoku narrowed his eyes and said with certainty, "And the shadows of the celestial dragons are coming back too." Noyer had expected him to say that, and said calmly, "What? Oh, I didn't take away their shadows. Marines is enough." This guy is lying with his eyes open, but Sengoku can't confirm whether this statement is true or not. What Sengoku said just now was just an attempt to test Noyer's rhetoric. Although the hostages were redeemed, celestial dragons are likely to still be controlled by Noyer. No matter how powerful the government is, unless they have shadow abilities, they cannot tell whether celestial dragons have been tampered with. Even if Sengoku himself is sure that Noyer did it, there is no evidence. And even if there is evidence, what can we do? Sengoku knew that he could not get anything out of this, so he said to Noyer in a deep voice, "Since you said so, then let's return Marine's shadow first." Noyer laughed and said, "I see. It's a pleasure to work with you." The den mushi was hung up with a click. Noyer stood up happily and snapped his fingers lightly. Shadows jumped out from the palm of his hand and flew into the air at a high speed. These are all Marine's shadows, and Neuer doesn't want to deny it. Anyway, the rest are easy to deal with. The only tough ones left are Zephyr and Momuzagi, but Zephyr has suffered such a great blow that I don't know if he will be a Marine again. As for Jun, Neuer has been having a headache about how to deal with this woman. Jun knows him very well. If he returns to Marine and becomes his enemy, Neuer will probably be treated badly. But, probably, Jun in this state wouldn't do that, right? After all, the effect of Peach Blossom Eyes seems to be quite strong. Neuer returned the shadow through the air and began to make arrangements to return to Nitham. Taking Nudurm's permanent pointer from Wretch, Neuer, and several others boarded the Arc Proverb and headed in the direction of the pointer. Neuer sat comfortably on a sun lounger, wearing glare sunglasses and smoking an expensive big cigar, acting like an industry elite. Beside him were several lounge chairs lined up, on which the main forces of the Hades pirates were lazily lying, basking in the sun. Weibo looked at the blue sky with emotion and said, "We have been in Qinghai for so long, and we can finally have our own territory." Enel wore flashy pink sunglasses and said with a proud smile, "When I get to the kingdom of Nutham, I will be the king." Lucci rolled his eyes and sneered, Are you qualified?" Enel's whole body was bursting with blue light, and he was so angry that he wanted to rush over to fight Lucci. Looking at the few people who were fighting again, he smiled calmly, took a sip of green tea, and sighed kindly, "It's great to be young." The two people next to them were fighting fiercely, and Weber, who was affected, couldn't stand it and rushed over. Neuer looked at them speechlessly. "Your Highness, please drink some juice." At this time, a voice sounded in Neuer's ears. When he looked up, it was indeed Leihi, the loyal man who had always been by his side. Ever since Leihi followed Neuer, he always remembered that he was still a prince. Leihi is like a competent retainer, taking care of people even more attentively than Robin. Neuer took the juice and thanked him with a smile. "Thanks, Reich." Leihi lowered his head humbly and said, "This is my job." Neuer took a big sip of juice and asked Reich curiously, "I heard before that Nudurm has a special feature, which is raising dragons. Did you know that?" Leihi's eyes lit up, and he said proudly, "That is a dragon-shaped intelligent creature that is unique to Nudurm. We call it a dragon minister. Longchen, quite an interesting name." Then, Neuer asked in confusion, "Then why didn't I see Longchen where you live?" Leihi's expression darkened, and he sighed and explained, "The dragon minister lives in an underwater nest in the Nutrum territory. We can't catch him." After that, Reich took out a worn and yellowed parchment from his bag, pointed at the blurred words on it, and preached to Neuer. "What's written here is the record about Longchen in the past." Neuer tried hard to decipher the words above and roughly understood the relationship between the dragon creature and Nudurm. Simply put, the two sides have a relatively close cooperative relationship. Every noble of Nutham will be accompanied by a dragon minister when they reach adulthood, and they will be partners in life and death. In this way, the nobles will receive protection and companionship, and the dragon ministers will acquire various knowledge and abilities in the human world. This mutually beneficial relationship was completely destroyed with the demise of Nutham. Only nobles and ministers who have made great contributions have dragon ministers, while Leihi and his people naturally do not have one. Neuer tapped his palm in realization and said, "So those mechanical dragons I saw on Abriut Island were made by you based on the dragon minister." Leihi covered his face and nodded, his voice clearly filled with disappointment. "It's a pity. I can never become like Longchen back then." Although he had never seen a creature like Longchen with his own eyes, Neuer became interested after hearing Leihi's praise. "When I get to Nutham, I will try to catch a dragon minister myself. I must find the strongest one." On the seaside, when Neuer and his team were heading towards Nutham, some unusual changes occurred in the sky above the marine headquarters. A thick black cloud covered Marineford, and then continuously split off many shadows, flying in their own directions. Many generals in Marineford felt their true shadows return and suddenly felt at ease. Sengoku stood in front of the window, listening to the adjutant's report, and a big stone in his heart finally fell. These marine backbone forces have returned to normal, and there is finally some good news these days. "So, how's the Nutham case going?" Sengoku spoke up, his eyes fixed on his lieutenant as he continued to ask. The adjutant held a stack of papers in his hand, looked at the contents and said, "I checked the battle records of the kingdom of Nutham back then and found that Marine had indeed wiped out all the nobles. There was no mistake in the corpses that were checked at that time." Hearing this, Sengoku frowned, somewhat confused. What is going on? Isn't Neuer a noble from Nutham? Then why did he make that request? Neuer's age doesn't match either, so it could only be that a noble escaped and gave birth to him. But the number of nobles was correct, and no one escaped. Isn't this strange? The kingdom of Nutham is located in the front and middle part of the New World, so Neuer and his companions will have to sail for quite a long time. Fortunately, their ship was the Ark Maxim, and with Enel's hard work overnight, they finally saw what the island looked like. The island of the kingdom of Nutham is called New Island. It is an island with distinct 4 seasons, so all kinds of crops and animals on the island have living space. Secondly, the area of New Island is quite large. Including the archipelago in the waters near New Island, the land area of Nutham is no less than that of the desert country, Alabasta, that Neuer had visited before. Leihi's body was almost stretched out of the fence, with tears in his eyes, staring motionlessly at his homeland that he had been away from for many years. As they got closer, the situation on Noi Island gradually came into everyone's sight. As Neuer expected, Neuer Island is now a scorched earth with ruins and debris everywhere. The broken walls everywhere tell the world what happened here. He said sadly, the once prosperous kingdom has now become history. Neuer looked at the island with a headache. It had almost become a wasteland. No wonder the marine and the government gave in so easily. The Ark proverb stopped at the shore. Neuer and his companions boarded the island, and Leahy rushed over impatiently. Bang! Leahy didn't care about the dirty ground. He touched the ground under his feet excitedly and shouted with tears of joy, Noi Island. It's been 20 years. I'm back. I'm finally back. Ha ha ha. Neuer couldn't help but smile as he looked at Leahy, who was dancing with joy. Having seen his beloved country destroyed when he was young and having been in hiding for 20 years, no one could understand how Leahy felt now. Tisk. Pirates are pirates, so ugly. Neuer's face turned cold and he looked towards the man following the voice. There was a tall and strong man in a white suit. His muscles were about to burst his clothes, and he was followed by a group of younger brothers, who were observing Neuer and the others with a sneer. A government agent. Maybe he's an envoy sent to hand over the island to me? The man's mocking voice was quite loud, but Leahy turned a deaf ear to it. The joy on his face did not fade at all, and he seemed not to care about what he said at all. Reich didn't care, but Neuer wasn't so good-tempered. Neuer put his hands in his pockets and walked slowly to the man. He looked at him coldly and ordered, say what you just said again. The man was stunned, then burst into laughter. The man, who was half a head taller than Neuer, reached out his hand, pulled off his collar and said, What? Are you not convinced? I'm sent by the government. If you offend me, you'll lose the island you shamelessly asked for. Noi Island, did I ask for it by being so shameless? Haha, no wonder this guy dares to be so arrogant. Probably because his rank was not high enough, the 5 elders never told him about his deeds, so they thought that Neuer, the pirates, was asking the government for favors. Neuer burst out laughing and sneered, You don't even know who I am, and you dare to carry out this mission. The man was slightly stunned. He had been in seclusion in a government special training institution before and indeed did not know Neuer, the new pirates. When accepting the task, I did see strange looks from my colleagues. Now that I think about it, that look seemed to be sympathy, gloating, and a moment of silence. The man shook his head to get rid of the strange thoughts, grabbed Neuer's collar and yelled, Stop talking nonsense. Who the hell are you? How should I know you? Neuer shook his head and muttered to himself, Ignorance is not a crime. This sentence really doesn't make sense. Robin walked out from behind Neuer tacitly, holding the blood-red demon sword, Animera, in his arms. Neuer sneered, took the Guimoro with his backhand, and the purgatory-like sword energy exploded in an instant. It was just a moment. The man was stunned, and suddenly he felt a pain in his arms, and his vision was directly occupied by the scarlet warm blood plasma. Neuer gently put the demon back into the sheath, patted his clothes, looked at the man who had lost both arms and was wailing and rolling on the ground, and calmly ordered, Entertain this messenger well for me. Well, just pull out his teeth and tongue. They're useless anyway. Hearing the captain's order, Enel and Weber looked at the man with disgust, smiled and turned their heads away, not to mention the girls. In the end, the dirty work fell on Lucci. Lucci sighed speechlessly, put on a pair of brand new white gloves, and said coldly, Okay, I'll take care of it. Neuer nodded, walked over to Leach, patted him and said, Let's go and take a look at the island. Leahy quickly wiped away his tears and replied, Yes, but... Seeing Leahy looking at the man whose mouth was opened by Lucci with concern, Neuer comforted him, Don't worry, as long as I don't kill him, the government will never turn against me. Leahy nodded and followed Neuer obediently. The man's screams echoed in the air, but Neuer remained indifferent. There is no way, some people always like to seek death, so Neuer had to give him a ride. Neuer has seen many people with arrogant attitudes, lack of vision, and a lot of trash talk, and none of them have a good ending. With the help of Wretch, Neuer and his team were able to find their way in the ruins. The area of Neuer Island is no less than that of Alabasta. The place where Re took Neuer and the others was the former capital of Nudurm, Anyul. I heard from Re that after the fall of Nutham, the capital city of Anyul suffered the least damage. Because many confidential documents, important research, and treasures are in the capital, after the war, it became the place where the marine and government were stationed in Nutham. To rebuild Nutham, the best option is to start from the capital. Since Nudurm's territory is too large and the journey is too long, Neuer decisively sent people. The Yellow Spring Mirror shook, and Bluno, who had just been directing the crew to transport food in the Yellow Spring River, was teleported out with a confused look on his face. Neuer said with a smile, I've run into some trouble, and I need your ability to hurry along. This is the power of Huangquan River. Even though Neuer only looks like one person from the outside, but in fact, he can give you several battalions of soldiers just by shaking the mirror. However, staying in the Yellow Spring River would be tantamount to restricting the freedom of the residents there, so Neuer was so anxious to establish his own power. We can't let people stay in the dark underworld forever, right? After listening to Neuer's explanation, Bluno rolled up his sleeves to show that he understood and said with a smile, Leave it to me, I'll take you there directly. The air door trembled slightly, and Neuer and his group of people filed in. After a while, another door on Neuer Island was slowly opened. At the former site of the royal capital of Anil, an air gate slowly appeared on the street, and several people walked out from behind the gate. The situation in Asnir is also very bad, but as Wretch said, it is indeed much better than other places. The relatively clear streets and relatively intact buildings give us a glimpse of the prosperity of Nuthem in the past. Neuer walked out of the air door, looked around curiously, and said, "Not bad, Anil is pretty clean." Leahy looked around with emotion, nodded and said, "The government and the Marines have been operating here for many years, so they will definitely not cause too much damage." After that, Leahy pointed to the front and said to Neuer, "Your Highness, that's the palace, please follow me." Neuer nodded and followed Reich across the street until they came to a very large wall with only one gate leading into it. These buildings are a bit like Neuer's palace walls and gates in his previous life. This kind of Huxia-style building is very much in line with Neuer's taste, but it's a pity that it has been almost destroyed. Reich walked to the gate and entered, explaining to Neuer, "The decorations of the palace are completely unusable. Your Highness cannot live here." Neuer didn't care about this and said, "It's okay, I can just find a room to sleep in. We are all people of the world, why should we care about where we live?" Neuer acted very casually, but Reich stared at him with his eyes wide open and shouted in shock, "How can this be possible? If your Highness rebuilds Nuthem, you will naturally become the new king. How can you live in a poor place?" Neuer spread his hands helplessly and said with a smile, "Yes, then we can build a palace later." Leahy then breathed a sigh of relief and led Neuer into the palace. The interior of the palace was much more refined than the outside, but Neuer felt that it lacked some grandeur and authority. Leahy took him around the palace for a long time, but did not find any information about himself. Only some books of nobles were found, but they contained unimportant things, administrative records of successive kings. Neuer looked at the book for a long time, but did not find anything unusual. It was just some ordinary government affairs and national conditions. He was not an expert in this area, so he simply handed it over to Robin for analysis. After going around in circles, Neuer couldn't find any clues here. The Marines and the government looted the property really thoroughly. Neuer gritted his teeth and said that although he had expected this result, he still felt a little unwilling. However, when Neuer saw Leich's excitement, he felt relieved. "Anyway, we have obtained such a large piece of land, so let's not worry about those things for now." Neuer stood beside Reich with a smile on his face and said, "We've had enough time to walk around. It's time to get to work." Leahy's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to respond, "Yes." It was nighttime, and the sky was covered with dark clouds. Not a single star could be seen in the endless darkness, as if even they were afraid of the darkness. On the roof of the palace, Neuer waved the yellow spring mirror, and a large ball of light was splashed out. The dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire earth. Countless balls of light seemed to transform into stars in the dark night, and human figures revealed their true faces in the light. The survivors of Nuthem and the fugitives of Marijois were now finally released by Neuer. When the survivors of Nuthem saw the surrounding environment, their hearts seemed to have been hit hard and they looked at Neuer and Wretch in disbelief. Not long after, the crowd finally heard the joy that had been pent up for many years. "It's Anil, we're home. No enemies? Your Highness has taken this place back. Long live His Highness! Long live His Highness!" The people of Newton below burst into tears, hugged each other and shouted, some even knelt on the ground, thanking Neuer for bringing them back to their homeland. After spending many days together, the people who escaped from Marijois had a deep understanding of their feelings. Their emotions seemed to be infected as well, and they all raised their hands and cheered excitedly. Agnieszka, which had been silent for many years, was reawakened to life on this night by these poor people who had once fled. Neuer stood on the roof in a coquettish manner, looking down at the noisy crowd and shouted, "Brothers, Neudem is now in our hands. Next, let's rebuild our common home together, starting with the capital." "Oh!" Everyone roared passionately, stood on the ruins, and waved their fists vigorously. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, Neuer nodded with a smile. Although the population of the newly born Nuthem is still small, in the world of pirates, if you have strength, you have everything. As long as he raised his arms in the name of Shishibukai, he would be able to attract a large number of people who hope to seek refuge. In addition, Neuer's reputation among the slaves. Neuer's eyes lit up. This way, he could rob more slave ships in the future. This would consolidate the image of slave savior imposed by the world on him, and would attract more loyal slaves or righteous people to join the kingdom. Neuer waved his hand, and countless shadows emerged from the yellow spring mirror, shouting to everyone, "At night, these guys will come to help you." When everyone saw the people walking out of the light, they all exclaimed in delight, "They are cute zombies." Neuer was full of black lines. Cute? They have been living with zombies for a long time. Could it be that even their aesthetic sense has been assimilated by Robin? Everyone happily hugged the zombies beside them, as if they had found a friend. Zombies are the products of the shadow fruit, and are loyal subordinates of Neuer, so of course they are not hostile to the people. In addition, during these days, people and zombies have been living together in the Yellow Spring River day and night, so of course they would not feel disgusted with them. Everyone is a good player. The reconstruction of the royal capital is just around the corner. Leahy stood beside Neuer and said in a deep voice with sparkling eyes. Neuer nodded and began to look forward to what the future king would be like. At this moment, Neuer's heart suddenly trembled, and he slammed his palms and shouted, "Oh, right. There is also Sky Island. The people around were startled by Neuer's sudden roar. Enel and Weber asked curiously at the same time, "What Sky Island?" Neuer did not answer, but secretly checked the reward given to him by the system. After meeting Enel on Sky Island and changing the plot, the system rewarded Neuer with the ability to customize a Sky Island, but he has never used it until today. Building Sky Island above here can also interact with Nutham, and can do some more secret research or training, or even. Neuer's eyes lit up. Maybe he could even build a palace in the sky? The abandoned capital of Anyol has been bustling with activity since Neuer announced the start of its reconstruction. Looking around, the construction of the entire royal capital has begun to take shape. Within a few days, the ruins and garbage in the royal capital had been cleared away, the streets and buildings became exceptionally clean, and people were working with tools. According to Neuer's idea, the capital is the starting point for the integration of the kingdom, and it is also the only heart of the island, so it must be made quite outstanding. Fortunately, among the people rescued by Neuer, there were some construction craftsmen and design masters. The plan for the entire royal capital was designed early and given to Neuer for review. After browsing the design drawings, Neuer was very satisfied, and then he handed it over to his trusted men to take charge. He himself found a suitable place and prepared to release the reward he had already obtained. In the Neuer Old Palace, he stood in a large open space and gently pressed his palms on the ground. Enel was a little surprised and asked, "What does the captain want to do?" Weber shook his head and said, "They called us over and said they were going to Sky Island. But I looked around in the sky and there was no sign of Sky Island at all." Robin chuckled, looked at Neuer with gentle eyes and said, "Don't you know what that guy is doing?" Enel and Weber looked at each other, sighed and laughed. Indeed, even if he created a Sky Island out of thin air, I probably wouldn't be surprised. A few people behind him were whispering, and Neuer concentrated on selecting Sky Island in the system space. "Are you sure you want to create your own custom Sky Island? Warning: once generated, it cannot be undone." Neuer closed his eyes tightly and said seriously, "Confirmed? It's in the sky above here." The system's mechanical voice came, adapting the height, area, and environment. Generated successfully. Neuer was delighted and looked up quickly. But when I looked up, the sky was still sea blue, so pure without even a trace of impurities. What? So, where did the generated Sky Island go? Neuer was wondering when Enel's face suddenly changed and he shouted in shock, "How is this possible? What is this?" In Enel's mind, a huge monster suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the space that was originally covered by the observation haki, and without any warning. Enel's eyes almost popped out, and he pointed to the sky and shouted, "Something appeared in a very high place." As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Hades Pirates group huddled together warily, smiling and trying to sense what was going on in the air, but the situation in the sky was still hazy. Neuer looked at the sky in surprise. It really happened, but why couldn't he, as the owner, sense it at all? At this time, the system's voice came out, reminding, "Host, your exclusive Sky Island is remotely controlled, and the control center has been transmitted to space. Can it be controlled remotely?" Neuer was stunned for a moment, and quickly immersed his mind into the system, and sure enough, he found a fist-sized sphere. This sphere seemed to be solidified white clouds, and it was cold to the touch. When I held it in my hand, I seemed to feel a vague connection with something. Neuer held the white beads with both hands, and with a slight thought, the Sky Island connected by the white beads also began to move. "Is something approaching?" Yuxiao frowned slightly and listened to the movement in the sky. Enel was horrified, waving his arms and shouting, "Sky Island is falling." As soon as these words were spoken, the originally bright sky darkened. In Enel, everyone who had been busy just now stopped their work and looked up. Leahy, who had changed into work clothes, said in a trembling voice with a serious face, "Is the world ending?" Above Asniel, there was an island made of flexible white clouds floating overhead, and its size was even comparable to that of Asniel. Neuer's mouth twitched, and he looked at the white bead in his hand and said, "This thing really works. The remote-controlled Sky Island is perfect for the base of Hades?" Enel and Weber looked at the Sky Island so close with astonishment on their faces. They really created a Sky Island out of thin air. Neuer looked at Leahy outside and ordered, "Calm everyone down, I'll go up and take a look." Leahy nodded quickly. Neuer picked up Robin, and his body turned into a golden flash and rushed into the sky. Enel and others quickly followed, and they landed on Sky Island together. As soon as he stepped onto the white ground, Neuer felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and said with a smile, "This Sky Island is not bad, it has that flavor." Weber rolled around on the island cloud excitedly and said, "I haven't felt this way for a long time." Although the deck of the Ark Proverbs also has a floor made of island clouds, stepping onto Sky Island again gives me a special feeling as a native of Sky Island. Enel looked at Sky Island with some melancholy and sighed, "There's nothing on the island, it's empty." Konis, who is also from Sky Island, frowned and said, "Indeed, without houses and streets, it feels dead." Neuer grinned and said, "That's no problem. We can build a palace here right away." Robin shook his head and said, "Compared to this, I'm curious about why you were able to create Sky Island." Neuer scratched his head, held up the white bead and pretended to be stupid. "This is a treasure I found before. It seems to be able to remotely control this Sky Island." Out of trust in Neuer, Robin easily believed his words and asked in confusion, "Is it so magical?" Enel heard their conversation and asked curiously, "That's great. Can we use it, too?" Neuer shook his head to indicate that he didn't know, and Enel quickly took the white bead from him. Enel was holding the white bead, and just as a thought came to his mind, the sky island under his feet suddenly shook. Neuer looked at him in surprise. Could anyone else use it besides himself? Where is the exclusive sky island and dog system? Before Neuer could get angry for a while, Enel, who was concentrating on controlling Sky Island, suddenly turned pale, blood suddenly gushed out of his mouth, and his shaky body fell backwards. Weibo ran over in shock, hugged him and asked, "What's going on?" Enel covered his forehead, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said reluctantly, "It's okay, it's just that this white bead consumes the energy in my body, and it almost drained me out." Neuer was stunned. Will it still consume energy? When I used it myself, I didn't feel anything. Sure enough, the things given by the system still have a recognition process. Neuer quickly took the white bead back into his own hands. It seemed that it would be better for him to control this thing by himself. This is a good thing. Even Enel suffered a great backlash, so it is even more impossible for ordinary people to move Sky Island without permission. Just after Enel tried the effect of the white beads, Sky Island smiled and brought Leahy up. When Leahy saw Sky Island for the first time, he was amazed by the vast expanse of white and said, "This is Sky Island, so beautiful." Neuer put his hands on his hips and looked at the empty Sky Island, smiling, "It is indeed beautiful. It will be even more beautiful if a palace is built on it." After hearing his words, Leahy looked at the dreamlike Sky Island thoughtfully and said, "Indeed, if a palace is built on Sky Island, it will be worthy of His Highness's status." Neuer chuckled, threw the white bead to Leahy and said, "Make this into a scepter. This thing can remotely control this Sky Island." Leahy took the bead in shock, put it away carefully and said, "I understand that this scepter will become the symbol of King Nitham." Neuer nodded, then frowned, and said, "But Sky Island is in the sky, how can we get to it from the ground?" At this time, Lu Qi suddenly interrupted and said, "Bluno's ability can help." Neuer waved his hands and said speechlessly, "Do you want to tire Bluno to death?" Lu Qi shook his head, and Leahy explained for him, "No, it's the result of Xiao Litzi's research." Neuer was stunned. Little chestnut? He remembered that after arriving at Nitham, he had told Ogiri to focus his research on Devil Fruit and Iron Man suit. Could there be results so soon? Leahy saw Neuer looking at him and quickly said, "Xiao Litzi had conducted research on space gates before, but there was no progress until he met Mr. Bluno. Through his research on the gate fruit, Xiao Litzi has created a crude space that can be used for short-distance teleportation." Everyone was shocked, and Neuer was overjoyed. "I was right about Xiao Litzi. In such a short period of time, he gave me such a big surprise." Fortunately, the Marine and the government did not shift their attention to Bluno before, otherwise, with Vegapunk's intelligence, the space portal would have been invented long ago. "I really found a treasure." Neuer was relieved and said, "That's easy. Let's build a palace here." At the same time, some important institutions and figures from Nutram and Hades can also be moved here, such as Xiao Litzi and others. Leahy pounded his chest with full energy and said confidently, "I will definitely build the most perfect palace." Although Nitham is in a state of disrepair, Neuer now has a lot of assets, which are enough to support the kingdom for a period of time. Therefore, Neuer was willing to spend money to build a large inner city of the royal palace. Besides, if you don't have money, you can just rob again. After all, you are pirates, and you have finally obtained the legal right to plunder Shishibukai. Again, as long as the people in power in the kingdom are strong enough, they will have enough funds on hand. Robin raised his head expectantly, looking at the currently empty Sky Island, and said with a smile, "I really want to see Nitham soon after it is completed." Neuer nodded, looked Robin in the eyes seriously, and said softly, "With me here this time, the tragedy of Nutram and O'Hara will not happen again." Robin was stunned there, then he stretched out his finger to press against Neuer's mouth, looked at Neuer's beautiful eyes and said with a smile, "Stupid, of course." Enel scratched his head and interrupted without knowing the mood, "What is the name of this palace?" Robin thought about it and said excitedly, "I have a good idea." Seeing everyone's attention shifted to him, Robin raised his head and smiled, "How about calling it Yunding Tiangong?" Weber's eyes lit up and he agreed, "Not bad, it fits the feeling of Sky Island very well." Enel nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, it was so hard for big sister Robin to come up with a normal name." After saying that, Robin at the side immediately cast a death stare at him that could wipe out humanity, and Enel shut up on the spot and dared not say a word. Everyone agreed, but Neuer felt a chill down his spine. This resounding name reminded Neuer of the works of a certain uncle. If I really gave it this name and lived in the palace, wouldn't it be like living in a tomb? As expected of Robin, even though the name sounds better, the temperament is still a cross-dimensional hell. Neuer forced a smile and interrupted their discussion, saying, "This name is too troublesome, let's just call it Yun Palace." After all, it was the leader who spoke, and everyone hesitated for a moment but did not offer any opinions. However, when Robin saw that his opinion was rejected again, he squatted on the ground and acted unhappy. Everyone's eyes turned to Neuer, and Neuer walked over to Robin. Neuer squatted beside her, sweating profusely, and took great pains to explain things to Robin. Although, Neuer himself didn't understand what he had done wrong. A group of people stood behind them, and everyone had a tacit smile on their face. This is the VIP seat for CP. Those who have a partner will never understand how happy single people are to watch the show. The cold-blooded Lucci took a look, skillfully brought out tables, chairs, and benches, and silently produced a huge watermelon from behind him. Weber sat on a small stool while holding a big watermelon, and said helplessly, "Captain is so slow, why doesn't he confess his feelings?" Leahy hesitated for a moment and said, "Maybe, shy. It would have been better if he hadn't said it." As soon as he said this, everyone stared at Leahy as if he were an alien, and said in unison, "Captain, are you shy?" Leahy stopped talking. Although they had not been together for a long time, he could still tell. "Your Highness's shamelessness, it's hard to describe." Enel, with his mouth full of bright red melon pulp, spat out the seeds and said, "That's not just slow, that's stupid." Lucci calmly walked away from Enel and said, "Be careful or the captain might hear you again." Enel was disdainful and lowered his head to continue eating the watermelon. His arrogant attitude was not only wild, but also cowardly. There was a crowd of onlookers behind him, and a beautiful woman was leaning against Neuer's side. But as a man who has accomplished great things, Neuer is still thinking about serious matters. The new Neutrum is still in its infancy. Its internal strength is too weak and it needs to accumulate capable officials before it can make a name for itself. Neuer's politics are pretty rubbish, but it's still okay to learn from the practices of our ancestors and try to imitate them. Although I am a little anxious, I should first recruit some people with leadership ability from within the kingdom. This will also reduce some of the pressure on Neuer and Leich's shoulders. Neuer planned to first select the ministers of the court from each department of Neutrum, and then live peacefully and safely as a hands-off king. Anyway, as long as Neuer is strong enough, things like treason and betrayal will never happen in the pirates' world. When he sailed on the sea before, with the help of Huangquan River, Neuer didn't feel anything. Now that so many people were released at once, Neuer realized that he had actually carried nearly 20,000 people with him. Although it is nothing compared to the world's superpowers, it is already a lot for the new kingdom. As for the Yellow Spring River after Neuer was emptied, it was temporarily idle. He planned to use it as a large prison in the future. It is worth mentioning that the remnants left by Moria after Neuer killed him, namely Hogbuback and Perona, were released by Neuer. Neuer always believed that Hogbark's world-leading medical skills and human body research would be useful. Plus, his loyalty to Moria is weaker than Perona's, so Neuer boldly released him and forced, convince him to do some research for me. As for Perona, that girl is a die-hard fan of Moria. She has lived in Neuer for so long and is only close to some girls from the Hades Pirates group. After all, Hades had been nice to her before, and Perona was a girl with a strange personality, so it was not surprising that they had such a relationship. Anyway, as long as she doesn't make trouble and cooperates with Xiao Litsi in research, Neuer is too lazy to touch her. All things are difficult at the beginning. When Nuthem was just starting to be built, everything was a mess. But after a while, the situation has obviously improved. Bright, spacious, and clean streets have begun to take shape, interconnected and neatly arranged, with all kinds of distinctive buildings that should not exist in this world rising from the ground. Neuer initially proposed the house he wanted to build in a very aggressive manner, but this made his architectural designers very worried. God knows what those earthen buildings, watchtowers, courtyard houses, and mole manor that your highness mentioned are. It was not until the sweaty architects communicated clearly with Neuer that they handed in such a perfect answer. In the air, the giant pterosaur transformed by Weber was hovering in the air. Neuer sat cross-legged on him, looking at the city with satisfaction. Although they are not 100% perfect replicas, they all have their own style that belongs to the city and do not feel out of place. It was this feeling that made Neuer feel that King Aniel was becoming more and more friendly. In addition, after discussing with his subordinates, Neuer also planned to divide the royal capital into more detailed areas, such as residential areas, industrial and commercial areas, and entertainment areas. It seems a bit hasty to do this, but the kingdom currently has a small population, so there is no need to develop too much of Noi Island. Just try to improve the quality of life. In addition, over the years, Leahy and Xiao Litzi's group have accumulated a very high standard of living, and the cultivation and collection of food is no longer a problem. Looking at the vibrant new empire on the ground, Weber, who was flying in the sky, was a little emotional and said, "This country feels really good." Neuer concentrated and calmed down, feeling the breeze on his face, and said with nostalgia in his eyes, "It's all thanks to everyone. It feels good to be able to create a peaceful paradise for these poor people in this cruel world." Weber gently raised the dragon's head, looked at Neuer on its back and said, "Yes, but there are still too few management talents in the kingdom. Mr. Leahy has no one to help him." Neuer nodded with deep understanding. He had been staying with Wretch these days, dealing with problems coming from various places and trying to solve them. It can be said that the two were kept very busy, even Enel and Lucci were caught by Neuer to help. After all, it's different from living in the Yellow Springs. There are too many affairs to deal with when establishing a kingdom, and Leahy doesn't have the ability of a prime minister, let alone Neuer. Neuer sighed and said, "Luckily Khalifa and Robin are amazing. They can read so many documents at the same time." Weber nodded silently, looked at Neuer with some worry, and hesitantly said, "But, if we sneak out, won't the big sister and Khalifa be angry?" Neuer swallowed and hesitated, "Probably not." Weber looked at him in horror, "Maybe? I listened to the boss's instigation and sneaked out on a secret visit?" "Your Highness Neuer, Lord Weber, something happened." Weber's ears twitched and he asked in confusion, "Someone is calling us." Neuer leaned forward, pointed to a man below and said, "He called us." The man waved his hands anxiously and shouted something. There seemed to be some wounds on his body dripping with blood. The two quickly landed, and Neuer jumped off the dragon and asked, "What's going on?" The man grabbed Neuer's arm, gasping and crying, "Someone invaded Neuer's waters and injured our brother on guard." Neuer's face darkened. Someone is invading at this time? As early as after Neuer obtained the ownership of New Island from the government, Neuer sent people to inform the nearby kingdoms of the establishment of Nitham, with the reputation of Shishibukai, who would dare to cause trouble at this time. Weber helped him up and asked with a frown, "Who are you?" "Pirates." The man shook his head and said, "I don't think so, they don't have a pirate's flag on their ship." Neuer was also confused. It wasn't the pirates. The marine government's problem had been solved. Neither the black and white worlds would dare to come and provoke them. Neuer was not idle, his whole body glowing with dazzling golden light, and he said to Weber, "Take him to heal his wounds, and then notify the underworld to get ready. I'll go check it out first." Weber nodded, and a flash of light suddenly shot up into the sky, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. At this time, on the coastline of Noi Island, 3 expensive ships were parked on the shore, and a group of men in black were standing there. Bang! A huge noise was heard, and the brother on guard was thrown out by a sturdy man as big as a tower, holding a thick pillar in his hand. With a blow of the stick, the people who were about to counterattack were knocked to the ground, and the ground seemed to tremble a few times. The burly man sneered and pinched a young man's head, mocking him. That new Shishibukai named Neuer just sent a few trash to die. The bones in his body creaked and the young man's head was splattered with blood, but his eyes did not waver at all and held an astonishing determination. "You are not worthy of being called benefactor." A low roar filled with anger sounded, but the strong man was not afraid at all. He said with disdain, "A kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, do you think you deserve to be called a Shishibukai?" The sturdy man raised the pillar with one hand and sneered at the young man, "You go die first, and then, Laozi, let Neuer go to accompany you again right away." On the shore, the strong man, who was an uninvited guest, picked up a huge weapon and was about to end the young man's life when suddenly a loud noise was heard in the sky. The sturdy man raised his head in surprise, but before he could see who was coming, his vision was filled with golden light. The flash of light exploded on the sturdy man's body, and with a scream, the huge force directly blew him away 100 meters away. When the starlight faded, Neuer showed up, landed smoothly with his hands in his pockets, and put down his long legs as if nothing had happened. Neuer pouted and said sarcastically, "What did you just say?" The young man crawled back from the brink of death. When he heard Neuer's voice, he looked up and shouted ecstatically, "My benefactor." This guy ignored the warning, trespassed into Noi Island, and injured our brothers. The young man's body was covered with fatal wounds, but he was still energetic and spoke clearly. Neuer suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Neuer helped him up and smiled gently, "Understood. I'll take care of it from now on." "Yes." The sturdy man struggled to stand up, looking at Neuer in shock, and muttered in a low voice, "That kind of strength and speed is not what a little devil should have." Neuer sneered, and his tall figure disappeared again. The sturdy man felt a chill in his heart and wanted to turn around to fight back, but he was kicked away by a sudden kick. "He's just a guy with only brute force. I don't know how many of them will die if Neuer kills them with one strike. Where does this cannon fodder get the confidence to cause trouble to me?" Seeing that he couldn't win, the strong man quickly called out to the people behind him, "Don't just stand there, come on together." Upon hearing this, the mysterious group in black clothes and masks rushed out and surrounded Neuer with knives raised. Neuer didn't even bother to show his expression and just snapped his fingers in front of the group of people. The shadows under their feet flowed obediently, moving swiftly under everyone's feet and connecting with their shadows. The crowd that was so aggressive just now seemed to be frozen, standing still without moving. Neuer summoned the demon Moro and lazily dragged the demon's sword towards the terrified burly man. Before Neuer could even get to him, the people behind him had their shadows cut off and were howling in pain. The sturdy man swallowed hard and looked at Neuer, who had a kind face in front of him. Now he didn't dare to say even a word of trash, because the background behind him was a crowd of people howling like ghosts and wolves, turning into ashes. Neuer put the handle of the knife under his chin and laughed. "Who are you?" The strong man's teeth were chattering, and he stammered, "I am pirates." Neuer's eyes turned cold. He raised the blade and put it on his neck, and said, "Do you think Laozi is stupid? If you are really a pirate who entered the New World, how could you not know about me? New World is not like the theme parks in the first half of the Grand Line. Although it is equally chaotic, it is also orderly. To get along well in the New World, one must have some relationship with the 4 emperors. As 4 emperors, would they not know that Neuer and the Marine Admiral are fighting in turns? Even if it had nothing to do with the 4 emperors, he had already entered the dangerous New World and dared to act so recklessly. Apart from the protagonist with Halo, there are cannon fodder and big idiots." The strong man's huge body trembled, and he quickly begged for mercy. "I really don't know, it's just that someone asked me to cause trouble for you." Neuer blinked and asked, "Who wants to cause trouble for me?" The sturdy man hesitated for a long time before he managed to say, "I don't know either. He sent me there anonymously." Neuer narrowed his eyes and asked, "What's the benefit of doing this? Money?" The sturdy man nodded quickly and said, "I am a bounty hunter. Someone in the dark world has offered a reward for your head. Dark world? Neuer couldn't help but frown. He knew what this title meant. It does not really refer to another world, but it is used for some shady transactions. It is huge in scale and has many types of transactions, so it is called the dark world. When it comes to the dark world, the first thing that comes to Neuer's mind is another Shishibukai. Don Quixote Doflamingo, codenamed Joker in the dark world, is considered the biggest leader and intermediary in the dark world. Since people you come into contact with in the dark world are more dangerous, if someone wants Neuer's head, it's a good idea to put a bounty there. After all, Neuer has now become a Shishibukai, and the government's official targeting has stopped. It is impossible to kill him openly at this time. Neuer touched his chin subconsciously, frowning and thinking. Whoever wants to kill me can use the connections in the dark world, so his power and strength must not be too low. Could it be Doflamingo? That doesn't make sense. Neuer hasn't even seen this guy since entering the new world, let alone offended him. The only thing that had ever irritated him was when Neuer destroyed some slave exchanges in Sabayati, some of which were owned by the Don Quixote family. But this is too far-fetched. Even if they do, the dark world is still Mingji's home turf, so they should be able to handle this matter in a more low-key manner. Neuer looked at the burly man and shook his head in disappointment. It doesn't look like this guy's level is high, other than this I don't know anything else. It seems I should just go to Dressrosa and ask Brother Ming. Seeing Neuer lost in thought, the sturdy man asked angrily, Master Shishibukai, can I leave now? Neuer pointed to his boat nonchalantly and waved, let's go. The sturdy man nodded in ecstasy, then ran out. Just as the strong man jumped onto the boat and was about to set sail to escape, the sky suddenly turned gloomy. Like the roar of a god, countless huge bolts of lightning struck the ship, and the originally intact ship was reduced to ashes on the spot. The same goes for the people above. Neuer looked at the ship reduced to ash without any surprise and commented softly, clean and neat. Thunder roared to the ground and appeared next to Neuer. Enel said unhappily, you want me to take action against this kind of scum? Neuer yawned lazily and said, because I'm too lazy to move. The two of them didn't talk for much before the air door behind them was pushed out silently. It's just that the first person who came out was thrown out. Oh, it's a Weber that was knocked unconscious. Neuer's face froze. Oh no, he forgot he had sneaked out. Sure enough, when the air door opened, two resentful female faces came into view. Robin and Khalifa had disheveled hair, and while pinching their finger bones, they floated over like ghosts. Their ethereal voices echoed in Neuer's ears. Neuer, you actually ran away during work. Do you know how much work you left behind when you ran away? Neuer and Weber, who had sneaked out to play, were eventually caught and brought back. Although Neuer has a good reputation, he still needs to let people who know the business handle official business, and he can just decide the general direction. After all, you are a big leader. There is no need to check all the details yourself, otherwise you will be exhausted sooner or later. In addition to Robin, Khalifa is now back to his old job, working as a secretary for Neuer, just like lurking beside the iceberg mayor back then. On Sky Island, in the Cloud Palace which was under construction in full swing, Neuer and his confidants were in a room handling affairs. Neuer could hardly lift his eyelids. Looking at those lines of text, he felt so sleepy that he was about to fall asleep. Khalifa sat opposite Neuer, wearing gold-rimmed glasses on her nose and a well-fitting silk stockings uniform, looking quite pleasing to the eye. Just when Neuer was about to kowtow due to dozing off, someone finally came to rescue him. The door in the room knocked twice, and Neuer suddenly perked up. Khalifa walked over with a frown and opened the door. Leihi's old face stretched out from the door and shouted excitedly, Your Highness? The air door made by Xiao Litzi is now usable. Neuer's eyes lit up, he flipped the table open and jumped out, laughing. Let's go, let's take a look. Khalifa sighed helplessly and pushed his glasses down gently. Although there are still many things to do today, let's just let him do it for now. The three of them flew down from the small Sky Island and walked all the way to the side of the former royal palace. This place has been transformed by several research members including Ogiri, who want to use it as the entrance to Sky Island. As soon as Neuer walked into the old palace, a petite figure rushed towards him and hugged his head. Little Litzi hugged Neuer's head tightly and said with a smile, Your Highness? This Litzi finally succeeded. Neuer pulled the little girl down with force, held her up and said speechlessly, You almost suffocated Laozi. Where's the air door? Xiao Litzi led Neuer and others to the depths of the palace, where a huge and magnificent gate suddenly appeared before their eyes. The door frame is made of white jade and is inlaid with various precious treasures such as gold and diamonds, which looks very impressive. Inside the door was a grayish-white void. Nothing could be seen from the outside, and one didn't know where one would be taken to if one took a step out. Xiao Litzi patted the white jade door proudly and said, This is a portal that I invented by studying Uncle Bluno's ability, extending and stabilizing the wavelength of the fruit's ability, and can last forever. Neuer scratched his head and said confusedly, I don't quite understand, but it worked, right? Xiao Litzi nodded vigorously and walked into the door of nothingness first, and Neuer quickly followed. After a slight dizziness, when Neuer opened his eyes again, he found himself at the gate of Sky Island. Neuer exclaimed in amazement, It's amazing? It was completed in such a short time. Xiao Litzi's nose was turned up high, and she smiled sweetly without hiding it at all, of course. It's just that time is too tight. The maximum distance is estimated to be only one island, and both sides need to make very complicated preparations. Neuer nodded to show that he understood. He had thought about this a long time ago. If it were so easy to install doors in various parts of the world, and so many people could teleport them whenever they wanted, it would not be a problem for Neuer to conquer those countries. Unfortunately, there is not enough progress now, so he has to take it slowly in the future. This is another research that he asked Xiao Litsi to conduct. Neuer touched Li Ziai's silly head and asked, "Have you designed the suit I gave you before?" When Xiao Litsi mentioned this, his expression was a little ugly, and he said aggrievedly, "I understand a little bit, but I have never heard of the design behind it. It will take some time. From what you said, it probably wasn't made." Neuer touched his chin thoughtfully. No matter how talented Xiao Litsi was, he had accumulated too little knowledge and experience because he had been in the closed-off Nuthem base since he was a child. It would be great if there was a great scientist to teach this kid. If Neuer knew where Vegapunk was, he would have at least captured him and used him. Furthermore, within the kingdom of Nuthem, even the most talented Frenchman, Ogiri, received a very limited education, not to mention the citizens. It is also necessary to build a professional training institution to cultivate various talents that are useful to the kingdom. Now that I think about it, this kingdom lacks a lot of things. Neuer rubbed his brows with a headache. If there was an ally willing to provide technical and human support, Nut might be able to make faster progress. Neuer's heart skipped a beat. Oh, right, didn't he think about looking for Doflamingo before? Doflamingo's Dressrosa, or the former Rikuking Dressrosa, has been able to stand for many years in this dangerous new world, so they must have their abilities. The current Dressrosa is no less powerful than those superpowers. Why not go to Brother Ming to ask about the previous events and talk about national affairs? Neuer comforted Xiao Litsi for a few words, gave her some advice and sent her aside, then asked Khalifa, "How far are we from Dressrosa?" Khalifa pulled out a huge sea chart from somewhere, pointed to a place and said, "It's not close, but if the ship is fast, it can probably be reached in 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days is nothing for pirates living on the sea." Neuer patted her shoulder with a smile and said, "Make arrangements. I want to go there." Khalifa tilted her head and said in confusion, "Dressrosa is Doflamingo's territory, what are you doing there?" Neuer smiled and said, "Of course, we should check the affairs of the Dark World and see how much benefit his country can bring to us." Khalifa seemed to understand his intention and said, "Do you want to establish communication or trade with Dressrosa to help Nutrim through its initial development?" Neuer snapped his fingers, pointed at her and smiled, "You're smart indeed. After all, we're just starting out, so it's not a bad idea to win over some allies." Khalifa stared at Neuer, thought about it seriously and said, "Actually, if you want to win over allies, there are many better options. For example, the strong men you are friends with, the Amazon lily ruled by the queen, and the Fishman Island where the sea hero Jinbei is. Or if it's more troublesome, you can ask the mayor of the 7 water cities in the front half for help." Khalifa counted on his fingers for a long time, and Neuer then remembered that besides his enemies, he had quite a few friends. Although Khalifa's suggestion was good, Neuer still decided to go find Minga himself to play. After all, Boa and Giddens are familiar with each other and on good terms, so if they want to form an alliance, a letter will be enough, but that's not the case with Doflamingo. Besides, Neuer couldn't be sure whether he was the mastermind behind the killing of him. Neuer has been targeted by the Dark World, so it would be better to get things done quickly. The next morning, a newly built warship was docked on the shore of Neuer Island, and a group of people saw Neuer off on the shore. This time, he only brought Lucci and Bluno. After all, after the boss Neuer left, there had to be reliable people left on New Island. As for high-end combat power, Uncle Xiao is enough. The political talents Robin and Khalifa must stay. Weber and Enel can serve as laborers. Lucci is sharp enough, and Bluno has the escape skill of the Dordor fruit, so Neuer is enough to take care of the two of them. As everyone looked on, Neuer and the other two waved goodbye to New Island temporarily. Enel stood on the shore and said reluctantly, "Why don't you take me with you? It's so boring here." Weber had a blank expression on his face and said disdainfully, "You will only cause more trouble if you go." Robin held his forehead with his hand and sighed helplessly, saying with a smile, "The kingdom was established only a few days ago, and the king abandoned his subordinates and ran away. He really can't sit still." And at this time, far away on the island of Dressrosa, this passionate country is known as the land of love, passion, and toys. This island is a tropical island with a holiday atmosphere. It is filled with the fragrance of flowers and is world famous for its delicious food. In addition to these beautiful sights and wonders, there are also legends about fairies on the island, who are regarded as the local patron saints. For unknown reasons, the residents of the kingdom also coexist with various living toys and integrate them into their daily lives. And currently, the one leading all of this is one of the current Shishibukai, Doflamingo. Doflamingo, who is loved and respected by the people, is sitting high on the throne, crossing his legs and reading a letter. After reading the letter, Doflamingo couldn't help but bend his mouth and said in a low and magnetic voice, "Neuer, you want to come see me?" In the spacious and empty palace, a sloppy old man wearing a cloak made of sticky liquid and holding a plum blossom cane walked out from the darkness. This person was Torrible, one of Doflamingo's confidants. He had a drooping nose and said in a disgusting tone, "Why does a kid who just became a Shishibukai want to see Dov?" Doflamingo let out strange laughter from his throat and chuckled. Hey, maybe I know the reason. It seemed that half a month ago, when the newly promoted Shishibukai Noyer returned to Nuthem and wanted to establish a kingdom, the Dark World suddenly put up a bounty on him. As the leader of the Dark World, Doflamingo certainly knew about this matter, and the person behind the scenes was indeed very cautious, and even he couldn't find any clues. The bounty that person offered for killing Noyer in the Dark World was much higher than what the Marines offered, so it was very attractive to these desperados. But as the most powerful Shishibukai, even without evidence, Doflamingo could still more or less guess who that person was. Doflamingo stood up, bent his waist, spread his legs, and said with a defiant smile, "Let's go, Torrible, let's go meet this new Shishibukai." Torrible sniffed in dissatisfaction and snorted, "A little devil who managed to climb up here by chance, is he worthy of being treated like this?" Doflamingo smiled coldly and said, "If you are willing to know more about Noyer, you will know that he is a terrible man." Doflamingo, who had extensive connections and sources of information, was one of the few outsiders who could find out about Noyer's riot in Marijois and the liberation of the slaves. Therefore, Doflamingo never underestimated Noyer's ability. Moreover, Noyer's purpose for coming here was not stated in the letter. He had to meet him in person. If he came with hostility, Doflamingo opened the door, and the wind blew his pink feather coat rustling. There was a slight flash under his sunglasses, and he suddenly bounced into the air. After a few more bounces in the air, Doflamingo easily leaped to the shore of Dressrosa against the strong wind. In the distant sea, Noyer's warship was sailing towards them unsteadily. Noyer stood at the bow, squinting at the shore of Dressrosa Island, and whispered, "This guy who looks like a birdman, could it be Mingji? This guy came to pick me up personally." Noyer stood proudly at the bow with a ruddy face, and had a bit of the red-haired temperament of everyone has to give me face. Doflamingo didn't think too much about it. He just thought that if a fight came to a head, it would be easier to do it outside the kingdom. Noyer stared at Doflamingo and secretly activated the system's detection to find out his talent. Name, Doflamingo. Lord of Chaos, golden quality, born with the aura of a king. Conqueror's haki will be fully awakened and strengthened after adulthood, personal charm will be enhanced, and the dominance over subordinates will be improved. There will be great physical and mental disasters in life. After surviving a catastrophe, if you still maintain a kind heart and awaken to extreme goodness, when you are in desperate situations, your physical strength, willpower, and intelligence will all increase by 300%. After surviving the catastrophe, if one falls into darkness and commits all kinds of evil, awakening to extreme evil, the devil fruit ability will inevitably awaken before the age of 30, and the development direction and strength will be enhanced to the highest degree. But if after a catastrophe, the host breaks through the inner barriers and redefines good and evil, he will gain both extreme evil and extreme good. Devil's host string, gold quality. After eating the Paramecia devil fruit string fruit, the power of the devil's favor resides in the body, and it can freely manipulate the string. Sinful fire, red quality. When engaged in or operating any black industry, personal charm will grow unlimitedly with the scale of the industry. Various connections will automatically center around him and their trust in him will increase. Spurned by the sea, purple talent. While gaining the power of the devil, one is also cursed by the devil. This curse will make the sea hate it, and one will become powerless when encountering sea water and unable to actively use their abilities. Noyer stared at Minga's talent in a daze. What the hell was that golden talent with such a long information? Extreme evil and extreme good? Noyer remembered that when he was reading comics in his previous life, he always thought that Minga was a particularly evil guy. However, after he learned about Minga's childhood, Noyer suddenly understood the purpose of this talent. After experiencing that kind of thing, no one would be free of darkness in their heart. Only those who stand at the top can define good and evil. This is the truth that Doflamingo has learned and implemented to the end. Noyer usually doesn't dare to copy this kind of talent that requires overcoming tribulations to gain benefits. After all, judging from the experiences of people like Minga, even if Noyer really has the aura of a protagonist, it is unlikely that he can remain intact. Noyer ordered the system, copy the ability of string fruit and replace it with Hegemony sword. Although I am not as good as Mingo in playing string fruit, it is an awakened fruit ability after all, and it is better to have it than not. Moreover, his swordsmanship had already reached a bottleneck. He also had a dark gold talent, but the quality of his swordsmanship was not up to par, so it would not help Noyer much. When the boat slowly approached the shore, Noyer led the two off the boat and walked towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo put his hands in his pockets and observed Noyer through his red sunglasses. Judging from his appearance, he is indeed a very heroic man, worthy of the title of Devilman. And at such a close distance, Doflamingo could clearly sense the haki within Noyer, completely restrained yet powerful. As expected, he is the youngest Shishibukai, much better than the previous Moria who became a loser. Doflamingo saw Noyer approaching and was the first to speak with a smile. "Noyer, you just became a Shishibukai and you came to me, what can I do for you?" Noyer smiled and said, "I built a kingdom, you should know that." Doflamingo tilted his head and pretended to think for a while, then said, "I've heard something about it." Noyer went on to say, "This time, I just wanted to see the country you rule and see if there is anything I can learn from it." Doflamingo nodded as if he understood something, and said, "In that case, how about letting me guide you?" Noyer's legitimate reason was good. As a fellow Shishibukai, Doflamingo had no right or excuse to refuse. But Doflamingo was afraid that Neuer would discover the country's secrets, and his subordinates could not keep an eye on him, so he had to accompany him in person. Neuer didn't refuse and smiled and said, "Okay." Doflamingo frowned, then turned around and brought the three people into Dressrosa. As soon as you walk into the town, in addition to the delicious food and music, there are also many young women dancing sexy and hot dances on the streets. This is one of Dressrosa's major selling points. In Neuer's eyes, the dance style they are good at is somewhat similar to the flamenco dance in their previous life. At this time, Doflamingo said in a wicked voice, Dressrosa is also called the island of love and passion. What is most lacking here is beautiful women who are overly obsessed with love. But this also makes them very jealous. Once a man betrays them, they will launch a crazy assassination. So the men who come here not only seek excitement, but also need to pay attention to safety. Neuer's mouth twitched after hearing this. What's the point of Doflamingo telling him this? Did he think he came to this island to have fun? You know what, Doflamingo might really think so, because he couldn't understand why Neuer would go to the trouble of rebuilding a country and come to Dressrosa with such a lame excuse. As pirates or Shishibukai, all you need to do is find a country you like and use some tricks to take over a complete and powerful empire. Why go through so much trouble? Therefore, in Doflamingo's mind, the label for Neuer is not only that he has a unique and powerful mind, but also, lustful. Neuer stared at the groups of hotly dressed dancers on the street with shining eyes. Lucci and Bluno were quite speechless. This made Doflamingo more certain of his guess. Taking advantage of the good atmosphere, he said, "I heard that you were attacked not long ago." Neuer knew that he was testing his purpose, so he simply said, "Yes, this is also one of the reasons why I came to see you." Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief, then laughed. "What do you think? Was it me who did it?" Neuer did not deny it, saying, "Of course, your power in the dark world makes you suspicious just by thinking about it." Doflamingo adjusted his glasses, clenched his hands in his trouser pockets, and said in a low voice, "So, you want to take revenge on me?" As a natural-born king, Doflamingo disdains to explain to others whether he is innocent or not, even if the opponent is also a Shishibukai. Neuer sensed that Doflamingo was about to attack, and said softly, "Don't be nervous, Minga, I just want you to do me a favor." Doflamingo sneered and said, "You think I'll be nervous?" Neuer smiled and said, "I want to borrow your network to find out who did this to me." Doflamingo lowered his body, his tall body like a flamingo bending over and staring at its prey, and said coldly, "Why should I help you?" Neuer smiled helplessly and said, "How about I take the money and buy the information?" Doflamingo shook his head and said with a smile, "Laozi doesn't care about your little money." Neuer narrowed his eyes, his tone a little impatient, and said, "So what do you want?" Doflamingo stared at Neuer for a long time without saying a word, then suddenly laughed and said, "Don't be so nervous, Neuer. I'll help you investigate this matter. Just treat it as a friendship gift for us to get to know each other. How about that?" Neuer didn't think much about it and nodded, "Deal." He knew Doflamingo was trying to win him over, so there was no need to turn against him now. Although this man's thoughts and methods were dangerous and made Neuer feel uncomfortable, there was no need to make enemies for nothing. He couldn't control what he did to Dressrosa and King Riku. Even if there was no tie with Neuer, Neuer would just seek to become a powerful country like Mingo and Laosha. Doflamingo led Neuer to the corner of the street and sat him on a recliner in front of a store. He said, "Actually, I checked for you before you came." Neuer raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "So, who is it?" Doflamingo, looking at passers-by with admiration, lay back on the chair and said, "The Dark World has had a killing order against you for a long time, but the amount has suddenly increased recently, and it has become more obvious, so you only noticed it." Neuer was stunned for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "You mean, someone wanted to kill me long before I fought against the Marine government?" Doflamingo nodded and smiled strangely. "Who do you think you offended when you were a rookie at Grand Line?" Neuer's expression suddenly looked a little strange. Could it be that guy Laosha? It seems that he is the only one who has the ability to hunt him down in the dark world, and he is also a powerful man whom he had offended in his early years. Does that guy hold a grudge like that? Neuer pinched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Is Crocodile so vindictive?" Doflamingo lay comfortably in the chair and said, "It's about the same. The earliest time when the wanted order was issued was about the same time when you left Alabasta." Neuer felt at ease at this time. Now that he knew his opponent, there was nothing to be afraid of. At first, Neuer thought it was the Marines or the government trying to stir up trouble again, and he was thinking about fighting back. It turned out to be Laosha's fault, so the solution was simple. "When I have time, I will go back and take over Laosha and his Baroque studio. Or you can put in some more effort and recruit Laosha to your team." Laosha's strength has a huge difference between the upper and lower limits. He is almost invincible in the desert, and even at the worst he can still escape with a 50-50 chance. But if he is at sea, he will be much weaker. In addition, Haki's basics are poor, so now Neuer is fully capable of controlling him. He was no match for Laosha in the desert when they fought each other, but now it's different. His growth is far beyond his imagination. Seeing Neuer calm down, Doflamingo couldn't help but laugh. "It seems that you are very confident that you can deal with Crocodile. Don't forget, he's a Shishibukai just like us." Neuer clenched his fists and sneered, "There are also gaps in Shishibukai. Do you think you can't beat Crocodile?" Doflamingo curled his lips and said nothing. If they fought seriously, as long as it was not in the desert, he was confident that he could beat Crocodile. Neuer sat down next to Doflamingo, picked up a glass of juice and said, "Next, let's talk about kingdom exchanges." Doflamingo looked at him with some surprise and said, "Do you really want to rebuild a kingdom by yourself?" Neuer gave him a strange look and said, "Of course, isn't that why I came here to talk to you about this?" Doflamingo held his forehead and shook his head. "I really don't understand what you are thinking. Forget it. Horrible." Just as he finished speaking, a sticky man ran out from the alley in the distance. Torrible walked up to Doflamingo with a big snotty nose and stared at Neuer warily. Neuer chose to ignore his gaze, and Doflamingo instructed, "Neuer's country wants to trade with Dressrosa. You can arrange it according to the situation." Torripole nodded quickly, while Neuer looked at Doflamingo with inexplicable envy. With just 2 simple sentences, he ordered his subordinates to do such troublesome things. This is simply the ultimate form of a hands-off boss. Doflamingo rested his head on his arm and said calmly, "Neuer, are you interested in doing some business with me? It may be beneficial to your kingdom." Neuer asked calmly, "What business?" Doflamingo smiled sinisterly and said, "Those deals in the dark world." Neuer frowned and said decisively, "Impossible. What kind of business can there be in the dark world? Arms trade, smuggling of goods, mercenary business, and human trafficking, which Neuer swore he would never touch. It's not that Neuer is aloof and doesn't want to touch those lucrative businesses. In the pirates' world, the bigger the fist, the more right it is. However, the main structure of Nuthem's population is very special. In addition to the slaves rescued from Marijois, there are also the war survivors of Nuthem. They have all been persecuted by various illegal activities in the dark world and lost the support of the people because of money. Neuer cannot do such a foolish thing. What's more, Nuthem does not lack funds in the country, what it lacks is technology and knowledge." Doflamingo seemed to have known that Neuer would refuse, and he stopped talking after that. He also knew about Neuer's situation. He originally thought that Neuer would be greedy for the wealth in front of him, but he didn't expect that this guy was still confused. But if Neuer is unwilling to touch this kind of thing, it means that they may still become sworn enemies in the future. I hope that idiot Crocodile can bring some trouble to Neuer, so that I can benefit from it. Just as the two of them fell into a strange silence, Torripole suddenly turned back and whispered something in Doflamingo's ear. Neuer looked at them calmly, but at this moment, his den mushy suddenly rang. This den mushy is used to contact Robin. Neuer quickly picked up the phone. As the den mushy transformed into Robin, a clear and urgent voice came. "Is it convenient to talk?" Neuer glanced at the side and saw that Minga had already walked to the side with Torrible, so he said, "You go." Nudurm was attacked. Neuer frowned and asked quickly, "Have you dealt with the person?" Robin said in an irritated voice, "No, I let them get away." Neuer was startled, then he took it seriously and said, "Uncle Yuxiao and Enel, didn't they make any moves?" Robin explained, "We did take action, but there were too many of them and many of them escaped." Neuer's face looked a little grim, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Who is this person? Do you know his identity?" Robin sighed and said, "I don't know them at all, but their fighting style is a little strange. A few of them are incredibly strong, and each of them has a combat suit of a different color. Enel is being held back by them, and the ordinary soldiers under their command are like machines that obey orders, always jumping out to help them block attacks." This description, could it be Germa 66? The Germa mercenaries, known as the Evil Army, are a scientific combat unit led by Judge, the father of the pervert Sanji. Moreover, Germa 66 is also a famous killer clan in the dark world. Could it be that Crocodile's killing order has touched this criminal group? On the other side, Torripole reported to Doflamingo and also talked about this matter. Doflamingo looked at Torripole in surprise and said, "All of Germa 66 are dispatched just to destroy the new kingdom." Torripole nodded quickly and said, "The news received by the dark world should be correct." Doflamingo smiled with interest and said, "Interesting, Crocodile can actually invite them. Although they are also a bunch of scum, they are much stronger than those cannon fodders. What should Neuer do?" For Neuer, Nuthem is his base camp. Although he has already repelled Germa, for safety reasons he still has to go back and take a look. Neuer stood up and said to Robin on the other end of Den Mushy, "Be prepared to prevent them from attacking again. I'll be right back." Doflamingo's evil face was full of surprise, and he asked, "What? Are you ready to leave?" Neuer nodded and said in a deep voice, "Go back and take care of some things." Germa 66 is a famous figure in the dark world. When Treble called Doflamingo out just now, he must have been talking about this matter. The people in the dark world are indeed troublesome. Germa 66 is nothing to him, but it is still a big test for his cotters. It seems that he acted quickly. After resolving the issue with Germa 66, he returned to deal with Crocodile. Doflamingo looked at him and smiled meaningfully. "Do you want my help? I still have some power in the dark world." Neuer stared at him for a while, then suddenly smiled and said, "No, I can handle it." Doflamingo is a deep-minded person. You can't get too involved with him in personal matters, otherwise you don't know how he will use you. Seeing that Neuer did not accept his kindness, Doflamingo shrugged and said, "Whatever." Neuer and his companions came and left in a hurry, and soon they were on their way back. Doflamingo stood on the shore, watching the boat going farther and farther away, and laughed softly. "Interesting man. What do you think, Violet?" As his voice fell, a charming woman slowly walked out from a hidden corner behind him. Violet, with her long brown black hair loose and wearing a polka dot lace dance dress, stared at Doflamingo's back and said, "Why did you let him go?" Doflamingo shook his head, turned to look at the expressionless woman, and said with a smile, "Crocodile is too dishonest, it would be better to use him to get rid of him." Violet, the daughter of the previous king, King Rika, said, "Didn't you give them the information that Germa 66 would target Neuer?" Doflamingo walked up to Violet, lifted her chin with one hand, and murmured in a cold voice, "Violet, women don't need to be so smart. Otherwise, it's easy to die." Violet turned her head away from his hand, turned around and left silently. Doflamingo looked at her figure and grinned secretly. The new Shishibukai Neuer who is in the limelight, Crocodile who has always been an eyesore in the dark world, and the arrogant and unaware Germa. These three forces are fighting each other. Who will survive to the end? Neuer, who had already left, had no idea what Doflamingo was planning. Even if he knew, he would probably just sneer at him. Germa and Crocodile were not enough to pose a threat to Neuer, even when combined. Neuer sat on the returning boat, thinking about the Germa attack. Although the main combat power of the Germa army is very weak, it must be said that their scientific research technology really makes Neuer jealous. Human body research such as bloodline factor cloning and soldier transformation, as well as scientific combat suits that can mass-produce combat power and a variety of special weapons. Coincidentally, these things are what Neuer wants. Neuer's original goal was to research pacifists using the tyrant bear, but when that failed, he turned his attention to the Germa army. But along the way, Neuer didn't run into Judge and his gang, and was about to give up, but he didn't expect them to come to him on their own initiative. The research on the combat suit can provide some help for the Iron Man suit. Judge, who is a former colleague of Vegapunk, can also teach the genius Xiao Litzi. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Neuer must leave all of Germa's technology and people to them when he returns. The ship was running at full speed, and Neuer and his crew finally rushed back to New Island overnight. Before they even landed on the island, they were stunned. The already messy coastline became even uglier at this time, with fresh blood and traces of artillery fire everywhere. It was obvious that a war had taken place not long ago. With a gloomy face, Lucci jumped onto the island first and checked for traces near the shore. Neuer came over and said, "It looks like the war between Deiji and Germa is very fierce." Lucci nodded and said, "Apart from the marks left by the shells, the most left are the charred marks left by lightning strikes." Neuer and his companions observed for a while, then asked Bluno to lead them to the direction of the royal capital. When he pushed open the door, the capital was still thriving, no different from before Neuer left. "Boss, you're finally back." Several people turned around, blue electric light quickly gathered together, Enel showed his face, and greeted them with a grin, baring his teeth. Seeing that he was not serious, Neuer deliberately frowned and scolded him, "You look so happy. Did you do anything good when the enemy invaded?" Enel's face, as thick as the corner of a city wall, couldn't help but get hot when he heard this. He explained, "There are too many of them, so it's hard to catch them. Some of them escaped." Neuer was delighted when he heard this, because what Enel ate was not an ordinary devil fruit, but a Logia thunder fruit with a very high upper limit. In terms of speed in the whole world, only Neuer and Kizura can be compared with him, but they failed to catch those cyborgs of Germa. Seeing Neuer staring at him without saying a word, Enel finally couldn't help but lower his head, poking his finger and whispering, "Hiss. Maybe, I'm still a little careless." Neuer sighed and covered his face, saying weakly, "Forget it, I won't talk about you this time. Also, you'd better be careful. Any arrogance in battle may become the root cause of your defeat." Enel was like a child trying to please his parents, nodding his head hastily but disagreeing in his heart. His own abilities were recognized to be strong. Even if he made some mistakes due to carelessness, as long as he didn't encounter someone at the level of Marine Admiral, he would still be able to handle it. Neuer knew that he didn't listen to him and shook his head helplessly. If there is one weakness left for Enel, it is probably his own mentality. "I hope nothing will happen in the future." With Enel's abilities, it is really hard for anyone to hurt him in Qinghai. Neuer looked at Enel and said, "Are we losing anything here?" Enel thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "The loss was not great. They were stopped before they even made it to the capital. Although many of our people suffered minor injuries, none of them were in danger of life. Not bad. Although there were some injured, this result was not unexpected. Although the grassroots combat power of the Germa army is balanced, united, and powerful, there are too many high-end combat forces in Nutham. If they weren't in Nutham, where Uncle Yuxiao could drop a meteorite and kill a large number of people, how could Judge and the others have time to jump around?" At this time, the Germa army that had fled after the previous attack on Nutham was gathering together and preparing for the next attack. In a sea area some distance away from Noi Island, dozens of ships of Germa 66 were docked here. The Germa Kingdom, ruled by the Germa army and the Vinsmoke family, is a unique maritime country in the world without a fixed territory. When they usually fight, they move separately with dozens of ships, and when they are combined together, they become a movable kingdom territory. In the kingdom made up of dozens of Germa ships, the most magnificent castle is where the rulers of Germa live. In the spacious hall with a grey-white background, there is a throne at the end of the room. A man wearing a helmet and covered in golden armor sits there with a dignified look. Below the throne, several young men and women with similar faces and similar clothing were half kneeling on the ground respectfully. The ruler of Germa, Vinsmoke Ga, slammed the table and said angrily, I didn't expect that even if Neuer is not here, he still has such a terrible guy under his command. The eldest son of the Vinsmoke family, the red-haired and circle-browed Iji, heard his father's complaint and said expressionlessly, if father hadn't ordered a retreat, the battle might not have been won or lost. The second son, Niji, nodded and said fearlessly, we will definitely accomplish the task. The youngest child, Yangji, with a head full of forgiveness green, laughed and said arrogantly, that guy who was discharging electricity is just a weakling. Judge frowned as he heard his 3 children talking about it. Although when his children were young, he modified their genes through the bloodline factor to give them superhuman bodies. But in contrast, their emotions have been almost wiped out. They only have the mission in their eyes, and their awe and fear of death have long been discarded. Hearing the voices of his 3 brothers, Reijo, who had been keeping his head down, bit his lips tightly. As the only one of Judge's children who still retains his emotions, Reijo always feels sad whenever he sees Iji and the others' ridiculous postures. But she had no way to resist, because the fate of these children had always been in the hands of Judge, their father. The judge turned a deaf ear to his son's words and clenched the weapon in his hand nervously. The news I got in the dark world was that Neuer, the new Shishibukai, was just a figurehead with a false reputation, but I didn't expect. During the previous attack on Neuer's base, he did not show up at all, and the Germa army was almost wiped out by his men. The lightning user from Logia, the ancient flying pterosaur, and the blind swordsman whose power was like a natural disaster, Judge is still afraid when he thinks of it now. If the other party had not been fighting in a playful manner, Judge and his children would never have come back. Seeing Judge's heavy expression, Reijo finally couldn't help but stand up and said, Father, why don't we give up this mission? In the dark world, few people would dare to take on a commission to assassinate a Shishibukai. After all, most Shishibukai have huge forces and impressive strength. It was because the target this time, Neuer, was too inexperienced that the judge got carried away and misanalyzed the opponent's combat capability, so he took on the task. Facts have proved that your uncle is still your uncle. Even the new Shishibukai is not someone Germa 66 can afford to offend. When Reijo proposed to give up, his brothers were not happy about it. Especially the young Yuji, who shook his seaweed-like hair and shouted, why give up, a mere Shishibukai? As long as we launch one more attack, we will definitely win. Yangji started to make a noise, and his 2 brothers also shouted in agreement. In an instant, the whole hall became noisy and chaotic. The judge was a little annoyed by their noise, but after thinking it over, he decided to withdraw first. Neuer's subordinates can defeat him, so what about him? Now, I should run away quickly while Neuer hasn't come back yet, otherwise he will settle the score with me later and my life will become even more difficult. Judge clapped his hands, signaling his 3 noisy sons to quiet down, and said in a serious voice, this mission is too difficult. Boom 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 boom. Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden explosion outside the conference room. The sound was so loud that it almost pierced the eardrums of several people. Judge covered his ears and shouted angrily, hey, what's going on outside? The guard slammed the door open with a bang, pointed outside in panic, and said in a trembling voice, someone is attacking in the sky. What? The judge was startled and quickly ran out to check, followed by his 4 children. As soon as he got out the door, Judge was almost scared to death by the terrifying view in the sky. In the clear blue-orange sky, there hangs a giant golden sun, which is continuously emitting meteor-like rays of light onto the sea and the ship. The scenery that seemed gorgeous to others was terrifying to the judge. Each of those rays of light cast by the sun is like a devastating laser explosive. Wherever it falls, it will trigger a huge chain explosion. In the golden shining sun, a figure slowly emerged from it and gradually took on the appearance of Neuer. Neuer sneered in the air, looking down at the Vinsmoke family on the ground who were like ants, and the lasers fired from his body did not stop. This is a destructive skill that Neuer modified based on Kizura's Yasakani no Megatama. The attack range is larger, but the accuracy, those who understand will understand. Judge looked at Neuer who came in person and instantly recognized his identity. He shouted in anger and fear, what are you doing? Neuer sneered and said casually, of course I will destroy your country. Judge's heart beat faster and faster. Finally, he could no longer care about the fear in his heart. He rushed towards Neuer in the air and yelled, UBD, stop it. Seeing their father leading the charge, his 3 children seemed to have received some signal and hurriedly followed. Only Reijo was still hesitating. She stood there blankly, not knowing what to do. If you think about it calmly, this approach is really stupid. No matter how powerful Germa 66 is in North Blue, it is useless here. This is the new world, and they are facing the pirates 7 warlords of the sea? As Reijo expected, even though Judge and his 2 sons flew into the air aggressively, Neuer simply ignored them and slowly raised his calf wrapped in golden light. And then, Reijo on the ground felt his eyes blurred, and a golden light flashed by. As soon as his father and brother rushed out, they were kicked back by Neuer, smashing the boat and falling directly into the sea. In an instant, Neuer dealt with the 4 people including Vinsmoke and his sons who flew up to deliver food, and then he slowly fell from the sky. Seeing Reijo who was so frightened that she lost her voice, Neuer walked up to her, pressed her shoulders, and said with a wicked smile, Ms. Reijo, right. Take your people and come with me. Reiju was slapped hard by Neuer, and her delicate body trembled slightly. She whispered, "I will leave it to you, Your Excellency." Neuer gave her a strange look. It sounded like he was a pervert who had RD a woman. Afterwards, under Neuer's supervision, Reiju led the soldiers of the Germa kingdom to clean up the battlefield and rescued Judge and the others. Although they were only hit by Neuer once, several of their bones were broken and they almost died. After Reiju visited them, he felt even more terrified of Neuer, and couldn't help but feel fortunate that he didn't act impulsively and die with them. Germa 66 is a well-known killer clan in the Dark World, but was easily eliminated by Neuer alone. After all, the Germa's strongest fighter couldn't beat Sanji 2 years later, so how dare they challenge Neuer? After cleaning up the mess, Neuer led the entire Germa kingdom alone and headed towards the Nuthem kingdom on a fleet. Less than a day after Neuer set out alone, the residents of Nuthem suddenly discovered that their boss had returned. Moreover, they were escorting an entire fleet and returned victoriously in a mighty manner. The people were overjoyed and cheered as they stood on the street to welcome Neuer's return. When Germa invaded, everyone held their breath and fought hard with all their strength. "We are all poor people who have been stranded in the world. We have finally found a place to settle down. How can we tolerate others disturbing us again?" Amid everyone's joyful farewell, Neuer took several members of the Vinsmoke family and crossed the portal back to the Sky Island Cloud Palace. Neuer sat on the newly built palace throne, propping his chin up with a playful smile. In front of the temple, the judge and his children were kneeling in a row with their hands and feet tied, while Yuxiao and Enel were staring at them on both sides. The judge, who had just woken up, raised his head with difficulty with a pale face, and looked at the man on the throne with a vague look. "What do you want to do?" Hearing the judge's weak question, Khalifa, the secretary standing next to Neuer, spoke on his behalf. "Do something for us and become a researcher at Nutrum." Reiju lowered his head and his eyes moved slightly. Shishibukai wanted to recruit them? The judge was stunned and was about to refuse, but on second thought, he couldn't help but feel tempted. Although he is the ruler of the Germa kingdom, Judge is actually not very arrogant and his wish is actually very simple. Vinsmoke is an ancient and large family. Generation after generation, it has been a veritable scientific and combative nation. At its most glorious moment, it once ruled the entire North Blue Sea. Judge wants to use his own research to lead Vinsmoke back to that time and dominate North Blue again. For the sake of this dream, Judge felt that it was okay to use someone else's hands as long as Vinsmoke was retained. But, if Nutrum is added, can Vinsmoke still exist? Can my dream for my family's future still come true? Neuer also knew a little about the judge's thoughts, so he simply relaxed the conditions and said, "After joining Nuthem, Germa's men will be merged into mine, but your Vinsmoke can become a family within our country." The judge's eyes narrowed. Neuer was willing to make such a promise, which was actually quite polite. Besides, to be honest, he doesn't care whether the citizens of Germa, that is, the soldiers of the Germa army, are disbanded or not, as long as Vinsmoke, the core, is still there. To put it bluntly, those soldiers are just weapons for Judge to achieve his goals. Judge has begun to waver in his heart as he has been given the protection of a Shishibukai with amazing potential and can still keep his family. The judge looked at Neuer without any hostility. He thought for a moment and said, "Neuer, sir, I want to know, what is your ambition? Is it just the position of Shishibukai, and a kingdom in the New World?" Seeing how serious he was, everyone present understood that the judge was willing to compromise, and they all looked at Neuer. Neuer didn't even hesitate, and smiled confidently. "Of course not, the position of Shishibukai is just a stepping stone for me to land. The kingdom of Nuthem will never live in a corner of the world. Shishibukai, one of the three forces of the Grand Line, is just a stepping stone? So what is the ultimate goal in this man's mind? 4 emperors, or maybe the king of pirates?" The more Judge thought about it, the more frightened he became. He calmed himself down and said in a deep voice, "I don't dare to have such high hopes. I just want to return to North Blue in glory." Under the gaze of his children, Judge lowered his majestic body first and said, "I am willing to join the kingdom of Nuthem and become your arm." Seeing that the backbone of the family agreed, the 3 Iji brothers, who had no human emotions, seemed a little repulsive on the surface, but because they could not resist their father, they also agreed. Reiju breathed a sigh of relief silently. Being an extremely rational person, she was very glad that her father made the right choice. After all, if they refused Neuer's invitation, given the crimes they had committed, they would probably be courting death. What's more, for a normal woman like her, staying in the peaceful kingdom of Nuthem is much better than staying in the evil army. Seeing that the Vinsmoke family was willing to join, Neuer clapped his hands in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Very good, you made the right choice. But, you still have to settle the score for attacking Nuthem before." The judge said calmly, "This is what I deserve. I am willing to accept the punishment." Neuer thought about it and said casually, "Then you should personally help everyone with the labor work during this period of time. Also, you must ask for everyone's forgiveness during this time. Nutrum did not suffer much loss before, so the punishment does not need to be too severe." Although this punishment was not cruel, it was no small torture for the proud Vinsmoke family. As for the 3 guys from Iji, Neuer also wanted to use this opportunity to suppress their arrogance and self-esteem. After hearing Neuer's words, Judge and Reiju accepted it without much reaction, but the 3 brothers showed some dissatisfaction on their faces. Neuer had expected this reaction, but it didn't matter, it was a good opportunity to have some fun with them. These barbarians with brain problems who only know how to fight are best suited to be trained by their fellow Enel. As a mobile sea kingdom, the Kingdom of Germa has a smaller population than a normal country, but it is still not small. What worries Neuer the most about accepting so many people at once is that these Germa citizens who have been trained as soldiers for many years are like warriors who are willing to die for Vinsmoke. This group of people can hardly lead a normal life, and their loyalty to the judge is hard to erase, so bad things could easily happen if this continues. For safety reasons, Neuer temporarily dispersed them and expanded them to other places on New Island. The basic structure of the royal capital has been completed, which is a good time for them to build other cities. The other core members of Germa 66 were left in the royal capital by Neuer. Judge and Reiju obeyed Neuer's orders and went to apologize to the residents of the royal capital. Everyone chose to forgive them straightforwardly. After all, they had been chosen by their king and became their own people. Besides, the residents have nothing to lose, so they naturally don't mind the judge joining. Moreover, they can also become a great help to the king, so why not do it? However, the people of the royal capital were very dissatisfied with the other three evildoers. From the very beginning when the three brothers Ijiniji and Yangji received the order, they went through the motions in a double-faced manner, spoke rudely to the people, and even attempted to take action. Fortunately, Neuer had anticipated this, and when the three were making a fuss, Enel, who was monitoring them, stepped in to subdue them. As for now, Enel has locked them up in a small dark room somewhere in the royal capital, and they haven't come out for quite some time. And sometimes when we pass by there, we can always hear the shrill wailing coming from that dark abyss. Judge and Reiju did not make any comment regarding Enel's punishment of them. Reiju simply doesn't bother to take care of these three beastly brothers, and Judge is powerless to take care of them. After the battle with Neuer, Judge slowly began to realize that erasing his son's emotions was not a good thing. It seemed to make their brains less sharp. Judge and the others cannot be reused for the time being, and at this time, Noi and the others are in the Yun Palace, having a not-so-serious meeting. Neuer and the main forces of the underworld have now officially moved into the Yun Palace, which has cost a lot of effort and money to renovate. In the dining hall of the Cloud Palace, there was a long square table. Neuer sat at the main seat and cut a steak very elegantly. Robin picked up a glass of sake with her bare hands and asked in confusion, "Why do we have to discuss things during a meal?" Neuer chewed the beef nonchalantly and muttered, "It's more atmospheric this way." Robin held his forehead and sighed, "But this is not kingly." Enel picked up a huge crab leg and started to eat it randomly. His words were very unclear. I think Brain Big did a good job." The food scraps that Delu was eating were flying everywhere. Lucci wiped his face with a numb expression, as if it was the precursor of a volcanic eruption, and said lightly, "If you dare to spit out food again, Laozi will kill you." Enel scratched his head awkwardly, and Robin shook his head helplessly, saying, "So Neuer, what do you want to talk about?" Back to the topic, Neuer's expression became serious and he nodded to Khalifa next to him. Khalifa understood what he meant, took out a stack of documents and said, "Boss wants to recruit some talents to form the management team of the Nuthem Kingdom." Robin took the document, glanced at it, and asked in surprise, "6th Department." Leahy was also at the dinner. After receiving the plan, he carefully read it for a long time and scratched his head and said, "Your Majesty, I have never heard of such a system." Neuer curled his lips and said, "If you have heard of it, it would be really weird." This is a small attempt made by Neuer in this world after learning from the experience of the feudal dynasties in his previous life. Of the old officials of Nutrim, except for Reich, who was entrusted with an important task at a young age, only the old man who was barely breathing was left. So, Neuer has been very tired these days. In order to run the country smoothly, Neuer needs more talents. Lucci looked at the text silently, thought for a moment, and concluded. The Ministry of Personnel is in charge of official affairs, the Ministry of Revenue is in charge of money, the Ministry of Rights is in charge of diplomatic etiquette, the Ministry of War is in charge of war, the Ministry of Law is in charge of criminal law, and the Ministry of Works is in charge of engineering. That's right. Neuer's mouth twitched. Isn't your summary too brief? It was rather troublesome to explain this to this group of aliens, so Neuer picked up the document and said seriously, "This is just a general understanding, and there are still many details in the document. More details will depend on our gradual progress in development." Uncle Yuxiao sipped his tea comfortably and exclaimed at the documents, "I didn't expect the captain to have administrative acumen." Neuer nodded without blushing, then pointed at Leahy and said seriously, "Leahy, I appoint you as the Minister of War of the 6 ministries, that is, the Minister. You will be responsible for the establishment of the 6 ministries for the time being." Leahy was startled, and quickly jumped out of the table and half knelt on the ground, saying in a deep voice, "I will definitely live up to your Majesty's expectations." Neuer patted Leahy's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous, I will help you with this matter later." Leahy felt relieved and bowed his head, saying, "I will obey your orders." Leahy, an honest man, was just having a good meal when he was suddenly entrusted with an important task. He felt the pressure on his shoulders suddenly become heavy, and he said goodbye and left without returning to the table. According to him, he went back to study the 6 documents Neuer sent him. Neuer liked this kind of hard-working worker and allowed him to leave with great satisfaction. After Leahy left, Weibo finally couldn't help but ask softly, "Boss, why did you let Leahy take on such an important position as the Minister of War?" When Weber said this, he was not disapproving of Leihi's strength and ability, nor was he disbelieving Neuer's judgment. However, the stronger Yuxiao is sitting here. Weber has led the team to fight, Lucci's command ability in battle is also extraordinary, and Leihi is a bit. Neuer shook his head and smiled, it's enough for you to have the identity of the Hades pirates. I have other uses. As for Leihi, that's just my intuition. He witnessed the destruction of his country and his family when he was young. After that experience, he will definitely be able to manage Neutrum well now. Robin had no objection to his decision and chuckled, it's a bit idealistic, but I like it. Neuer laughed and said, why would a kingdom founded by the savage pirates need to be so skilled in deep thinking? Everyone finished their meal in a joyful atmosphere, and just as everyone was preparing to leave, there was a knock on the birch door outside. Come in. After getting Neuer's permission, a guard on duty in the Cloud Palace came running over steadily, half knelt on the ground and reported, Your Majesty, a letter has arrived from the West Wind Kingdom. Neuer was stunned. It was another familiar name. The Kingdom of West Wind. Neuer remembered that it was a small country he had visited during the incident of robbing the heavenly gold. Although the West Wind Kingdom appears to be an ordinary country, it is actually a base where a large number of revolutionary forces gather. There he met Ryu and Sabo, as well as many of the Revolutionary Army cadres. The Favonius Kingdom is one of the bases of the Revolutionary Army. This time they contacted me, so it should be the Revolutionary Army's intention, right? Neuer waved his hand and said, where's the letter? The guard took out the letter and Khalifa immediately trotted over to get it back. Neuer opened the letter and began to read it. After a while, he frowned and said, the matter of robbing the heavenly gold has been traced to the West Wind Kingdom. Enel looked up in confusion and said, didn't you say at the time that this plan was flawless? Lucci calmly lowered his head in deep thought and said, for us and Ace, of course not. The only loophole is that Christine did not hide her identity, and the West Wind Kingdom would definitely expose her. When Enel heard that name, the shadow in his heart seemed to come over him again. His body couldn't help but tremble and he said, is that woman with weak abilities so stupid? Neuer curled his lips and said, I'm afraid she has no intention of returning to the kingdom after completing that job. Anyway, she has the Revolutionary Army on her side. Robin asked curiously, so, what did her letter say? Neuer shook the letter in his hand, put it on the table and said, it's nothing, just introducing the national conditions of our country and proposing that the two countries establish diplomatic relations, but, funa. Before he could finish his words, something in Khalifa suddenly started to ring. Ignoring Neuer's somewhat embarrassed look, Khalifa took out a small den mushi from the dimensional space as if nothing had happened. Neuer cleared his throat, took the personal den mushi and said, hi, Sabo. The anti-eavesdropping den mushi was put aside, and Sabo's hearty laughter came, hey, Neuer, it's been a while since we last contacted each other. Neuer scratched his head and said, stop chatting about family matters. What's going on in the West Wind Kingdom? Sabo lowered his voice and said, Ms. Christine and Momomai have been discovered. The West Wind Kingdom is now suspected of harboring criminals. Neuer chuckled and said, from the tone of your voice, it looks like they are okay. Sabo's face, sketched on den mushi, smiled and said, the Revolutionary Army has already taken care of it. The West Wind Kingdom is at most just under martial law by the government. The most important thing is that Christine's identity in the West Wind Kingdom has always been fake. Even if Christine appears in front of the government openly, it will be fine. Neuer asked in confusion, why did the West Wind Kingdom, or your Revolutionary Army give me that inexplicable letter? Sabo's expression became slightly more serious, and he said seriously, we do want to establish diplomatic relations with Neutrum, in the name of the West Wind Kingdom. Neuer sneered and whispered, tell me, what is your purpose? Sabo smiled slightly and said, we hope that the Kingdom of Neutrum can provide some convenience to the Revolutionary Army. Neuer decisively refused, no way. The Revolutionary Army is an underground organization that openly declares war on the government. If the government knew that there was a revolutionary army in their country, the name of Shishibukai would be useless. The most important thing is, why should Neuer do the revolutionaries a favor for nothing? He is not a sucker and he doesn't owe them anything. Sabo smiled helplessly and said, I knew you wouldn't agree. Actually, it was Christine who wanted to join your kingdom and become the leader of your knights. Of course, this is her personal opinion. Neuer asked in confusion, what do you mean, she's not one of yours? Sabo shook his head and said helplessly, although we are the Revolutionary Army, everyone is fighting for their own ideals. Neuer began to recall the girl named Christine. Besides being beautiful and capable, she also had a very weird temper. Instead of being a princess, she insisted on becoming the leader of the Knights Templar and joining the Revolutionary Army to start a revolution. Such a girl who has her own ideas and dares to take real action is indeed a role model of women in the new era. Sabo said with a headache, besides, the two girls, Christine and Momomai, have entered Nutham without permission. Neuer stood there in a daze, and asked suspiciously, is this a trick of your Revolutionary Army? Sabo chuckled and shook his head, if you're willing to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army, their problems will indeed be alright. But if you don't want to, I'm afraid you will kill Christine and the others who trespassed. That's why I wanted to talk to you in advance. Neuer waved his hands and said, I know what you mean. I will try to catch them and send them back. Sabo nodded and said, thank you. After the conversation, Neuer hung up the phone thoughtfully. Robin laughed and said, Ms. Christine, you really like the knights. Neuer nodded and said, we have met Christine before. Given her personality, it is not impossible for her to do such a thing. Let's find the person first, and don't let the Revolutionary Army find out more information about Nitham. Robin looked at Neuer in confusion and said, why are you so against the Revolutionary Army? Actually, it's not impossible for us to cooperate with them. In today's world, how many kingdoms have secret connections with the Revolutionary Army? Even in the ancient desert country of Alabasta, there are spies of the Revolutionary Army throughout its vast territory. The Revolutionary Army's infiltration capabilities are something that even the world government is terrified of. Will it be effective for Neuer to exclude them? Neuer stretched and said, there's nothing I can do. The Tianshangjian incident has not completely subsided. At least at this time, I can't get involved with the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, the government will take the opportunity to cause trouble for me. Fortunately, they probably haven't discovered that he had tampered with the shadows of the Celestial Dragon's hostages. Whenever the two sides fall out and the war breaks out, Neuer will sweep away all those guys. After this little episode with the Revolutionary Army, the dinner meeting finally came to an end. In the following days, He worked tirelessly to set up his own military department, and was also in charge of selecting talents for the other 5 departments. It can be said that he was busy every day. Neuer assigned the tasks to his subordinates, and his own burden was lightened a lot. Other affairs of the Kingdom of Nitham were also proceeding in an orderly manner. When things in the kingdom began to get on track and operate on their own, Neuer's heart, which had been quiet for a short time, began to become restless again. Lao Sha sent people in the dark world to kill him, and he hasn't settled the score with him yet. It's time to fight back and rob Lao Sha again.